on the very top. There's no denying the similarities between the bronze stone and the Sea Market altar stone, which was found south of St. Petersburg, Florida.
Oh,
Both stones
shit.
have a depression on top.
I bet it's someone I know is going live. Probably.
And both feature carvings of a face.
It sends me notifications because I'm subbed.
I often think if you find one
it is me.
Similar artifact, it's a pretty good chance it was the same people who did it and for the same reasons. So you think the Phoenicians are responsible
how we doing today?
And
Myself, I'm doing much better than the last time we met.
Before they made the big push across the Atlantic, and then they
I got bowls of marijuana
to ensure safe passage to the final leg home.
Oxygen.
They would know the dangers of crossing the Atlantic was the last big hurdle that they had.
We're going to be blown glass.
So Scott, do you know Wayne May? I absolutely do. Wayne's a good friend.
Yeah, I wanted to finish this bowl and then go mosey downstairs and turn on the kiln.
Does Wayne have something up his sleeve that I don't know about? I've heard
Ken did another video we'll listen to live, but you should go look at it. I'll give you the link. Because there's a triangle bone in his thumbnails. And
I've known Wayne for 8 years now. He's based
I want you to tell me what you think of that shit. Give it a good look. Because I don't think that's representing an alien at all.
Scott.
But that might be me. I'm prejudiced to blue stones with conical hats and jingling cobras.
It might be connected to the Wabansi stone. Scott.
I took one look at it and I was like, that ain't an alien they're depicting right there. And look at the planet. Look at the planet.
I've spent the past few days in Chicago trying to figure out who carved the Wabansi stone. Could it be an anonymous soldier at the old Fort Dearborn? Maybe. But I'm more interested in the possibility that Phoenicians could have carved.
Yeah, I know, Jelly. That's what I said. Am I prejudiced? Am I fucking just seeing shit? Because that looks like raw to me. How we all doing? Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon.
I just found out
here.
That an important clue was sitting in my own basement. I asked my wife Janet to pack up the artifact and send it to my friend Wayne.
Yeah, well, you got to get a medical. I came there and made that possible for you, Kelly. Don't make me do it all. I saw a conical hat too, and the breath is the dingly cobra. I was like, oh my God, look at that. I took one look at it. I was like, this is fucking raw. But isn't that crazy how they depicted it? And you can tell what that is.
All right, let's see what we got.
That's like that one in the jungle of South America, that fucking totem pole. For God's sake, that's raw too. He got the dingly cobra and everything.
Do you think this is Phoenician? It could be. Obviously, it is.
Welcome on. I hope you've watched the moon. It might be your last live feed.
That's correct.
I'm a dick. It's my fault. I'll take the blame, Jelly. I think it's because you did your homework too well. Now you're just seeing shit. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
Egyptian Ushabti was actually carried by.
Hey, welcome, parents. Yeah, the moon is fucking rolling, isn't it?
When the ships set sail out of Egypt, all of the officers.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, it's been doing it for a long time, but we're all so fucking busy. We don't watch it. We might look at it because it's the moon. It's in the sky. We know about it. We got more important shit. Until someone points out that it's doing cartwheels, then you start looking. If you're smart. If you're a fucktard, you're going to tell me I'm crazy and go on about doing what you're doing. I've come to this realization. It's all good.
They would have been trapped in that current.
And no, I'm not a miserable cocksucker. I'm just an asshole that's trying to be a
So whether it was deliberate,
good teacher. Some people have forgotten that shame, in fact, is one of the best teaching tools on the planet. But in the day of safe spaces, we've kind of forgotten that.
Native Americans could have
I'm bringing it back.
Maybe they even found the thing, who knows? They had it, and they revered it, and they got buried as a precious object. Well, the second thing is, these guys actually arrived here, and someone of import died. And the Shapi went with them and buried. So this could have been buried with the Phoenician or with the Native American. Absolutely. Well, you know something? This idea that this came over here traveling with the Phoenicians.
It is a shame.
Makes a lot of sense.
Set a fucking fire under your house. You know, this is the most important thing I've ever seen in my life. And from the conversations I've had with people and overheard with people and seen with people throughout my life, it seems to be one of the most important topics in their lives too. And they just don't realize that, oh my God, maybe the answers have been answered. So they're given to us, whatever, however you want to say it, we got it now. And yeah, I'm not going to wait until the dying starts. I mean, I've been watching people die for a long time now. How else is everybody else going to have? I am sure Creator and Mother could do a better job than me, but I'm going to still do my best to enlighten everybody I can. Have you ever read the actual prophecy about this fucking stupid fucker with the mark and shit? What's up, Pollyanna? So he says I shake the world gently, and then later I have to shake the world violently. So I'm trying to shake the world gentle to the point that I ain't gotta have to shake the fucking world violently. So let's wake these motherfuckers up now before I get violent. And as you read the prophecy, it's like, I couldn't think of a better motherfucker for fucking fitting these shoes. Because this motherfucker seems like he could slap go violent. And I could. It's just, I want to know where to direct this shit. Toth is Jesus. Yeah, memory. There's a smart one. Yeah. It has everything to do with the soul collecting, Doc. Your luck, your life. You're collecting. There's setups all over the fucking globe, Daniel. There's shit out here. Everywhere. Everywhere you look. Everywhere I've looked. They've been everywhere. Baby mama. Oh, Patches is excited. What's up? Hello? Huh? Yeah. Yes. Okay. You want to talk to him? Sure you do. Hey! You have a phone call, boy. Patches. Patches. Ain't nobody at the door. It was the damn phone, you stupid ass dog. Look, see, smell it. It's the mama. Yeah. What? What? Oh God, there's an emergency. I think, what? What? Come here. Come here, tell me. Come here, tell me. Come here, tell me. You dumb little fucker. He's like, I gotta poop! 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 Is that what you gotta say to me? Or you just want to this shit? I think they gotta go out. Oh, you gotta poop. You gotta poop. You gotta go poop outside. You gotta poop outside. You smell like poop. All right, go get her. Go get your girlfriend. Okay, sit there. Sit there like a little lump. I just pooted your head. Look, now he's scared. He's shaking. He's like, oh God, he pooted me. The power of the poot. Go get him. Go get him. Tell him I got poop. I got poop. You gotta poop, Chico. You got poop. Get him. Get him. Go tell him. Say little Timmy's in the well. I gotta poop. Him. He did. He did. He got. She just wants her butt rubbed. Yeah, butt rubbed dog. Oh, did you want your butt rubbed too, Chico? No, you should just rub my nose. I'm stinky. Yeah. What are you whining about? Did you get your butt rubbed? Yeah. Alarm, ringer, everything I tell you. I'm trying to help Mom yell at me. He walked away. What? What the fuck? What in the fuck can I do for you? Oh, scratch your head? She's a bitch. She says you weren't scratching the right spot of my butt. Excuse me, sir. Can I go poop?
I get your butt. I got your butt.
Can I poop out of my butt?
It's my butt. This is my butt. I got it.
Tell him, run around in circles and tell him, I gotta poop. I gotta poop real loud.
She says,
real loud! Real loud! Get him! Tell him I gotta poop. I gotta poop. I'll get it, bro. All right. No! Chico's going to get somebody. He ain't even sure why. But he's going to. So his girlfriend's upset. His girlfriend's upset. So he can't take it. He's going to have to eat someone. You go aggress somebody. You go aggressive. Don't take that shit.
You're up.
He said stop picking his girlfriend. Take him out on vacation.
Did you see that?
What do you want?
She wants hugs.
Oh, everyone's. Oh. She's gonna eat him. Get him! Don't take his shit. Get right in the jugulars. Look, he's picking on your girlfriend. I'd get him. Love. Don't drag your butt across my bed. There'll be problems. Go on. Well, I beat up my family. He said, That's enough. Enough hugs for the fucking loud ones, okay? Off my bed! Get on my bed!
No.
Because I just set a loud spot for you and the dogs. I will beat you. Come on, man. I'm fixing to go downstairs. I'm gathering my stuff. I know, you're pissed. You're pissed, aren't you? Fucking deal with it, dog.
He's gonna leave you.
I'm leaving you. Leaving you, Patches.
He hates you.
Yeah, I hate you, Patches. Nobody likes a barking dog. That goes for you too, Chico. Here, look, let me show you something. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I gotta do it again. Hey, Chico. Whoa! Oh, yeah, Patches! Poppy.
She's angry. How could you?
I'm gonna try cognac. Maybe I'll get drunk.
How could you do such a thing as stopping something near her?
I don't know. I was being mean.
How could you?
Mean beyond description. She is. She should be. She should be very
She's
angry.
absolutely fucking
Look
angry.
at her. I'd be angry too if I had cow spots with stripes on them.
It's a cow zebra dog.
Here's some spots.
Cow
Look at
zebra
that
dog.
shit. She got spots with stripes. Lots of stripes. There's something weird about you.
She also has
Yeah. Weird. Weird. I told you to stop hugging the loud dogs. In English. Chico, get the fuck off my bed with your butt. Get out of
He
here.
said no.
Something wrong with that dog. Grab a chain and a leash and take your dogs out to poop.
Also, take the bleaching machine outside without the book.
Don't worry, Chico. I'll let you out. Chico wants to go talk to the dogs.
She's fucking pissed.
You think she's trying to tell me? Not gonna help you.
She demands that you must
Bertini! You're so little! You're so little!
walk her. Yeah.
Eugene! Oh! Oh! Walk on, dog. Fucking crazy animal. She wants me to walk her. She's like, fuck that baby. You don't walk me right. Oh! Oh! Poor little Pat. It's way too cold for me.
Hates you.
Way too cold for me. Besides, this podcast isn't for children.
Got
Let's go do this thing. Oh my god, my fucking hound dog is loud, huh? We were watching something. I was watching educational shit. And then it went to sci-fi something. How the hell did we get over here? I must watch sci-fi a lot. Oh, I wanted to watch Ken McClellan too. There's a lot of things to do today. Good thing my kill's working good, huh? I want to work on a king and queen today too, that we got started on. Someone asked me a question. Holy fuck. Well, Enoch could be, but I don't think so. Enoch fits closer to what, Noah's dad or some shit, grandpa. I think Jesus is tough. Originally, I mean, look at what he does. Look at what he says. He said, "Take my fucking teachings and make a fucking religion out of them," didn't he? Right in them, right there, right there. And we've heard every fucking word he said about that, except the context was changed. And he walks us through the process. Christ goes down to hell for what, 3 days? Hangs out with dad and shit, and then is resurrected. I don't know what to tell you. It's the fucking tablets of Thoth in the Bible. Oh, is that the question about the life-size Buddha? I didn't see that. Not only your history, every fucking thing we've been told, Jelly, from the atomic to the galactic. I'm pretty sure Enoch is Noah's grandfather, which makes him Ishkapikin's grandfather, which would be the Anunnaki he's talking about, which in my mind is going to be Enki. I don't know. They took on the Pantheon to confuse us and hide us from ourselves, but the closest one to fit Enoch would be Enki in my head. And that only makes sense. That only makes sense if Enlil is Jehovah, right? He's the God of Noah. I'm telling you, they do this every time they change. I find the God of Moses a completely different one. He's on the fucking snake side. His staff falls to a snake and fucking turns to a snake and eats fucking serpents. You gotta pay attention to what they're telling and what they're not telling. And the not reading canon, I find. Isn't that funny? The original texts would tell us what they're not telling. That's where I wanted to go for a long time, and I finally got it. What's up, Cat? We want for dinner, dude. Give it some considerable thought. Oh, fuck. As long as I'm downstairs, you can hug patches all you want. I think we have Alfredo sauce, and if we do, we're having shrimp Alfredo. If not, I'm kicking myself for not having it. Oh, man. We don't have no white sauce? No, I had my head set on fucking shrimp. Yeah, fuck cocktail sauce. I want my shrimp with white sauce and noodles. Don't you poke me in tickle spots. I will turn around and make you piss yourself. For not walking. Oh, boy, look, there's your ranch right there. Look, Kraft. See that? Did you see that? Look, do you want a donkey kick to your eye? I could do that for you. I'll hook you right up and keep poking the bear. Yay! You're gonna put the right spot here in a minute while I'm up here stretched and doing stuff. I can't find no fucking white sauce. Get them, Patches. Eat that little motherfucker. So we may have go downstairs. Picked on him here. Get him, Patches. Don't push me down the fucking steps, son. God, man. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna raise that. Ah, fuck. Patches has been down here in my trash. Fucking trash. Welcome to my dungeon. Let's plug everything in, see what happens. Where's a jug of milk down here? Yesterday. Or the day before. Been a little while since we were down here, huh? My car broke down. Fuck, man. That sucked. Being without a vehicle for days. It's working again. Let's see if this is working. Yep. There's flow. Double induction heating. What's Mama up to on the fucking Quake map on one day? Bing, 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 bing. A lot of heat, All under fours. All under
the
fours.
history that we were all taught growing up
2 hours
is wrong.
ago, we're about
My name is Scott Wolf, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told.
You know, the other day when I called that Madagascar quake, I had to document it. One happened about 200 or 300 miles east of Madagascar, and then equidistance of Madagascar west of Africa that night. I was like, oh my God. Because I'm calling Madagascar because it's the only place on the globe that ain't got a big old quake, and it never gets hit. It didn't. I didn't strike it, but I mean, I did that night just out of kicks. Boom, boom. I was like, oh, fuck. Evening Tangeray. Oh, damn, girl. You brought back some memories of being a junkie, because I used to fucking, when I'd run out of good clean water, I'd take and open up my bottle of Tangeray and drop it in my spoon with my cocaine and shoot that shit. You want to talk about balls to the wall? Shoot fucking alcohol with cocaine in your fucking vein one time. Not recommended at home. I'm just saying. That's a pure taste. I know that's fucked up, ain't it? Ain't it? It is fucked up. I'm telling you, man. Junkies, you can't trust them motherfuckers. What's up, memory? Guy used to be one. Told you all that too.
I love the idea of the
You might have missed that story.
We're going to go by the 5 Dearborn, where they found the Wabansi stone.
The Wabansi stone found for Fort Dearborn.
Right, it's there when they built the fort. Fort Dearborn was an American outpost. 1804, no one here but one house.
Yep. To warn his son Malik, whatever his name is. Yeah. See? That's, I don't know who else that would be. Inky?
For miles along the west side of Lake Michigan. The Wabansi stone used to sit in Fort Dearborn.
What do you mean? It's a hella scary. What?
Just a half-mile walk.
That'd be nothing. That didn't do nothing scary. I'm boring. Over here. Until I break out the mica. We got a pile of it going on over here. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, that is scary. And stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. But I liked it. I was addicted to it. What can I say? I was a fucking junkie. I was stupid. That was stupid. That's just stupid on the face, isn't it? I think it is. But then again, I've been there. Like I say, man. If I can be forgiven, anybody can. I ain't trying to judge nobody, but I do know those which I can't tolerate get thinned out pretty quick. Because I'll tell you, I've been reading, looking, but I haven't found the verse or the quote of the wisdom that says I gotta tolerate their bullshit.
Fort Dearborn massacre took place during the War of 1812 between the Americans and the British. The local Potawatomi sided with the British since they were tired.
Oh, YouTube makes it easy, man. They got that block button. I ain't gotta listen to the shit. If you're blocked, it doesn't even show up on my because there's a category in here of YouTube holds back some fucking suspected spam comments and shit. And I go through that every week or so and check those out. Not too many. A lot of responses that I'm all like, well, why would that click OK, you know, kind of thing. But so if you don't see your response and then you see yourself repeating yourself, that's because I unclicked your response from a suspected spam response. I'm like, okay. I even unclick my the ones I don't unclick are the ones I hide from the channel, like the sex site people. As soon as I see them motherfuckers, it's like hide from channel. What are they? What? Really? You can't find a fucking sex site yourself? You're worse at internet than I am. Woo!
Well, you might be onto something there, and before I can render any opinion about this dog, I need to see it.
85 plus live channels?
Yeah, well, I gave up that habit, honestly, long before fucking Seamus or Megan showed up. And
there's even more new ways to earn 5% on travel purchases.
That was just out of common sense, purely. I saw where I was going. Well, look, the guy I was working for, he was a junkie for a long time. He got injured. He had a stent in his arm. Long story short, he got gangrene in that stent. And he didn't give a fuck. He started using the other stent after he had his arm fucking amputated and fucking his face fell off. So I was like, you know, I don't want to be like Mike. And his name wasn't Mike. I'm just saying, I don't want to be like Mike because of Brian. His name was actually Dan. But Yeah, see, that was good motivation, wasn't it, Daniel? I was like, fuck that. I mean, like, holy fuck that news. So yeah, I actually walked away from it. I went from Seattle. I was in Seattle region at the time, Bremerton, and marched my ass down to Danville, Kentucky. Was working construction. My boss then in Danville, come find out, was a fucking coke dealer, and I realized I couldn't get away from it. I just had to fucking make it stay away from him. So I did. Funny, his name was Dan too. Just saying. So I got some of this because for some reason it was cheaper than the shake. It said it was just some old weed, and I was like, well, old by crispy or crunchy because it's nice and firm. It smell good. It break up good. And boy, does it taste good and get you a good buzz. So I got me a little eighth to tide me over till I could afford my ounce again. You gotta sell me some glass someday. Stop having fucking car breakdown on me. Oh my god, dude. That yesterday, reason I didn't blow glass. I know I told you I'd get my car fixed. We'll go blow some glass. Well, we didn't because I had 3 days of fucking running to do. So I got my running done yesterday. We'll blow some glass today. Although I haven't had my nap yet. We're warming up the kiln. Cool. No typing while you're driving, young lady. We'll probably be here for hours. I'll bet you Cat wakes up in her morning and be like, God damn, that motherfucker's still there. That's right, TK. Well, welcome there, ZH. Oh shit. Homebrewed making the public appearances. If you haven't gone over to Ken McClellan's fucking page, he made a cool fucking video, and I'm telling you, his thumbnail got what looked to be, if you fucking look at it like an alien, that ain't no alien. Look at it again. Yeah, I'm same boat there, Polly. Same boat. The funny thing is, I was clean before she went up and got all her shit fucked up. That was just because of a birth control shot. She went on hormone shock with that Depo-Provera shot, and nobody knew about hormone shock because it was an experimental birth control. And yeah, that parted our ways, and she's dead. King hat and the ball on top. I know he's got a planet there, and the fucking what's his breath? His breath is that. Where's it placed? It's right there where a dingly cobra would be. I'm all like, oh fuck, man, that is fucking crazy. That ain't no alien. You got a paddle? I got a paddle. Yeah, that was my first thought when I saw the moon upside down, Pollyanna, in 2010. That's what kind of set me on a frantic race to get out of California and figure out what just exactly what the fuck happened. And here we are. Found out what happened, what we could do about it. We're good. But yeah, it was my exactly first thought. I was like, oh my God, my kid's 6 years old and my moon's upside down. What the fuck have I done? I still have that thought some days. Fuck, the fuck have I done? Oh. Children got the best chance of all of us coming out of this okay. Teach them right. Although my videos are not for children, because of the topic, it should be you telling the kids, not me. Right? That's where I'm at. Except, yeah, polys are already grown. A lot of them are. Shit, mine's 16, man. He's a little man. Look at his fucking fuzzy lip. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad. Well, see, you're teaching them right. Yeah, I can't tell you you're not. You ain't hiding no truth from them. You know, that's. I'm just saying, parents should be able to put it their own way they want to with their own child. So I'm Mark. Definitely not for children. So yeah, my language and all that shit. Fuck, man, mom and dad would be having a outfit on me. You talking to my kid like, well, there ain't supposed to be no kids on this channel. Fuck you, fuck tard, fucking, fuck. Dad, look, I learned a new word today. Some 6-year-old over here fucking around. You know what I mean? Like, keep your kid off my channel, please. In a roundabout, that's funny how things work, isn't it, Polly? On a hindsight, you can actually take a little time every now and again and look back and be like, well, that's just fucking crazy. God, that is some good weed. So what are we gonna make today? I don't know. I'm gonna work on a king and queen again. I've got them pulled out, the internals. I want to make the spirals today, the four winds for the bases. I'm gonna have to make them individual because I don't have a milli for that. Although I would like to make one. It wouldn't be hard to do in all sorts of different colors, but I don't have the material to actually do it. Yeah, I tell that's funny. A lot of people say, I feel like I'm late to the show, and I only have one response. It's like, this is Creator's show. He brought you here just in time for whatever he's got you to do. So don't feel rushed. Just fucking go through it, and whatever you need is going to be took. Because that ain't my information. And I'd argue with anybody about that. I can show you where I got it. Skittles, nice. Tastes like the rainbow. Hey Donna, how you doing? Well, I'm glad you got clobbered, TK. not, not really. Glad you're here though. CH is working hard on the change jars. Yeah, you can tell I let my kid cuss too, and he does. Sometimes he overdoes it. I'll be like, it's nice that you learned a new word. Well, they know them at school by like sixth grade and shit nowadays. I mean, what the fuck are you gonna stop them? Nice. Yeah, somebody was asking about where the fuck can I go, and I'm all like, well, you could go down my page from video one and search for him, or you could go to this, or I could tell you to go to this one cat. Wait for it, Scientific Lee, but he's kind of fucking off his rocker. I said, however, his motion of everything field defined video is a real good learning tool for learning how to fucking read. I just left it at that. I wonder if they're going to be able to figure out that they need to go to Scientific Lee and look at the motion of everything and field defined. They seemed smart enough to be able to pick that out of that statement, you know. But we'll see. Forensic biology. That's just scary. Well, have you not seen the beautiful crazy chart? It's real. If not, I'll find you a link. The correlation between beautiful women and fucking crazy, and you got to find the right combination for you. Yeah. So my problem is I, I know where I like them. It is, John. It is. I seen the video too, man. I almost shit myself laughing. Homie stood there. He did so good. He did so fucking good. He kept such a fucking straight face through that whole thing. I couldn't have never put on suit and tie, stood there and fucking acted like I was trying to teach you something. I would have lost it. I wonder how many takes that took. Oh my God. Oh. Do you think just one take? It seems like it was pretty seamless. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's probably that's a good damn video right there. That's a damn good one right there. Right on. Well, I get blowing my shit. It's 10:20 already. Bricks are cold as a frog's ass, though. We gotta warm them up. Again, everything seems to be working fucking excellent. Somebody pinging me. Pollyanna, one thing you gotta remember is they're both crazy. They're just different degrees. Crazy. The chart, hon. The chart. I know it's a YouTube video, but I swear to God, it works just like fucking 1748 hertz. They no witness to it. Oh, it's 427, by the way. Have you not seen that video? If not, yeah, I mean, there's a unicorn in it. You need the elusive unicorn. Oh shit. It's messed up. Someone got my chair sitting there. You seen it? See, I'm telling you, man, they're both crazy. It's just varying degrees. Is one of them a unicorn? That's some funny shit. Because you're never going to get the unicorn. Oh my God. Yeah, I found that myself fucking years ago when I first came online. I was like, oh, this is what it's going to be like. Oh, shit. She's the fucking unicorn. Oh, John sent. What'd you send me a link to, John? I'm gonna get a studio from that one. Let me check on my dingles. Oh, I got a message from John. Oh yeah. Oh, fucking awesome. The Crazy Hot Matrix. You know, if you dig deep enough, you'll find that on the old Facebook page too a couple of times. Thank you, John. I hadn't seen that in a long time. I'm going to have to watch it to laugh again. That and my fucking fainting goats. I still can't believe that's a thing. Yeah, he did. He did. We're on pause over here. We're gonna listen to it. I say you need to go over there and look at that thumbnail and that diamond bone thing. That ain't no alien. Look at it again. Oh, you gonna save it for dinner time? It's about dinner time for you, ain't it? Go eat. I got it paused. I won't ruin the end. But you gotta look at that. You gotta look. You gotta look at the little diamond-shaped bone over there and put your eye on it. You're like, what the fuck is that? What am I really looking at? What are you having for dinner? Oh, this week was a fucking rough week, John. I'm over there yelling at everybody. It ain't nothing you didn't know. I'm just shaming people. What can I say? I'm going back to shame. And I include myself in some of this shame. I mean, I've been misled too. I say that, but at least I'm fucking smart enough that if somebody came up and told me the moon's doing cartwheels, I know where to find it to look before I go acting like an idiot in public and talking all kinds of smack. Nice. So I was looking for some Alfredo sauce because I got the makings. I can make some fucking Alfredo sauce all by my lonesome. I don't need it because I got flour and shit. I almost forgot about that. Damn. And we got cheese. And I can make my own white sauce. Fuck, we might just have shrimp tonight, anyways. I was looking for the jar of Prego and I forgot I can cook. uh, I do a little bit to thicken it up. See the ancient Chinese with the balls on it, the balls and the internal mechanisms. That's what they say they think it was. And it might be. I don't know. Or that's what they say it might have worked like or something. I don't know. It might be. But yeah, that one. Yeah, I've seen it. They're not exactly sure that's exactly how it worked on the inside, but it makes sense. I don't know if that's exactly how it worked either, knowing our ancients had more fucking knowledge than what we got. Pop off a live cast, John. Fucking off in the corner. You always have the angry, but don't know. No, no. I just made a video telling them not to come here. I don't want to get shitty over here. you know I can. Because I mean, honestly, hardly anybody's welcome over here. You know, really, just you guys, gals. Everybody's welcome here, but I mean, not everybody's welcome to speak here because we ain't here to talk about. We're here to talk about further than what's on there. That's where a lot of we got stem cells from this fucking channel. Know what I mean? It goes further than my research here. We don't want to have to back up. Got to keep the dungeon hidden, off limits. I have been. I've been trying to be real nice about it. Number one, because I try to keep in a fucking element. This is my fucking work. This is where I'm gonna work. If I get all upset, I'm gonna be like, I don't want to fucking blow glass, and then off we go. We'll see you tomorrow. You've seen that too, a couple times it's happened, and I'm just like, I just because I've been trying to be too nice. Convenience foods. Oh my goodness. Like 7-Eleven. Oh, that's pretty convenient. You can get your nachos on. You can get some donuts and coffee if you're a cop. You get you fucking soda if you're a little punk kid. Socializing at the 7-Eleven, yo. Or the Circle K. There's something strange afoot at the Circle K. March. Uh-oh. Huh. It's normal for spring to come like in the middle of winter. John, what are you what? Don't you know it's March showers? March showers bring in Mayflowers. It's March showers bring in Mayflowers. Wait a minute. See, I can't even say it wrong. I'm trying. Trying to make it so normal. I'm not good at normal, am I? Fuck me all to hell. Someone tell me how this is normal. Break it. Go. We'll roll with it today. No, we won't. Someone's fixing to block me. I forgot Pollyanna's over here. I heard we're supposed to get feet of snow, Glenn. I don't even want to hear it. Fuck off. So now look, I'm in a bad mood now. That's it. We're done. Fucking 5 feet of snow. My landlord said something about that, and I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not. I might. Is what they say. Different subject. We're literally supposed to get about 5 foot of snow in the next 2 days over the weekend. And it's supposed to be in the 50s in the day. So, yeah. I'm not really going to worry about it too much. I've got glass, I've got gas, got oxygen, and I got a magnet in my chest. And if my power goes out, that will give me a perfect opportunity to see if I can't like power that thing up with Seamus over here pushing our magnets together and create some perpetual energies and heat this bitch. We'll figure something out. Yeah, they plow out this way occasionally. Yeah, it's been nice here too, Pollyanna, but today it's a little chilly and it is over the fuck cast. And windy, of course. It's been windy all week. Crazy windy. And I got MaryWanna. Enough to last me the weekend. At least till Sunday, when I'm hoping possibly to make a sale. I don't know. Like I said, my local has changed. No longer the same buyer, etc. I might be out that one. I still haven't sold till. But I was on my way out there to show them some fucking glass, and guess what? My car broke down. So, I mean, wasn't meant to be. John just needs some ass. What? You're at home, ain't you? What's up, dear? How you doing? I don't go that route myself. Yep, see, I'm a monk. Pollyanna knows the story. There's plenty of reasons for that. What? Look at me. Are you fucking kidding me? Who's going to tolerate this? Who's going to tolerate this? You thought. Damn, I was trying to shake that. I'm dancing with the flame, dear. That's my job. Oh, I love my job. You got to put the boogie in your butt. That's the dance moves nowadays. I know, right? That's dance moves nowadays. Fucking blowing that glass. I'm just dancing with my flame. I got clothes on too. Holy motherfucking clothes. Look. This is actually one of my favorite mouse shirts from the dead. It's a tribute to Bugs Bunny. Can you show you the back of this fucking shirt in case you haven't seen it? It's a fucking rare shirt. Ugh. Well, here's the front of it. But this is from Mouse, the dead artist, if you know who that is. Here's the back. Oh, Yosemite Sam and the rest of them on there. In dead style. I love this fucking shirt, man. Fucking love it. I saw it in there in my clean pile this morning. I haven't wore that in a while. Because I got a big dirty pile for my bed. It's been buried. Well, I'm more of a monk than a priest is. I don't even want to go there. I'm a good boy. Damn it. No, I've been busy doing other things for 16 years. You know. It ain't that I'm a good boy either. I just, I don't need a relationship. I don't need nobody. Nobody. Oh shit. I'm gonna start dancing. Oh my god. I can't help myself. I'm really happy the way it is. I can't tell you. I mean, well, I don't have to. You guys see me. I'm fucking happy. Laugh all day. Me and my kid fucking. Oh my god. Me and my kid and Patches and Chico and that's an all day thing. If I'm not down here, and sometimes it rolls down here. Or we go invade them. That's life around here. Who's going to tolerate that shit? Especially with me walking around talking about fucking reading hieroglyphs and shit. Yeah. Nowhere to run in the dungeon. The dungeon's my last stand. Hide from Pollyanna. And hope to God I'm faster than that lady. I already know I'm fucked in that division because I got my fucked up back. I gotta take about 3 steps. I'll be like, oh yeah, oh. Oh God. Well, Mr. NASA guy had that fucking distinct pleasure, didn't he, Pollyanna? I didn't know she was on the actual phone with him. I'm over there on his fucking private Facebook page. He's like, this is getting kind of scary. I might start thinking, is this a threat? I was like, threat? Only a little fucking school grade fucking little pussy say this is a fucking threat. I'm asking, what the fuck are you being quiet for? You see the dingly cobra? That motherfucker's fixing to bite you, bite your family, and bite everybody around you. So I don't know what the fuck to talk to you about. You, the director of NASA, you know what the fuck this is. I can't. He blocked me on Facebook. And then I fucking started talking to Pollyanna, and she's like, I'm on the fucking phone with the cocksucker. I'm like, oh my God. That's why I love Polly. Have you seen this wall down? Have you seen it down since then? Swear to God, they got a red alert fucking boot, boot, boot button that goes off. People come out of the fucking walls to make special reparations to fix that shit because Homeboy said, I don't want that woman on my phone again. Would you please keep ISWA running? You got one job. That's what she's telling him. I was like, oh my God. That's fucking beautiful. See what happens when we come together? Just, it don't take a bunch. It just takes a few. And that guy is a fucking little asshole puckered right the fuck up that morning, and I don't think it's unpuckered. He's looking around the corner for Dingley Cobras and Pollyanna. Oh my God. Hi, Sonia. Oh shit. You just got to make sure that you never threaten them and you just stay factual. Because facts are scary. I let them know who I was and what I know. I shot him the old Dingley. So what the fuck is this, dude? You being quiet about the moon and everything? I see you're NASA. You're fucking Mr. NASA. What the fuck are you hiding this shit for? I went off on him, but yeah, I'm blocked now. Daniel says I'm scary. Try not to be too scary, Daniel. We need you out on the this side of the bars. Uh-oh. Humbridge's downloading something. Yeah, there you go. That's yeah, Daniel. I think we all are about that same state. Well, a true warrior would be, you know, you don't want to hurt anybody. Nobody does. And we could talk this through. We're all adults. We can figure out what's going on. We got the facts now. There's no opinion involved. That's what I love about a fact. I mean, you can have an opinion about a fact, but fucking not going to change the fact, right? I mean, it's just not fucking going to change the fact. So if we're all grown adults, we can deal with the fucking facts as they are. It's time to grow the fuck up and get along. Oh, trying to make Polly make videos. Yeah, you gotta be careful nowadays, Daniel. You gotta speak in legal terms. It helps. I deal with Ben Davidson. He's an attorney. I am openly talking truth on that motherfucker in public. Nothing that nobody else is, but he's tried to sue a couple of them. He can't sue me because I've got his fucking words and I repeat his words. All I got to say. That's kind of like reading that article about another troll I had concern about at one point that never posts any fucking thing online ever again. It may take me 8 or 10 years, but I'll fucking handle it. I had never seen the sense in me learning how to make a video because other people that were speaking the truth or trying to expose the truth were already making videos. So I went around trying to tell people, hey man, look at your moon. All they want to do is beat me up. Fuck. No, but you got to use their tools against them because they do that within their own rules. Learn the rules and use your tools like I do. Educate people inside their organizations with the Dingley Cobra and the moon. I got a public service announcement that I made is specifically for them, and I send it around. And I've been doing that with Captain Obvious lately. Captain Obvious has a lot to say. That video I've been sending out and making flag statements of involvement in mass murder with certain politicians, whoever's page I'm on, and their complicity of. So it's setting off red flags in the system itself. And a human being is now required to look at my content. And when they look at my content, they see very quickly I'm not threatening anybody. My wording was not threatening at all. It was actually accusational, standing behind my fucking senatorial knowledge at my state level. And then the whole system starts to crumble because it's us that is the system. See? That's using their tools against them because we're their tools. That's how it works. I learned their system and I know how it works, but you can't go, I'll go in there and be like, for example, oh, you're complicit in mass murder. When I was a senator's investigator, I stepped down because of this plot to fucking have us in fucking lockdown and keep everybody distracted from bink. And I put up Captain Obvious, you know. This sure as hell looks like it, and I sure as hell don't appreciate it. I'd appreciate it if you stood down and or fucking went and fucking transparent and started telling people you pig and or whatever colorful explanation I'm into. And somebody's looking at that content, whether it's on their feed or in their fucking security system. A human being at this point is looking at my content. But you can't threaten them. And you couldn't go in there telling people that you're a senator's investigator that stood down because of this shit, so you know about it and you see what they're doing and you don't appreciate it because they're complicit in mass murder and crimes against humanity. And you start using words like murder, mass murder, and shit. And yeah, it gets that. That's your robot attached. They'll you fucking, as soon as I hit ding, the fucking AI said whoop with its red flag. And somebody got to go check that out. It's beyond AI already. That set off national security alert right there. Somebody has to, by policy, look at my shit. Pollyanna is she very strong in her knowledge? Yeah, you can't threaten anybody. It's not okay. But you can accuse of mass murder. If you know something, I've got evidence. Oh, see, that's why I don't get CNN. They ever put me into court, everybody fries, or they'll bury me in the jail, which isn't going to happen. I get myself a jury. You wouldn't hear about it. I'd walk. If you heard about it, I'll tell you what, somebody's making reparations. Because ain't nobody going to want to broadcast that court hearing. None of these, nobody. The Dingley Cobra, the moon doing cartwheels, and fucking my service, and what I was told, and what I did, and who tried to fucking kill me. Just the evidence I have on that. Because I'm alive and I traced it down and I found the truck and the owner and that was an accident. Because they don't exist anymore. Well, it's definitely, you have a say in your jury. Well, the thing is, they will never come at me because they know every fucking word I speak is gospel. They have no angle to come at me. I'm a U.S. vet. I served for 3.5 years as the top fucking investigator in North Carolina's investigative history of their entire legislature. I set precedents with the first unanimous decision in North Carolina state history with the Anti-Core Curriculum Act, making an actual federal mandate curriculum illegal in the state unanimously. So fuck off. I'm easily traceable. And that's what I'm saying. They're not going to have an angle because I will not give them one. I stay within my legal rights that I know to be my right, and it's because I've read the books. Now, if I was just Joe Schmo trying to make a fucking dollar out here on YouTube, they could prosecute me and put me under the jail just for fucking impersonating a fucking military person and or a fucking politician. It's fucking aid. It's not legal. You can't do that, especially if I was trying to make gains off of it. And I've shown you my DD 214. That would also be fraud and forgery and federal documents, et cetera, et cetera. They could come in and fucking hound my little asshole right here with a little apple in my mouth and tie my hand. Good. Give it to me hard. Pull my mustache. Oh, God. Oh, God. So I don't want that shit. So I just tell you the truth. Damn. You know what? I got a middle image I can't get rid of now. Motherfucker, there's problems. Trouble River City. Yeah. I might want to shave. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. 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 Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard something about that though. Agent Orange had gotten into the fucking water supply. Do you think that's a fucking accident? Really? Are you? Yeah. I'm calling bullshit. Calling high shenanigans. I would believe jet fuel way before I'd believe. It's just, yeah. Yeah. I don't either. Well, it's a, you know, it's a, it's just, that's a weapon mixing with your water. It's not like fuel, which are both kind of common things. And I understand you have the weapon, but also understand how weapons are kept completely different and compartmentalized and et cetera, et cetera. There shouldn't be no Agent Orange in the fucking water in any circumstance. And then yeah, they try to hide shit like that. That's a fucking yeah, used water. Yeah, they'll rectify that fucking water. Shit's fucking nuts. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? I was on a nuke ship. The bug juice, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things they don't tell you about in the recruiting office. I've been telling people for a very long time, if you want to protect this nation, keep your children at home, teach them how to use a gun, because your enemies are here. We're in a constant state of experimentation of how better to control us by using us against ourselves. And that's true on a huge scale. Look, 180 nations of people went into lockdown almost simultaneously over the common cold virus, and millions are lining up to cure the common cold with a vaccine that's a very old known death. You don't do live fucking vaccinations like that because it makes you sick on a permanent basis for the most of the population. I'm not done. I'm not done. There's others out there that still need to know. Yeah, I see a lot of people, you know, and I understand. I get tired. I pull back for what, a week or so sometimes, whatever. So I've pulled out for a couple months. One point, just fucking gather my shit. Um, it's hard to give people a hard truth. Some people, everybody's going to think you're nuts. Some people are going to jump right to it and fucking not even give it a chance to look. Um, but you run into those jewels in the pile of shit that get it. And trust me, y'all stack up. Y'all a bunch of jewels that I found in a pile of shit. Or you found me in a pile of shit. Not that I'm not a pile of shit sometimes, especially early in the morning without my coffee. Fuck out of my hair! Blocked! And then sometimes in the afternoon, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if I'd have blocked them now. Yeah, fuck it. That's about all the thought I give on it. At least they can still look if they want. Yeah, that shit was invasive, and I'm convinced they did a lot of that on purpose anyway, too, to everybody, just like they do all the time. Some people they act like they're doing a favor for. Some people realize they ain't doing them no fucking favors. 180 nations under control of 3. I'd say actually 2. We're kind of like the redheaded stepchild bitch of the Crown Vatican. We've been the warring arm, Knights of Malta. We are the sacrifice. We are, man. That's their book. They wrote it. Don't bug dad till you smell coffee. That's funny. I go out to the kitchen every morning singing with my alarm. Good morning. I swing the fucking door open to him and say, get up, boys, the dogs need to shit. I make my coffee. Like clockwork. That's how he wakes up almost every day. Me singing good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful day. He's like, no. I'm like, it is. It is. Looks like Chico lost a leg over here in my fucking washroom. Some point in the night he had to shit. Chico has a habit of going in the washroom in there at least. He ain't messing around in where I'm going to step. He'll leave a leg behind. I'll wake up in the morning and be like, shit in my house. It's a beautiful day. Oh my God. Yeah, we don't need no government because we actually have a language of the heart that we can listen to mother and father on and understand each other and everything like that. We shouldn't need, as long as we're connected to the source and everything like that, and like original, we should be. We don't need nobody over another. That's what everybody's telling me. Oh, catfish for president. I'm like, you don't get it. You don't get it because I don't. And I'm not voting for that guy. What's up, Cosmic? Oh, yeah, I know. But, John, see, it'd just sound bragging if I started talking right now. So it's hard to get them unattached once you give them the good dick. I just leave it there. I thought we was dancing. How did we get over here again? There's a reason I'm a monk, John. There's a reason I'm a monk. Because I've already introduced many a woman to God on an individual basis. Now I'm just trying to reach out to the whole world. Okay. Oh God, look, you're making me blush. Oh God. I know, see, and I have. That's what I'm afraid of. Too fucking old to run away. Oh. Oh God. Oh. Yeah, I don't need a girlfriend. Oh shit. I thought we were listening to stuff. God look, she thinks it's funny too. Until I'm down in the dungeon and Polly's like, "That's my fish, bitches.
Yes.
That's my fucking fish. That's my fucking fish, bitches." You'll see how real it is. It gets crazy. It just does. Stick 'em. I told you about my ex-wife. Oh my God. Rum and cake. Oh, I like rum. I like cake. I like cake. Have you ever had rum cake? It's actually pretty good. I was like, rum cake? It's actually pretty good.
Tensions continue to rise today as people take to the streets in protest for the new legislation signed today at the Capitol. This bill
What the fuck are you getting started, John?
Constitutional rights in an effort to combat ongoing domestic terror.
The fuck is this?
Williams commented on the momentous decision.
No, but the American people must understand that
Jesus. No. Okay. I'm gonna send your wife a care package.
sir. No.
Damn it. The hell, man. I still got some big rod. Somewhere. I don't know where it is. I lost it.
Somebody talked. We were late again last night. Oh, because I got a close here. Now, we're sighted again.
I think it is a placebo unless you eat the whole cake. I'm not sure.
None of that.
It might have a little bit of a dish too.
Kills you because you can't be home by 10.
You really don't care.
Sam, I care about your safety more than I care about anything. That's why I moved us away from the city to protect you. At least be grateful. Instead, what do? You trash the house.
We got a sci-fi movie going on. Oh, I've watched this one. Okay. I thought I recognized. I was like, what the fuck? Or maybe I haven't. What the fuck is that? Someone got armor on. I might have to watch this later.
Sports and news. YouTube TV. Try it free.
You blowing motherfuckers up too. Oh man, look, I shut down the wrong one. It's okay. I got it. I didn't mean to shut that. I had a good timeline on. I kept talking through. Oh well. Age is only a number. It is. I'm at the age that I know doesn't get along with 20-year-olds very well. In general. I've met a few. Oh, look, I told you Daz is going to fart. He did. Daz will fart. Just a little bit. Nothing surprising. We've been farting down there for a while. Well, you can call it what it is, Daniel. I'm calling them Anunnakis. Whatever it is brought darkness to our lives for centuries. I'll agree with you. There was an outside force. Now we got the truth, and it's time to make the choice in your heart. And that is the key moment in each and every human's life, I think, that we need to catalyze. Some of them have made their choice not to even look. Oh no, bro. I ain't even speculating. No, that you know. I found out this guy was in an organization that's kind of shady. Did you see what he did to that organization? Almost single-handedly. At least a pretty big fucking branch of their fucking. I mean, it's. I don't know. I ain't even gonna guess what happened there. Kind of creepy, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you need that structure that way, that's fine too. But keep in mind, Canon's going to tell you that. And I proved the creator in omnipresence. That's for sure. And it's even better than yin and yang because it's all like good by design. Growth, eternal growth from learning from mistakes and all that. And that's sometimes it gets ugly. That's what this looks like. Hopefully, we're hoping people grow from their mistake. This was a big one. This one they actually took on creation. Actually, in essence, has very little to do with us. This is them trying to be little creators, literally. That's what the whole firmament's about, to keep us separated from the rest of creation. Some kind of frequency. I don't know what the fuck they do. I understand that they've been recycling us. We listen to the tablets of Thoth and walked us step by step what's going on there. And Creator wants his babies back at home because we've been recycled too much for their gain, and it's been all for naught. And they forgot that they were stewards on their own planet for so long that we scared them when they came over here. What the fuck? There ain't very many of them left, but look at what they do. They're throwing stones around that we can't even fucking conceive. Well, yeah, it's the energy, the yin and the yang. Exactly. That's what all these symbols are. They just we're told they mean other things, but in essence, that's the fucking way energy works. It's your electromagnetic. It's all one. That's all that really is. It's not your. You can look at it as good against evil, especially when. But it's more of a balance to the good. Creation has been weighed, evaluated, tasked, and how did Mom put it? She used the word censused. Creation has been censused and found good, and I was like, oh, okay. I felt a pause one day. I don't remember what day, but it was like a pause. It was weird, and I got that message. I was like, oh, it's good, and it moved on. It was like almost as if it had been found not good. I don't know if it would have moved on. You know what I mean? It was the weirdest thing, and I still don't to this day know if it was just something that happened in my head. But it sure makes sense that we would grow creation perpetually with learning and growing our sparks of creation as we go back to the Creator as a prodigal child. And we haven't for a very long time. And all of creation has suffered for it. When is Seth going to get handled? I don't know. Well, he's kind of in a fight right now. We've seen a couple of blasts by our side go by, and we've seen damn near the whole front of that sun turn black already in the last couple of years. There's obvious interaction is happening. Have you, speaking of vortexes, John, have you had a chance to watch the IMF lines lately on the sides of the planet? It's like, that's kind of new because they're doing a vortex roll on both sides now, and all the way back. It's like, the fuck is that now? That's definitely a new thing that I've noticed in the last, week, and it's getting more and more. Yeah. I was like, wow, that's really a thing going on, isn't it? I was like, oh wow. And now it's on the top and the bottom. I'm like, oh boy. I'm the Y cut. What's up, for? One on each side. Yeah, one on each side now. I was like, what the fuck? Just today that I noticed. I didn't notice that yesterday, but I noticed it like late last night, and I woke up and it's still there. I'm like, what the fuck? You're okay. John's making a video. Look at him. I'm kind of wondering about that too. I'm waiting for John to explain it to us because I won't. I'll just send you. I'll send you to entanglement school. Oh, if we could see taller. Yeah, I know. I know, John. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? But you're definitely seeing some interaction there, ain't you? It's like, oh my God. And that's like interaction of IMF and IMF. That ain't even us at all at any point in that situation. Somebody's moving in. Because we have been watching the interaction between the IMF and our field lines. Those are IMF lines. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I thought it was crazy. I was like, oh my God. That's fucking crazy. And now it's on top and bottom. How many objects we got around us, John? It's starting to get really good. The whole fucking the show's getting good. It was good before, but look at all the IMF lines now. Dude, we're talking about fucking who, buddy. The show's getting good. Yeah, we got one behind us, and we got these guys and these. But how many of these are intertangling into each other? Because those aren't even our field lines. You think NASA can see? I know NASA's got a bead on each and every one of those objects. You bet. Yeah, absolutely. If John and I could sit here and point at them, and then you can go out in your night sky and see him, or Richard and I can stand there, and Richard's seen him a few times, see him in the daytime. And if you're looking at the sun, standing in a parking lot without a windshield over your face, and you're looking at another sun that's really, really dim beside of it, that looks more like it's being reflected because it's on the other side of the sun. That's a pretty big fucking planet. You know what I mean? And it makes sense. It was a hole in Horace's box. That's big. But it's got to be on the other side of the sun if you're seeing it like that. Because if it was that close to our sun and on our side, we'd see basically a crescent or nothing, just like we do with the moon. Yeah, well, everything forms in a sphere. John did a pretty damn good video using Lee's Barkland example on the magnet of why everything's a sphere and it's not flat. It's physics. We're actually like egg shaped because that's the way matter forms around a magnet, because it's the magnet field. That's the pine cone and all that. Actually, the pine cone represents the electromagnetic. Nah, it's all normal. It's normal. 2 foot dead corn? Normal. What do you mean corn maze? Yep. I thought it was a pretty damn good real-time demonstration of holy shitness. That's why everything's a sphere. You can see it. What's up, Pancake? What am I cooking for dinner? That's the question now. First, now my bricks are warm. Let me get some warm up in my kiln real quick. Warm up. I want to make a real mug too this weekend. By the way, we'll make a base for one of those. That's close. That's more like a. It's not for a mug. That's for a marble. Starts with an M. But it's got to have some soak time. It's nice and thick before we go touching it, or it could explode on me. We've seen that. We don't want that to happen. Fucking dope. Just about fell fucking off. That's not good. Let's go see what's for dinner. And the catfish is fucking corner cooking with fucking catfish. White fish. Boy, what are we having for dinner? Oh my god, I told you to give it some thought. Didn't I? Let's see. Let's see what we got here. We have too much food. Got all of this, and we don't have any maple sausages. Did we eat all the maple sausages? Don't start with me about my sausages. Oh, I see something we could have real quick. There's some real French fries. Seamus? Stop, Seamus. No, why do I have to remind you every time I come up here to stop that crap, man? I don't want to hear barking. And that's all you're doing. Boy, you know what you're fixing to have for dinner, don't you?
What?
Peanut butter and fucking jelly. Oh, Jesus. You know? And a bag of rice. Get on it, home ec slave. You want rice? There's a bag of rice in there you can make with our chimichangas. I'll be up to doctor them up. We got olives and tomatoes and all that good stuff. What the hell's going on? Well, you can't come out here. It's misting. It's going to get my computer wet. I got to turn on my oxygen. I'm going to have my home ec slaves do my cooking, do my bidding for me. He wants chimichangas, he can make them. I don't even like those things. Yeah, I mean, they're all right if you doctor them up with it. What do you want? What do you want, shitball? I just want your hand. Oh, he's so cute. Listen to this. This isn't the noise a dog makes. Oh my God, that's the noise a dog makes. Did you get the rice? Let me help you. Right here. Oh, that's not rice. It's not rice, Punk.
Excuse me. I'm the one to cover.
Here, look. See?
No, I don't.
It says Mexican rice. That would go great with chimichangas.
No, it doesn't. No.
It's got bell peppers.
It says Chinese.
Yeah. It's got bell peppers. I'm gonna teach you how to read again. And that's it. Nothing about China. I could make you make mac and cheese. Well, you're the one that liked it so much that I bought 3 boxes and then decided that you don't like mac and cheese no more. You're the one that decided not. Where are my cashews? What?
Not to cook it.
Oh, you want mac and cheese with chimichangas?
Yeah.
Yeah, me either. That sounds like fucking pig slop to me. Hey! $1,200 computer you're smacking over there, boy. Take your money. Look at that. Look. Look, oh, I'm going to now. I got a bicycle. Oh shit. Well, you know the rules once you but it's yours. Oh shit. See, we all know this. Daniel knows the rules. Damn it. You don't have to be bad. I try not to be most days. It just comes natural. So let's listen to Ken.
Welcome back to End Times and Creation.
Damn. And they're getting
This morning I was reading a story about how scientists want to take sperm and egg samples from 6.7 million of Earth's species and park a good variety of them on the moon for safekeeping.
On the moon. Kind of like they did that one
the
time.
Hazards thought by the ancients applying to the next 3 years may or may not be a good idea. For example, one prophecy suggesting the moon may be hit by the son of Ra this time. A similar Svalbard vault concept could be a great idea if Chan Thomas was right in 1963. Bay of Bengal goes to the North Pole, Svalbard goes to the equator and is not destroyed, passing under that girdle tide before replacing Namibia in the global scheme of things. Unfortunately, the world we are living in is still ruled by the Bible. So the tribe of Dan is still all about war, and the tribe of Judah is still the economic black hole of the planet. Between the two of them, there is not much hope for the former Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian, and Eurasian tribes. It will soon be time for a reset. And oh, by the way, the New World Order will be nearly indistinguishable from the Old World Order. Just a few new names at the top, as when the communist intelligentsia replaced czarist nobility. In other words, don't place your stock picks on the Middle East for a while. The great rumble of Gog and Magog is about to begin. One of the things we've been looking at since at least the 80s is whether our systems can withstand a blast of electromagnetic pulse. What we discovered is that a range of physics phenomena, from nuclear bombs to solar flares to GRBs, can induce an electron avalanche that fries circuits as far as the eye can see, and that can extend pretty far depending on the altitude of the problem. If you want to save an emergency radio or generator past the first wave of the apocalypse, throw it inside a sealed plastic bag and put that inside a Faraday bag. Otherwise, stand by to keep a torch or campfire that for a few years, the New World Order will prove a dark one for a while. There's healthy debate as to whether or not the zombie apocalypse will be a thing. For example, if the previous slide is correct, then the preferred vehicle for post-EMP marauding would be a bicycle or a pre-1960 vehicle before they had solid-state circuitry and electronic ignition. Of late, there are some EMP shields and surge protectors you can try to retrofit into your vehicle for your favorite auto or bike, but you'll be living in a world where you'll need a hand pump and a long hose before you go racing out across the desert, causing mayhem like Mad Max. Did you know our modern police state was born in 1981?
Yes!
1984, as predicted by George Orwell. Yes, it was an innovation foisted by a presidential
Reagan,
who no longer knew better. Continuously executed emergency executive orders keep us in a world ruled by the Fed and their shadow government called interagency. The Patriot Act was nothing new. Habeas corpus is dead. The Constitution is dead. And some of us won't be heard of before long. Start cleaning up your internet traffic, but they probably got you dead to rights for anything ever said over a digital circuit or
I hope
within
so.
earshot of Siri. Conspiracy fact.
Every typed word I ever said.
Folks have already begun thinking about what life would be like under the government infrastructure if it's suddenly rendered incompetent. The Trumpy insurrection was just a dry run to get you thinking. I honestly don't see Southern California going along with Cascadia. Don't believe we'll be here at all. Like oceanfront property in Florida, we were just a bad idea. About 11 years ago, we heard about the coming of the cull. We had no idea it would be a virus and its related vaccines. Human development and evolution are about to head into unknown parts through medical progress and our propensity to subsidize stupidity by as many ways as long-term survivability can be limited. Did I ever tell you human religion is a self-licking ice cream cone? Its practitioners can't lose until you call them on their colossal egos. They've designed a spirituality that sort of hints at our planet's periodic destruction and renewal, but then when it finally does come, the blame squarely falls on you, the subscriber, not on them for having messed up the sacrifices and the doctrine, or the ancient Sumerian and Babylonian gods whose names they changed to protect the guilty. Seriously, when the day of judgment comes, you will find what was once considered the greatest demon exalted and what was seen as the greatest god sinking away to the underworld.
He just said the same fucking words about the Anunnakis that I did.
The Bible tells you to bank on the war in the Middle East because it is the geocenter of the world's landmass. So Herodotus says Egypt was the place to be during pole shifts, and the Bible implies Israel is the center of the earth. Well, China says it is. Unpalau stones can be seen as a reminder of the cornerstone's victory, and they were found in Ireland, Scotland, Rome, Greece, Jordan, Phoenicia, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and India. So stand by for the God of war. He brings not peace.
He's also right about 4 suns. I know I
Pay
heard
attention
about
to the
3.
skies. There are currently hidden planets around the sun.
I did show you the big blue planet with black
meteorites on an orbit from Australia to Minnesota. There are also fireballs crashing to the Earth, and we pretend every day these objects are not related.
He's dead.
If you are a reader of Zechariah Sitchin, you believe the Anunnaki supervise mining all over the planet. If you are a follower of Eric von Daniken, you know that we are the 4 descendants, miners, herders, and farmers, basically the slave underclass to an intergalactic empire. Could it be that Star Wars by George Lucas is more faithful to the truth than your favorite?
Personally, I don't see much of a difference between Von Daniken
and James Churchward, who suggested that the ancients left
Sitchin, but
truthful images for creation and its consequent religions. But then we've done just a terrible job of interpretation over the millennia. Here, for example, you can see how Sol, Saturn, and Jupiter get a bad rep for breathing the words of God and for eating their young. We passed the 120th year, the Tu Shushimu of Genesis 6:3 in January. We are in the 11th year of the bull and the 14 years of Baruch. We are going into our 7th past the sign of the Baptist and the 5th of the lion.
Hang on back up.
Daniel, Isaac, and John, truth in your favorite book of the Bible. I believe it was James Churchward who suggested that the ancients left us truthful images for creation and its consequent religions. But then we've done just a terrible job of interpretation over the millennia. Here, for example, you can see how Sol, Saturn, and Jupiter get a bad rep for breathing the words of God and for eating their young. We passed the 120th year, the Tu Shushimu of Genesis 6:3 in January.
I ain't never heard that.
We are in the 11th year of the bull and the 14 years of Baruch. We are going into our 7th past the sign of the Baptist and the 5th of the lion. Daniel, Isaac, and John's sign for the 3.5-year countdown arrives in a few days. But you know what? I'm weary of the dates and the warnings and the prophecies to come. I wouldn't. If you're interested in understanding the future, take a look at this reference to our fatal year in Nostradamus and begin to search out the double entendre by which he fooled the Inquisition. Events in miniature sometimes foreshadow colossal realities much later. For example, his almanacs hold archetypal warnings of greater import to us than to his King Henry II, for whom the writings eventually proved fatal. Glimpsing the future is sweet, but understanding it can sour your stomach and trouble your sleep. Do the best you can today with what you have. Worrying about the many roads ahead may not lead you to anything better than what you are doing right now. I know it hasn't for me. God bless you and keep you.
Hi everybody, welcome to this timeline documentary. My name is Dan Snow, and here I am in the Lancaster bomber cockpit, one of the few remaining Lancasters from the Second World War, to tell you about my new history channel. It's called History Hit. It's like Netflix for history. Hundreds of history documentaries on there and interviews with many of the world's best historians. Follow the information below this film, or just search online for History Hit, and make sure you use the code TIMELINE to get a special introductory offer. Now enjoy this show.
Total war is all-encompassing. A war without boundary or limitation. Second World War, massive armies advanced, confronting whole populations with impossible choices.
That doesn't sound like sci-fi. Let me see what
the manufacture of weapons transformed industry and the workforce.
Why peace failed
cities to rubble.
After World War I.
Sieges doomed populations to starvation.
I could tell you.
Racial policies sponsored campaigns of genocide.
This is 52 minutes. Because the Crown Vatican DC Corporation couldn't quite form Israel at that point. Palestine was a pretty strong nation, and they hadn't really ass-fucked the Middle East enough at that point to get away with it. And they needed World War II to make Balfour Declaration come true. It's steps. It's little steps here and there. And that's how they've done this. So I wonder in the 52-minute long documentary if they're going to come to that conclusion.
At the heart of this conflict were...
I can tell you this much.
It would reveal both
probably not.
People whose lives were lost or mortgaged to the demands of total war.
The bloodline of Zeus. So you're the bloodline of Enlil, the eagle bloodline of the Anunnaki then, because that's who Zeus is. Just, you know, Kelly, go. Hangs head in shame. I've given you the last warning. I gave you your last warning last time we talked. I said, this is your last warning. Bye.
In the peace that followed the First World War, people across the globe, raw and grieving, hoped it had been the war to end all wars. But a far more destructive war lay in their not-too-distant future. In the 1920s and 30s, the fragile peace began to falter. The Abyssinian crisis. The Sino-Japanese War.
She's always seeing somebody and trying to be afraid of them.
Each in their own way, providing glimpses of the war
I'm
to
tired of
come.
looking at it, man. I'm tired of looking at lies when I've got
The
fucking
nature of
truth.
war had been shifting from limited warfare towards total war for many years.
Kelly. Have a nice day.
Military scholars and philosophers sought a way to describe this new kind of warfare. In the 1820s, the influential Prussian general and military scholar Karl von Clausewitz developed his concept of absolute war.
And in his mind, an absolute war was a war where there was no limited political objective. The entire destruction of the enemy's states, if necessary, the total eradication of their independence. On Clausewitz's thoughts, absolute war was unlikely. He thought the strain it would place in societies would cause them to collapse. But of course, he had not foreseen the development of enormous nation states by the turn of the 20th century.
Von Clausewitz's theory of absolute war anticipated some of the realities of war almost 100 years after he wrote it. But when the First World War introduced the world to warfare dominated by the industrial strength of the combatants,
that's actually Alexander the Great's dad.
She's talking about.
It was just about as bad as Inky.
The scale is like nothing we've ever seen before in war, and so are the casualties that follow.
Or no, Alexander the Great's dad was Marty.
It's about how economies.
There's another one that is fucking in.
For the first time, you have major command economies in Europe, where the government directs the production to support the war effort. There's a huge change in how society approaches the creation of economic wealth.
General Erich Ludendorff, nominally German First Quartermaster General and effectively overall commander, dubbed the new kind of conflict total war. It was the First World War that alerted Ludendorff and others to the possibilities of total war. But it was the Second World War that would demonstrate its catastrophic potential.
The Second World War fits the idea of a total war even more so. Whereas in the First World War, the state, although well developed and able to put millions into the field, lacked certain features that the Second World War state had. In the Second World War, you have fairly totalitarian states, Nazi Germany, Soviet Russia, even Imperial Japan, who can mobilize their population on a level never seen before. Total war encompasses different dimensions. Elements of total war to do with the level of technology and destruction to destroy the military actions. Others are to do with the way in which civilians are exposed to violence.
Like last week, she was talking to all the Anunnaki. I'm like,
exposure to the different aspects.
And the ones she kept mentioning have been dead for a long time. I'm like, come on,
when the war ended, the cities of the United States were intact. Those of Germany in ruins. Both Germany and Australia were combatants. But the degree to which those living in each country experienced total war varied immensely. The citizens of Dresden saw their city destroyed. The people of Melbourne were untouched. The extent to which war dominated the economies of each country committed to the war effort also varied.
Germany, for example, actually didn't mobilize its economy very effectively in a total way until relatively late in the war. Britain started that process much earlier.
The most complete mobilization of the home front was in the Soviet Union, where the true nature of total war was made clear by the German invasion. It was a struggle for existence, and the society had to go all in.
Right from the beginning, if you endorse the notion of total war, you were breaking down restrictions on the kind of means that can be used to achieve victory. I think total war has several key features. It is a war that is seen as an existential struggle. The nations that are involved see it as a question of survival or annihilation.
Who's Zeus's brother? Poseidon. Yankee.
To win that.
It's the whole pantheon.
To be legitimate.
Total war did not emerge spontaneously. It evolved through the conflicts of the years between the wars, which included and gathered together elements of total war. With each conflict, people across the world became accustomed to, perhaps desensitized to, the unrestrained violence of total war. When the Second World War went global in 1941,
we've heard all that right here.
Millions of people were becoming embroiled in a struggle for total victory or total defeat. The origins of the commitment to total war and total defeat can be traced back to the armistice of 1918.
The First World War ended on November the 11th, 1918, at least in the West. But in fact, fighting went on longer in the East. And I think that's something we should always remember. What happened then is that the leaders of the victorious Allies had to meet and had to decide how to deal with what was a catastrophic situation in Europe.
In 1919, Europe was chaotic. The great continental empires that had, for better or for worse, ruled over Europe, Habsburg, Hohenzollern, Romanov, Ottoman, were gone. The aftermath of the Great War had left parts of Europe starving. It had globalized and industrialized warfare on a scale never seen before. And then at the side, leaders from nearly 30 nations came together to establish the terms of the peace.
I think that very much in their minds of those who went to the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 was to try and avert another catastrophe like the one they'd just come through.
The peace at the end of the First World War was in many ways an illusion. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on the 28th of June 1919, was one of 5 treaties formulated in the Paris Peace Conference. The terms of the treaty were seen as unnecessarily harsh. The War Give Clause, which placed the blame for the war squarely at German feet, had numerous toxic consequences. The payment of billions in reparations, the loss of territory and population, loss of all the colonies, and restrictions on the size of the German army, and on the creation of weapons and munitions among them. Versailles left a legacy of resentment in Germany that was to prove disastrously fertile.
It was surprising how many people during the making of the Treaty of Versailles were looking forward and saying, well, the Germans are going to be, they're going to be vengeful. There is going to be a new war in due course.
Shocked by the severity of the terms, many Germans believed its punitive measures were unfair. The treaty became widely known as the Diktat. Another legacy of the loss that would have far-reaching consequences for the mobilization of the population for total war, and later insistence on total unconditional surrender, was the Durchstoßlegende, or stabbed in the back legend.
The stab in the back myth was a belief that Germany had never actually been defeated in the First World War, that her armies were still in the field and hadn't been overthrown by the Allied armies, and that it was only those people at home, the socialists, the Jews, the elements who were effectively against the state, who had brought Germany to a situation where they were forced to negotiate peace. This was a myth, but it was a very convenient myth, and this played out in a very powerful way in the rise of the right in the 1920s and 30s.
Hitler and the Nazi Party capitalized on rising resentment. The abolition of the treaty was a key platform for the party.
Bei Diktaten wirken wir nicht mit. Wir mögen ein Diktat als Diktat und oktroyieren.
Hitler also vowed to create Lebensraum, living space for the German people. Land lost in the treaty would be regained, and more added. The ideological concept that Germany needed to expand its territory to thrive was not new when Hitler wrote about it in Mein Kampf.
It's actually turn of the century, even late 19th century thinking about empires. And this idea that the future belongs to those powers that have the great spaces, the mass populations, and the industrial resources at hand.
But Hitler's belief that Germany's destiny lay in expanding its territory to the east could only be done through conquest. The implications of the Treaty of Versailles on Germany in the 1920s and 1930s are clear. But the Paris Peace Conference also had broader global implications, one of which was the formation of the League of Nations. The idea of collective security was thought to offer protection against war, a measure of protection against the possibility of another Great War. The League was the brainchild of US President Woodrow Wilson, and he petitioned for its inclusion in the Treaty of Versailles.
Woodrow Wilson put a great deal of faith in the League of Nations. He felt it would provide a way of settling disputes of nations of the world working together, but also providing collective security so that an attack on one member of the League of Nations could be seen as an attack on them all. And it was a very idealistic type of international institution, but I think there was strong support for it at the time.
The League was established on the 10th of January 1920. Despite popular support and President Wilson's enthusiasm for the League, opposition in Congress from those who did not want America embroiled in another European crisis meant that the United States never joined.
Now, if the United States joined the League of Nations, we'll never know, but the history of the 1920s and 1930s might have been a bit different.
The League's ability to enforce collective security was tested repeatedly during the interwar years. One of the greatest tests it faced was Japan's invasion of Manchuria. The Eurocentric view of the Second World War is that it began in 1939. But war was being fought in the East long before Hitler invaded Poland. The invasion of Manchuria in 1931 was perhaps the first step on a long road to World War.
Sarah Steiner, the great historian at Cambridge, calls the period from 1929 to 1933 the Thin Years. These are the years that make things different. The Japanese military moved into Manchuria in 1931, in defiance of orders from their own civilian government, and civilians were increasingly helpless to stop the Japanese military.
Japan had a presence in Manchuria from the early 20th century, when victory in the Russo-Japanese War had secured for Japan control of the Liaodong Peninsula, and with it the South Manchurian Railway. The neutrality of the area was also important to Japan, to serve as protection for their colonial interests in Korea, which Japan had formally annexed in 1910. The Manchurian incident began with an explosion along a section of the South Manchurian Railway on the night of September 18, 1931. The explosion was created as a pretext for invasion by officers of the Japanese Kwantung Army, acting independently from the authority of the government in Tokyo.
It had been planned by two relatively junior officers, but within the space of about 5 to 10 days, they managed to occupy large parts of a region that is about the size of France and Germany combined. So this was really one of the most daring military actions that has been seen really in the 20th century. Now, many people asked, why didn't the international structures, why didn't the international community do more at that time? Why didn't the Americans take action, or the British, or the League of Nations?
Lack of food is causing great starvation, and relief agencies give aid as best they can.
Chiang Kai-shek, head of the nationalist government in China, offered limited resistance, believing the League of Nations would resolve the conflict.
May I, for a few moments, recall to your mind the history of the present crisis. We do appeal to you.
The League investigated and labeled Japan the aggressor, but the international community was not inclined to become actively involved.
All of Europe's great countries had gone through a deeply traumatic and terrifying experience with war on their doorstep. The likelihood that they would threaten or go to war for a very far-off country in East Asia, which they didn't regard as a serious ally, was something that I think at the time few politicians would have ventured to.
Japan rejected the League's censure and refused to return Manchuria to China.
And however, I find it impossible to accept that it accepted by the Assembly.
In March 1933, Japan abandoned the League, clearly undermining its capacity for enforcing collective security.
And there is an international kind of almost applause of what Japan is doing. When we look at international magazines, both British and Japanese, that deal with the idea of imperial development or colonialism, there's constant British discussion of the excellent impact that Japan is having in East Asia.
Manchuria, or Manchukuo, as it was renamed by the Japanese, who set up a puppet regime under China's last emperor, remained in Japanese hands until Japan's defeat in 1945. The invasion of Manchuria showed Japan and other aggressive nations that there would be minimal consequences for violating the League's rules. And that was dangerous, because Japan was not the only nation intent on expanding her borders in the 1930s.
In October 1935, Italy invades Ethiopia and insists on doing it in a dramatically fashion with a massive army and the use of massively superior air force.
The Italian invasion of Ethiopia, then known as Abyssinia, fulfilled what Benito Mussolini referred to as natural expansion. Il Duce believed Italy should be an imperial power, and colonization of the independent Ethiopia offered a chance to build his empire. It also offered agricultural land in the country's fertile cotton-growing regions.
It's possible, I think, to argue that when Mussolini decided to invade Abyssinia, Ethiopia, and conquer it as part of the Italian Empire, and the other powers failed to stop him, that this is a turning point. That once that's happened, you're on the march now to the Japanese aggression, to German aggression, and so on. And you're on the march for the Second World War.
The pretext for the invasion was an incident at Val in December 1934, when Somalis, serving Mussolini, fired on the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians returned fire, and this was Mussolini's trumpet belly for mobilizing his troops. Standing on a Roman balcony, Mussolini announced the invasion of Ethiopia on the 2nd of October 1935.
While soldiers in East Africa who are the first not fighting in the movement, Italy and the world knew that meant war.
In Ethiopia, civilians quickly began targeting. They were terrorized on the ground, as well as some areas on mountains. It began within days of the opening of hostilities. Word was becoming. On December 25th, 1935, Mussolini agreed to the use of poison gas. For 40 years out, villages had been drenched with mustard gas. Women and children, betrayal and marriage were intentionally targeted. With skin burn, livestock killed, and water supplies poisoned. Mussolini denied using gas against civilians.
Mussolini claimed that the type of wound that the Ethiopians got in poison gas, that it was just a form of leprosy. And they weren't really using poison gas against the Ethiopians at all. The trouble was that the democracy tended to deny because they didn't want to force the issue into a shooting war. In fact, we had retrieved from Ethiopia a canister of poison gas marked in the title, so we knew exactly what it was. And we were therefore, as I said, in a sense, colluded with the Italian atrocities in Ethiopia.
The more widespread use of gas against civilians in Ethiopia demonstrated that the moral boundaries protecting non-combatants were being obliterated. Unrestrained violence against civilians was becoming normalized. Civilians were fair game as part of military tactics and as the capital of talent distribution.
And so in a way, the Ethiopian war, it turned Mussolini into a bad dictator. When lots of people in 1932 would have thought, oh, well, the Italians at least go out as good dictator.
In Addis Ababa, in February 1937, Italian army and Spanish paramilitary forces rampaged through the city in retribution for an attack on the life of the fascist governor, General Rodolfo Graziani.
Which then produces the typical fault-on-the-man sort of prophecy of Ethiopian history of the monarchy called the Leviathan, the Italians destroy the monarchy, kill the monarchy, burn the classic example of European family of black stone history, only Europeans have this so bad luck.
At home, Mussolini worked to mobilize the Italian economy for his war of civilization and liberation. One campaign called for wives to donate their wedding rings to the war effort. Many enthusiastically did. Queen Elena made a ceremony of donating her ring.
Queen Eleanor inaugurates Italy's wedding ring day and exhorts the women of Italy to sacrifice their rings.
Boy? Pretty sure.
Mussolini recognized that the need to mobilize the economy and win the support of the population at home were key elements of modern war. But Italy was far from being an industrial power of the first rank, and the mobilization of resources for the Abyssinian adventure and for involvement in the Spanish Civil War fatally undermined Mussolini's capacity to fight a total war in alliance with Hitler's Reich. The League of Nations condemned the Italian invasion, but sanctions failed to make any real difference. The import of mules and camels was banned, but not cars and lorries. France and Britain tried to negotiate a plan with Ethiopia and Italy that would cede 2/3 of Ethiopia to Italy, but both parties rejected it.
I think we need to remember that the great powers, in this case Britain and France, were imperial powers too. And it was quite hard for them to say to Mussolini, hang on, we've got big empires, but actually you can't have one. And they tried to stitch a deal with him so that he would have influence in Abyssinia and bits of territory and so on, because they were quite used to carving up parts of Africa in their own interest.
The Abyssinia crisis, following Japan's invasion of Manchuria, further undermined collective security and the credibility of the League. When the Emperor Haile Selassie abandoned Ethiopia, he sought and was reluctantly granted asylum in London. He made an appearance at the League of Nations and was greeted by jeering Italian press and others who turned their backs in protest at his appearance. Finally, when the scene settled, he told those assembled, "You abandoned us to Italy." This, he asserted, was a terrible precedent of bowing before force and a foreshadowing of things to come. "It is us today," he told the League. "It will be you tomorrow."
I think we're so focused on Hitler and 1930s, the impact he had on other politicians, that we forget, I think, that Mussolini was, for many years, a much more important figure. He was a fascist dictator for 11 years before Hitler came to power. He was generally viewed in the 1920s and 1930s as a serious politician, also a serious threat in some way.
In May 1936, Mussolini announced victory to jubilant Italian crowds. Italy had destroyed primitive villages and intentionally targeted civilians with bombs and gas. It used war to expand its territory, draw on the agricultural resources of occupied land, and mobilize its own economy to support the war effort. Europe watched. As Mussolini was declaring victory in Abyssinia, Spain was falling into a brutal civil war that would profoundly affect the lives of civilians and prepare the path towards total war. The conflict, which grew from a failed military coup, was a complex struggle fought between centralism and regionalism, nationalism and republicanism, left and right, authoritarian and libertarian viewpoints. It tore the country apart.
What we can say in terms of the Spanish War and the international context is the Spanish Civil War was absolutely, in its origins,
a Spanish war, a narrow domestic conflict. And that held good, both for the origins and for maybe the first 2 weeks of the Civil War and thereafter. Spain became a battlefield in an international war.
Italy and Germany supported the nationalists. The Republicans found support in the Soviet Union. And both sides attracted adventurers, idealists and fanatics from all over the world. Most famously on the Republican side, in the form of the International Brigades.
Now, in terms of both Hitler and Mussolini, it's often said, that what they did was ideological, supporting another fascist, that it was also about experimenting with new military equipment, which to an extent it was. But the key thing that was behind the thinking of both of them was to undermine Britain and France.
There were no simple alliances in this war, and everyone, including civilians, were both targets and potential enemies.
One of the most terrible aspects of the Civil War is the arming of youth at a school age. The youngest rebel in arms is now announced by his fellows when he leaves hospital at Vergara. The crowd stands to attention with a fascist salute as the 14-year-old veteran, healed of his wounds, comes out to report for duty.
The concept of a fifth column emerged in this war. Nationalist General Emilio Mola Vidal, moving on Madrid with his four-column army, described a fifth column of supporters, already in Madrid, undermining his opposition. The idea of fifth columnists later fueled fear and the persecution of enemy aliens in the Second World War. In Spain, savage reprisals against opponents and suspected opponents were carried out by both sides. Campaigns of fear and terror were intentionally employed. Threats of rape were broadcast over the radio, and those whose families had fled were killed. As nationalist forces moved through an area, anyone perceived as having shown loyalty to the Popular Front government was in danger. Left-wing parties in Madrid set up checkers, revolutionary tribunals that held trials of a sort, and shot those they convicted, hanging their bodies in the street. While on the right, nationalist purge committees executed those with liberal sensibilities. The war not only endangered the lives of civilians, it mobilized their labor and their homes. The defense of Madrid involved large-scale civilian mobilization, anticipating that which would be enacted in Leningrad and other cities during the Second World War. The community prepared for war. Women and children created barricades from rocks and stones. Buildings were requisitioned. Unions formed battalions.
Outside the city, the government army digs itself in and prepares for the assault of the rebels.
When the battle for the city turned to stalemate, the nationalists resorted to aerial bombardments. Almost all of the residential areas were bombed. It was an ultimately fruitless attempt to break morale, but a very instructive rehearsal for future action.
As far as Hitler was concerned, his participation in the Spanish Civil War had been immensely beneficial. They'd managed to trial a number of military tactics which would be used in the Blitzkrieg in Poland first and then in France, that had actually been used. I mean, the culmination, if you like, was Guernica. That's when it all been trialed.
The bombing of Guernica began with a single bomber on the afternoon of Monday, the 26th of April, 1937. The main church bell rang out in warning of the air attack. Refugees, troops and the town's civilian population made their way to the refuges. The German Condor Legion had more firepower than all the air forces of the First World War combined. And one bomber from its experimental squadron wreaked havoc on the center of town. Once it had passed, people emerged from the shelters to help the wounded and were surprised when 15 minutes later, the full experimental squadron flew over, dropping its bombs. Then at 5:15, The town was counter-bombed by 3 squadrons operating in 20-minute relays for 2.5 hours. Incendiaries blanketed the city in flames, as in the skies above, the precursor to the Luftwaffe rehearsed destruction for the war to come.
A lot of military equipment, high-tech military equipment, had been tested in Spain. So for Hitler, the consequences were positive. As far as Mussolini was concerned, it was a much more complicated issue. At one level, he gained the foreign policy and the propaganda triumphs, but at a huge cost. Italy had sent maybe 80,000 troops, a high number of casualties. It had used about half of its naval fleet and almost all of its air force. Large amounts of equipment were left behind when the Italians left Spain.
For the rest of the world, Spain offered a glimpse of the total war to come. It was a war fought with the labor of the people, marked by destruction. It did not discriminate between combatant and non-combatant, battlefield and suburban street. The consequences of total war were also becoming clear. The situation for the hundreds of thousands of refugees who fled Spain was dire. France offered some asylum, but conditions in the hastily assembled camps were terrible. No running water or latrines. In some camps, refugees dug holes in the ground for shelter. The cost of supporting refugees was in the millions of francs per day, and the French government faced opposition from those opposed to admitting refugees. France faced a foreshadowing of the crisis that would overrun Europe at the end of the Second World War. In the Pacific, too, a humanitarian crisis was unfolding. Japan's war against China
I taught my boy how to drink cheddar.
Manchuria. In 1937,
he did a good job. He didn't cut off
when
no
Japan launched a full-scale invasion.
World War II broke out on the 7th of July, 1937. This is not a date that European historians generally attribute to this event, but I think there is a very strong case that actually the Second World War began in Asia, particularly with shooting between locally garrisoned Chinese and Japanese troops at a bridge called Lugochao, known in the West as the Marco Polo Bridge.
When ceasefire discussions failed, China mobilized for war against Japan. A war that would temporarily halt the civil war being fought between Chinese nationalists and communists, who came together to form a united front against invasion.
I think it's fair to say that Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were well aware that an invasion was very likely. And increasingly in the mid-1930s, they had made preparations. However, they were significantly outnumbered and outgunned by the Japanese. The Japanese had a huge advantage in terms of mechanized divisions, in terms of artillery, and particularly in terms of air power.
Japan hoped to move quickly to neutralize and contain the conflict in northern China. This worked initially. Beiping, as Beijing was then called, and Tianjin fell quickly after intense aerial bombardments.
They expected it to be a quick, lightning war that would probably end either with a collaborationist Chinese regime doing their will, or even a full-scale invasion and occupation of China. So they were greatly surprised and angered when the initial phase of fighting took rather longer than they had thought. Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Chinese government, had never believed that a war with Japan would be quick or easy, and he had made plans for an extended, protracted war that would probably involve withdrawal into the interior of China for quite a long period of time until international assistance could be persuaded to come China's way.
Chiang Kai-shek chose Shanghai as the place where he would make a stand against the Japanese. Once a small fishing village, by 1937, Shanghai had become a vibrant international center for commercial affairs. It was home to universities, European banks, and foreign-owned factories. On the 14th of August, Black Saturday, bombers of the Chinese Air Force set out to target Japanese naval assets, including the Japanese ship Izumo. But two pilots inadvertently dropped their bombs on the wrong targets, hitting one of the busiest civilian areas of the city. The Palace Hotel and the shopping district, Avenue Edward VII, were hit. The international settlement, thought to be safe, was a scene of destruction. Soon enough, Japanese aerial bombardment also began, with attempts to capture the city, leading to fighting on the streets. On the 20th of October, the international settlement suffered again when a Japanese bomb hit a tram car. The fighting in Shanghai demonstrated to the international community the indiscriminate nature of aerial warfare. International concession areas were not specifically targeted, but nonetheless suffered casualties. After further fighting around Suzhou Creek and following the landing of a Japanese amphibious force at Hangzhou Bay, Cheng realized his troops could not hold the city.
The fighting in Shanghai was heavily brutal. Japanese losses were about 40,000 soldiers, and Chinese losses were probably around the 200,000 mark. But when the Japanese landed in Hangzhou, just south of Shanghai, they broke through the lines and advanced very, very quickly towards Nanjing.
Nanjing, also known as Nanking, was a culturally significant city for China. Renowned for its architecture, it had been China's capital under numerous empires. And in 1937 was the nationalist capital under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek. But cultural significance would offer no protection in total war.
An awful lot has been written by Chinese, Japanese, and Western scholars about the Nanjing Massacre. It really stands out as the most egregious of Japanese atrocities in China, of which there are many.
And rice and tomatoes and black olives. And
on the 7th of December, Cheng, recognizing the inevitability of losing the city, left for the country's interior. In the days leading to its fall, panic engulfed Nanjing.
I'm probably only
Residents fled
going to be
the
able to eat like
buildings and
one.
colleges in the designated safety zone in anticipation of the Japanese advance.
It's quite a fucking stack.
The 12th of December was a clear and relatively peaceful day. Artillery was firing, but there were no air raids. But by nightfall, the city was in flames. The Chinese defense had buckled, and the defending troops had been given orders to abandon the city. Before leaving, the troops set many buildings alight, a common practice in total war. By the time the Japanese army entered the capital, it was already burning. When Japanese troops arrived, a new level of brutality and violence erupted.
Getting from Shanghai to Nanjing was not particularly pleasant, so there is an argument that the brutality of war breeds further brutality and makes these actions more likely. I think it's fair to say that there was probably a breakdown in certain areas of Japanese command during the period.
From the first hours until the middle of January 1938, the people of Nanjing endured unrestrained violence. Homes were repeatedly invaded. Women raped. Men suspected of being soldiers, mutilated and killed. Corpses lined the streets. Few in the city were safe. One witness wrote that up to 1,000 women and girls were assaulted in one night.
I think where we are with the Nanjing Massacre, as I think where we are with many other similar events around the world, is not perhaps to look at the massacre as a whole, but to think about why would a soldier or a group of soldiers commit certain actions. Because it's one thing to execute several thousand prisoners of war because you've been told to do so. It's another thing to go around raping women and killing children.
In the Japanese case, I I think there's an intersection of both ideology and a certain kind of military governance. The Japanese military were immensely powerful and had incredibly racist, denigratory attitudes towards the peoples of East Asia, over which they were gradually annexing territory.
Nanjing was a foretaste of the impact Japan's imperial ambitions would have on civilians in occupied territory as the war continued. It also demonstrated the influence the military had achieved over Japan's governing structures by 1937.
It's important to remember, Japan's wars are part of a long-run expansion of Japanese influence throughout the East Asian region. But over the course of the interwar period, as military control over Japan was increased and became more radicalized, and the willingness to give a military essentially abusive free reign over a civilian population did not seem problematic, and it didn't seem that it would threaten Japan's reputation in a modern wartime environment, in a world in which all the powers seemed willing to see war as encompassing these kind of strategies.
There are no definitive casualty figures for the number of people who died in Nanjing. The scale of slaughter can only be tallied in estimates.
Most scholars now would accept that between 200 and 300,000 people died. The fact is, we will never know. We simply don't have accurate records. 200 to 300,000 is the accepted figure.
In Nanjing, the line between combatant and non-combatant was erased. Violence was used as a deliberate weapon of war against the civilian population. An element of total war that would soon be employed elsewhere in the Asia-Pacific region and in Europe. After the fall of Nanjing, the Chinese nationalists moved to Wuhan. The Japanese advance through China continued.
Not Wuhan!
And by June 1938, the position at Wuhan was under threat. Considering his options for defense of the temporary capital, Chiang Kai-shek made a decision that profoundly affected the people of Hunan, Anhui, and Jiangsu provinces. He ordered the Chinese nationalist army to breach the dikes of the Yellow River. They would use water instead of soldiers to defend the city. The floods that followed have been described as perhaps the single most environmentally damaging act of warfare in world history.
It wasn't possible to warn the Chinese population in advance. Chiang Kai-shek was concerned that there were Japanese spies across the countryside. The flood eventually affected something like 54,000 square kilometers. It killed up to 500,000 people, with 4 to 5 million refugees created by this flood.
The diversion of the river delayed the Japanese advance, but it did not defeat it.
Chinese defense is resolute. This impedes but doesn't stop the Japanese, who cross the stream, tanks and all.
It bought the nationalist government time to withdraw and relocate its capital to southwest China in the city of Chongqing. Wuhan fell in October 1938. The flooding of the Yellow River shows the extent to which strategy can ignore the fate of civilians. The Sino-Japanese War previewed numerous aspects of the total war that Europe would experience. Another example is the bombing of Chongqing. As the Japanese advanced, people fled their homes in search of safety. Many fled to Chongqing, remote enough for Chiang to have made it his capital. Remote, but not safe.
If we want to see a place that best represents total war in China, Chongqing is probably that place. At the beginning of the war, the Japanese targeted factories, munitions, infrastructure. They were interested primarily in weakening the ability of the Chinese to respond to their attacks. When it became apparent that China was not going to surrender, that Chiang Kai-shek was not going to come to the negotiating table, and the war became more protracted, Japanese tactics changed, and they embarked on the type of terror bombing that we see slightly later on in the war.
The attacks on the 3rd and 4th of May 1939 marked the beginning of a campaign of terror from the air.
The estimates are throughout the whole period that Chongqing was under attack, something like 9,500 aircraft dropped over 20,000 bombs on the city, and something like 15,000 people were killed.
The Japanese refined the strategy of Guernica in their strategic bombing raids. But where the bombing of Guernica lasted a day, Chongqing endured repeated attacks over a period of 2 years. Fear was amplified by incendiary bombs and delayed fuses. Spread to Europe. In 1932, British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin had spoken of the fear of the air, the direct threat to civilians that bombers posed. The bomber, he had famously said, will always get through, and it seemed that the experience of Madrid, of Guernica, Shanghai, and Chongqing proved Baldwin right.
When people look today at newsreel footage or photographs of the war in China in its first 2 or 3 years, 1937 to 39, I think what might strike them is not so much its strangeness, but its familiarity. The city of Chongqing, the temporary capital of China, being bombed, the digging of trenches in the streets of Shanghai during the desperate battle for that city, the sending of refugees from the vulnerable cities to the interior. The eerie thing is, these things were happening in China before they happened in the West. And therefore, when we think about the experience that we associate with the war in the West, even something as iconic as the Blitz in London, we should remember that those experiences were not just shared in China, but often the Chinese were there first.
When the Second World War broke out in Europe, many aspects of total war were already familiar. The Abyssinia crisis, the Spanish Civil War, and the Sino-Japanese War had each acted as portents of the total war to come. The world had borne witness to terror bombing campaigns, unrestrained violence against civilians, to incalculable numbers of refugees displaced by war. Borne witness, and if it had not exactly shrugged its shoulders, it had resigned itself to one fact. This is what war now meant. As the 1930s wore on, and the inability of the League of Nations to maintain collective security became clear, hopes for a lasting peace disintegrated. Mussolini took power. Stalin took power. Spain erupted. Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power. And Japan's imperial intentions became increasingly clear. Economies and populations across the globe began to mobilize for a war that the years between the wars had shown would be decided on the battlefield, and at sea, and in the cities, and in the factories and down the lines, and in the homes and classrooms, and on the streets, and on the farms. It would be total war.
The history of the human race has thousands of different conquests across ages, regions, and cultures, but it's difficult to find one that played such a decisive role in future events as the conquest of Greece by the Roman Republic, as its effects echoed through the millennia. Welcome to our video covering the first Roman involvement in Greek affairs, 4 Macedonian wars, the Seleucid War, the Italian War, and the Achaean War. These long videos take forever to make, so please consider sharing it through your social media. Shout out to Magellan TV for sponsoring this video. If you're a history fan, you should be signed up to Magellan TV, a new type of streaming service with more than 3,000 documentaries and the richest and most varied history content available anywhere. Ancient, modern, current, early modern, war, biography, and even historical fiction shows. Any fan of history could spend days and weeks watching Magellan TV's historical documentaries and will still have content to watch. New documentaries are added all the time. It's like a rabbit hole. If you like our videos on Roman history, check out the Grandeur of Rome playlist, which has multiple titles focusing on the various aspects of Roman life, from its army to culture to the leaders. Another playlist we recommend is Ancient Greece, the greatest show on earth, which covers the history of Athens. You can stream Magellan from anywhere on any device without any ads and no limited access. New programs are added on a weekly basis, and many of them are available in 4K. The best part is Magellan TV is offering a 1-month free membership trial to our viewers. If you haven't signed up to Magellan yet, support our channel and do that at try.magellantv.com/kings-generals. You'll get a free 1-month membership trial. Thanks to Magellan for supporting our channel. The year is 231 BC, and the Mediterranean world is a land of continuous warfare and political upheaval. Just 10 years earlier, the burgeoning power of the Roman Republic had defeated Carthage in the First Punic War, establishing naval dominance at sea. In the east, the Hellenistic kingdoms, Macedon, Ptolemaic Egypt, and the Seleucid Empire, vied for dominance over their border territories. Sandwiched between these greater polities are a number of smaller states, such as Pergamon and the nominally independent Greek city-states. This is the world of the late 3rd century BC, but soon a series of conflicts between two rising powers, Rome and Macedon, will change the region forever. During this period, Illyria, which encompassed modern Albania and Dalmatia, was regarded as a thoroughly barbaric.
So has John made a video yet? Damn it. Oh my God, Rome conquered Greece. Oh, that might get violent. Good thing this isn't for children.
The population of Illyria has been regarded since their initial encounters as turbulent and warlike. From time to time, one of the many Illyrian tribes would gain temporary hegemony.
Kings and Generals has a brand new one too. Everybody's coming out with a new one today.
This was the idea. Ruled by their energetic King Agro,
except for Homebrew. He didn't have a new one coming.
Also prominent figures such as Demetrius, Greek Lord of Pharos.
Byzantine Empire Strikes Back. What the fuck is that? Oh, that sounds exciting.
Once formidable strength had waned and whose monarchy fell. Taking advantage
The Battle of
the Illyrians invaded.
Nikao. I don't fucking know. Some battle. Let's see what sci-fi central here. Download military state. Yep, that's the one that we were accidentally watching earlier.
Perished soon after and was succeeded
Alien Domicile 2.
In reality,
oh man, I think I've seen that one.
True power, quickly being appointed regent for her stepson. Her ascension did not stop Illyrian belligerence, and in her reign, piracy increasingly became a major problem in the Mediterranean. Seizures
Hong
of more
Kong
southern
rebels.
territories in Epirus had allowed the
Movie
establishment
clips.
of more staging
Oh
posts from which
shit.
brigands could sail. This had been occurring for a long time.
No, I saw
already,
that
but
yesterday.
the increasing scale of the problem, the increasingly
Don't tell me he did
powerful
another one.
merchants, and the economic
Red
impact
Mercury.
of piracy on the Republic
Oh
prompted the
man,
Senate
that
to
sounds scary.
uncharacteristic and peacefully for the notoriously combative Romans. The initial senatorial reaction in 230 BC was not to send in the legions, but instead to send a diplomatic embassy of the Coruncanius brothers to investigate the situation. In the typically harsh style of Roman diplomacy, the Coruncanius brothers protested to Tutor about the increasing piracy and demanded that it cease immediately. The demand was not negotiable, and the Illyrians would have a chance to comply peacefully, otherwise it would be war.
One of the biggest hopes I have for the
Tutor refused this demand, either because of her inability to control the actions of her decentralized tribal allies, or because she simply did not wish to bend to Roman command. Whatever the case, this did not lead to Rome. The situation made even worse.
That's logic.
Possibly by Tutor herself, and over Egypt. or on the journey home by those very pirates that the embassy had been dispatched to stop.
I was looking for homebrew. There he is. Going to bed. Oh. Oh. I was just looking for you, John. How you doing?
Late in the campaigning season of 229 BC, a massive Roman force.
Oh my God!
Troops and 200 ships.
What are we all going to do?
No details.
What am I going to do? I'm just going to Jones. I'm going to have to go watch my reruns.
Tutors appointed governor of the recently conquered island of Corcyra, Demetrius of Pharos, went over to the Roman side almost immediately, while the Queen Regent's forces were defeated in the field. By spring of 228, Tutor had been forced into a peace treaty with the Romans, breaking her kingdom into weaker segments and forbidding ventures of piracy into the southern Adriatic Sea. The Romans withdrew their troops and left behind only their amicitia, or friendship, a benign-sounding term which would soon apparently become anything but that. In essence, being a friend of Rome included the de facto conditions of becoming an informal client state. A primary beneficiary of the Peace of 228 was the defector Demetrius of Pharos, who was granted a small independent principality of his own, sandwiched between the remnant of the Idaean kingdom and the Greek cities. Despite these gains under Roman auspices, it seems that the ambitious Demetrius was not content to remain in his kingdom, and shortly after the peace was finalized, he married Trituta, the Idaean king's biological mother. By becoming the young boy's formal regent in this act, Demetrius of Pharos effectively recreated the powerful Illyrian kingdom abolished by Rome in the First Illyrian War. Even more boldly, he began to launch pillaging raids into the territory of Roman allied tribes. It could be that Demetrius was testing the water, and due to the lack of any Roman response, he believed they either could not or did not wish to intervene. This was an illusion, as the Romans were instead occupied by the Roman Gallic War of 226 to 222 BC, and it would clearly be a fatal illusion of Demetrius. Further trying his luck, Demetrius set out with 90 light galleys in the summer of 220 BC on a grand piracy expedition, ravaging cities around the Adriatic Sea in blatant violation of the treaty 8 years before. He had finally gone too far, and Rome decided that their former ally Demetrius now posed the same threat to Roman interests that Tutor had, and moreover, wished to punish their friend for betraying them and not acting like a friend should. The disproportionately massive Roman action, which began in 219, was probably motivated by the Republic's desire to swiftly and decisively conclude the Illyrian situation before a new war with Carthage began, as it seemed like it might. Demetrius's strategy was to hold the fortresses.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Itself, but the Romans took the former in only 7 days, while a rash sortie by Demetrius lost to Pharos. The man himself evaded capture because he had placed a squadron of hidden galleys in a secret cove, fleeing to them when the battle was lost. On these ships, he fled to the south, abandoning his
forecast La Junta
and his men to death at Roman
Here's the forecast for La Junta.
Not long after,
240, it's foggy.
The Adriatic port town of Actium, where the fleet of a great Hellenistic king, Philip V of Macedon, was anchored. When he arrived,
6 a.m. it's supposed to be 36.
Meanwhile, the Romans withdrew all of their soldiers from the region, leaving no military presence. They once again left only their friendship behind, but had demonstrated to the great Macedonian kingdom to the south that they had the will to intervene in the east. Before continuing, we need to reverse time for a moment and briefly examine the history of Macedon after its would-be conqueror, Pyrrhus of Epirus, died in Argos. The victor in that battle,
I'm not getting any damn. I'm not going to get much snow down here. I'm not worried about this.
And had also established hegemony over the Greek city-states. Having gained the loyalty of his turbulent homeland, Antigonus II did his best to maintain it. He raised
Going to bed, Polly?
to honor the graves of the Argead house, reorganized the provincial system to increase its efficiency, and was vigilant in keeping Macedonian coinage a high-quality currency. Making good use of Macedon's depleted resources and funds, Antigonus focused on access and mobility, extensively utilizing the
That was my gas company talking about, we're keeping an eye on this coming storm. We'll be there for you. I'm like,
to strategic locations.
huh?
An Athenian Ptolemaic supported attempt at shaking off
I'm not getting 5 foot of snow. I'm not going to allow it. It's going to stay nice and warm.
Though Antigonus managed to quell this revolt,
Oh, the king and queen.
were lost during his reign, which finally ended.
I want to make
in
them
39
tonight.
BC with his death. His successor, Demetrius II, ruled for a relatively uneventful decade, during which Macedon's situation weakened even further, and he died in 229. The late king's own son, Philip V, was only a child at the time of his father's death, and Macedon could not afford a child ruler in such a perilous time. A regent was clearly required for the time being, and a distant Antigonid relation was chosen for the task, Antigonus Doson. As one of the lesser-known but more highly competent Macedonian kings during the 3rd century BC, Antigonus Doson began to raise the young Philip as his own son, and at the same time energetically set
You still listening? Oh, well, I'll put anybody to sleep.
He first marched north and
I'm studying my chess set. Did you see it? Here's the pawns and the bishop and the knight.
Antigonus proceeded to renounce all Macedonian claims south of the Thermopylae Pass, wisely hoping to consolidate and stabilize the situation in Macedon itself. The response of the army was to demand that Antigonus accept the title
And the
of
rook.
king. While he did this, Philip V's rights to the throne were not usurped or taken away, and Antigonus swiftly appointed him the official heir.
Kings.
After another series of victories, which included the first ever seizure of Sparta,
And
by
queen
foreign
basically
Antigonus
same
III
design,
perished in
but she got bun head
behind a resurgent, stable, and increasingly
like
powerful
queens do.
Macedon to Philip V, who now ascended to the throne. Soon after taking the throne, Philip V and the Macedonian hegemony were once again challenged by the Aetolian.
So we'll work on the king and queen. Now the ball up in the king and queen, that's all Micah. He wants that to be Micah. So that's going to be Micah. Now I've already pulled out the blue spiral stuff to go in there. But that, like that, right there, that's going to be Micah. And then the 4 winds as the base to the thing.
There he had already defeated the Roman field army at the Trevian River, and in the June of 217, he
like
another aspect, Trasimene in Etruria. Hearing of these massive Roman defeats, Philip V now began to consider expansion to the west at the expense of an apparently dying Roman Republic. This new direction was encouraged
That's
by
what we made that for.
Maros, who, after being expelled from his Adriatic dominion by Rome,
That's what the drawing looks like.
should end social war.
It's the spiral stuff going in on the inside of it, and then we're going to fatten it up. And I think he said something about 4 inches for the queen, and go from that. So the king will be slightly taller with his little cross on his head.
Had a fleet of 100 light warships constructed. In the summer of 217,
I think it is. I can't wait. I hope.
Securing Illyria's coastal region, but fled home.
We'll see.
News about approaching Roman fleet.
We'll see.
The decisive Roman defeat
Have
at
high
was another
hope.
crucial moment, as it prompted Philip
It's
to
looking
send
good
envoys
so
to
far.
Hannibal, asking for a formal
Because I'm
alliance
going to use this part of it,
to join the winning side and make gains at Roman expense.
which is all
The story goes
perfect
that the envoys Anophanes was
and enough to make
Roman praetor on his way to
both the king and the queen, of course, and then have extra left over here.
instead there to Rome. However, the unfortunate
But I got to encase this in clear also. A lot of it.
treaty with Hannibal in his possession. It was in this manner that the Romans
And
learned
mount me some mica on top of it.
following the conclusion.
Yeah, we'll see. He gave me a little bit of a challenge. I like it. I'm like, all right, draw that shit up. He drew it up, and I was like, oh, damn. That's good drawing. Let's see if I can make it look like that.
While 120 Macedonian galleys sailed up.
So far, it looks pretty good. We'll see what it looks like in the end.
Philip swiftly seized Oricum and besieged Apollonia, who forced the Romans for help.
I gotta make a red set too, because this is red and blue Kachina fucking chess set, yo. Ron Horace. Bing bing.
Siege of Apollonia and drove the Macedonians away from Oricum. Two crucial forts which could have been
It's gonna be a lot of fucking work, a lot of sculpting. It's gonna take a while. Gonna take a little bit of. Because once I get that base right there, took a little while to do. I pulled out 2 of them because I like that one better than the first one I did. And yeah, man, I can fuck that shit up real quick.
Without a significant Roman response. Republic did not have the land troops to spare for a sign.
So you want to sit and think about the process of what you're going to do next to transform it to X, Y, and Z like that. It's like designing, I guess, designing a building because you got to stack all this to make it look like the picture. We got to make a base separate and thin, and then I'm going to make the body and the mica on top of that. The mica is very fucking particular, so once you're getting to the mica point, you better be done. So I've decided I'm going to make the body and the base and put them together. Then I'm going to make the queen's hat, a little bun head, and then I'm going to encase the mica in the bun head and then attach the 2 and fucking be done. Because once you do the mica, you got to be done. It's just. So I've been trying to figure out how I can get that incorporated in there because the mica's a bitch.
Such as Sparta, Hellas, Messenia, the Illyrians, and even Pergamon. The war itself was a
yeah, it's all a process, and you got to realize some of your elements don't work the same as other ones. And yeah, it's a process. It's called alchemy.
Failed in 207 due to Rome's deliberate derailing actions, but during 206 and 205 they were gradually forced into peace. Though the final treaty ending the war at Thessaloniki included hostilities for now,
I've always got room for improvement. But I've had some pieces that came out like, oh, wow, I wish I could keep that. Tell you that right now. I've had a couple of pieces that I was like, oh, man, I wish I could keep this thing. But there's no way because it paid my fucking entire rent that month. And so, when I was in LA, I had an outlet for really expensive pieces every day. And I was making one every day. $300 to $500 piece every day. But I don't do that anymore. Here, the market isn't here. It's just not.
The other 2 prevented it from becoming a hegemon.
I used to make these, little Sherlock bubblers like mine. I'd be breaking this down into a can with some fucking spaceships inside of it floating around in here and attached in the walls and shit, little planets and shit. And then when you bubbled it, it would do all kinds of crazy shit. And then the neck of it would be alien heads stacked on top of each other with the fucking hooks coming down and shit. It looked like a spinal column of something like H&R Geiger used to fucking draw. And I just don't do that anymore. I might start occasionally.
The timing couldn't have been worse.
Maybe we'll make one out of clear just to ooh and ah people.
Philip had just ended, and Seleucid King Antiochus III had returned from his great eastern campaign.
I don't know.
Both of these great kings
The market's not here. I don't want to hold on to a whole bunch of like fucking expensive hard work.
Syrian war in 202 BC in order to seize traditionally disputed territories in Cyprus and Coele, Syria. The predatory Philip V swiftly gained several of the Cyclades islands and established good relations with the many Greek cities on the western coast of Asia Minor. However, he quickly earned the ire of both Rhodes and Pergamon, who declared war on him in 201 BC. Soon after, Philip defeated a joint Rhodian-Pergamene relief attempt at the siege of Chios with heavy losses, and then attacked Pergamon itself. Though Philip decisively defeated the land army of his enemy outside the walls, he nevertheless failed to take the city. Realizing that attempts to do so would only drain his forces, Philip instead...
That's kind of like your opinion doesn't change fact. I say that all the time.
...becoming a new Macedonian empire.
Because you got facts and you got opinions. Two different things.
During the winter of 201, a Rhodian fleet blockaded Philip in the Gulf of Pangaea on the Carian coast, where the king apparently...
A lot of people say, my truth isn't your truth. And I'm like, well, your truth might not be truth.
So they decided to find help. Ambassadors of Pergamon...
You got to look at that too. See, because everything we've been told is a lie, Daniel. Every fucking thing. Everything. And guess what? I figured out the truth. It was written on the walls, and it was written in physics. And if it didn't work in physics, it wasn't true. Everything I saw written on them walls, I could prove. Right down to 1748 hertz, thanks to Homebrewed. Homebrewed brought me that metal plate. It didn't have the hertz on it, but he brought me the metal plate. That wasn't even the fucking aisle I was looking on at all. I was trying to figure out what frequency are they telling me this is. I don't know why my brain wasn't going metal plate, because I knew it had something to do with a frequency. John brought it right to the table. Bam. I was like, oh my God, dude, would you look at that? Would you look at that? You got to look at it.
And the fact that southern Italy has been devastated in the Second Punic War.
That's what I'm saying. Look, man, I made working models for perpetual moving engines that could generate our power without boiling water, no nukes, no burning fuel, nothing. We also got magnets that oppose each other that create perpetual power. How much voltage and shit? I don't know yet. It's enough to light a fucking little LED. Does the magnetism and the strength of the magnet change the voltage? I don't know that either. I'm waiting for someone to tell me, because I gave the working models out. And they work.
The Second Macedonian War had begun. And it started with
it's secular, you bet. And they wrote all of our history according to the secular event.
In late November of 200,
right down to Revelations, that Bible, everything. I mean, Revelation's always been a motherfucking mystery. Who wrote it? John who? It's a debate. Nobody knows what John, for sure. I say it's John the bitch of fucking Constantine and the fucking Anunnakis that knew what was coming and knew how they were going to handle the world as they did it. Balfour Declaration sticks out like a fucking sore thumb. World War I and II, where we moved Jews that are not Jews into Palestine and created Israel, just like they said they would in Revelation 6:6. And it just so happened to be that the guys that wrote that book ran both sides of both wars. And that's all documented. So, you know, it's not prophecy coming true, and it's not truth that you are reading in that book. It's foreknowledge They knew it was coming, and they're manipulating us with those books, making us forget, oh, wow, wait a minute. Didn't the Pope wasn't the Vatican implicated in both sides of World War I and II? And didn't we just move the ZI, literally, the ZI half of the Nazis into fucking Palestine? Did we not just do that? We did. Now, granted, I'm 20/20 hindsight. I can look at it, but the world seems to have let it pass them by. That's not a big fucking surprise either, because it happened more than 5 days ago. Just yeah. Magnets rule the known universe, buddy. Every atom in existence is a magnet. It's not the particle that we've been told it is. And once you start to realize that, literally everything starts to make sense. You can figure out how a black hole is made without Neil deGrasse Tyson. Because he's wrong. He's dead wrong. Two magnets opposing. Look, if y'all don't know, you don't need to be talking about it, because I got a block button over here. So you will have to go over there and learn. All right? I'm just breaking it down. Most of my, look how everybody got quiet, because they know you don't know. You're waiting for me to snap. I'm giving you fair warning, both of you. Because we do have these answers. And they're fucking beautiful. And you need to know them. It's not being mean. I really don't mean to be mean. I just shame over there this week, because guess what? It's a good teaching tool. I really, I've chased people out of here, and then they go and they watch and they come back and then they talk right. We can hear you. You just lucky I got me some good hash today. Got my kiln working, got my car working. Timeline world history cranking.
Let us take a moment to examine the composition of opposing arms which came into contact with the vessel.
Yeah, we've had the wrong configuration forever.
With many grizzled desperate for continued war among them. 2,000 relatives screamed their support for the Roman army, while 2,000.
Well, I'm excited about the answer, because I want to know the answers to my questions. How many volts does it put off if a bigger magnet? I don't have the money to buy fucking shit to test it. But you know what I'd like is somebody that has this equipment already to learn this so they can test it for us. That'd be neat. And there's people out there that can do this, like Mr. Magnet, fucking Lee could do it, fucking Apophis could do it. But I think both of those avenues are fucking out. I truly believe they're both compromised. I know fucking Ken Wheeler is. He's fucking self-admitted it and changed his channel right away. And Lee just changed his channel, so I don't know. He's highly suspect still. Yes, so I'm sorry. I hope somebody can run with it because I can't. I don't have the fucking money to finance some shit like that. Or I'd already changed the world. That's why I gave it to the world. I'm like, all right, motherfuckers, let's make this a better place. Let's make this a better place. We have the how now. And the means, because it's not difficult. It's not fucking expensive. I mean, like, as far as what we're already doing, it's way fucking cheaper. Yes, sir, Glenn. And I think a lot of that comes out of ignorance because of their fear of us. Because they forgot. They might as well have never known that they were stewards themselves, basically. That's why we scared them. They're all wondering why their fucking planet's trying to kill them. I have a pretty good idea. Stewards aren't supposed to murder each other.
Flamininus and his entire army could see their forces losing, witnessing the apparent defeat of the Roman skirmishing force demoralized the main Roman army, which their commander handled the situation appropriately. After ordering his entire army to form up in battle order, Flamininus addressed his troops at the base of the slope. He used all of the oratory skills that a prominent politician would have, professing to them that you fought these men before and you've beaten them.
I still think that's why we're still around, Glenn. These monsters are learning how to be angels and watching all this shit that we fucking disseminate. That way they can be learning their asses too. I mean, this is shit that look at what we've discovered. This is the shit that they fight wars over. We've read that. These are the fuck, what do they call them in the tablets?
On the other side,
of Destiny. It's like the tablets of Destiny, but they were fuck, they had a name for every little fucking little secret power that the king would give his little sections. These are all those. And then some. I can't remember the fucking, what were they calling them in the cuneiform? What did they call them every time they fucking went and fought over one of these fucking little secrets? Inky gave his daughter all of them one night when he was drunk, remember? They're formulas. Another word for formula. I can't remember. Damn it. We're going to have to listen to it again. The Antigone and Roman cavalry clashed on the wing, and the light infantry skirmished with one another, which became the center. Though the Roman left fought bravely and stubbornly did not rout under the pressure, it was slowly but surely being chewed up by the bristling behind. The encounter battle had started well for Philip, and it seemed like the pyramid is a scale model of Earth. Its frequency, it's gonna vibrate oddly. Despite his best attempts at value, Was it mitochondria that they kept saying? Because I knew it was something weird, John, that was like a DNA kind of thing. They were associated, but it was a formula for farming. It was a formula for this. It was a formula for that. And they gave different ones for Kim and all that stuff. And I don't think it was mitochondria. It was, fuck, it's going to kill me. Watch, I'll start blowing glass and I'll remember it. Yeah. No, that's not what they were calling. Something similar along those lines, though. It was, yeah, I agree, but what did they, I was like, yeah, it's mitochondria, but what were they calling them? What were they calling them? Yeah, I know it's something like that. It's MR, something. Anyway, we discovered those, and then some. We blew them out of the water, and they were fighting wars over that shit back in the day, is what I'm saying. That's why we're still here, because they're learning all that shit brand new. You know what it is, too. I just can't think of the fucking name of it. Hey, you know, I mean, fuck. Give me 10 minutes and fucking Inky, I'll have it.
Battle was over, and Legion had triumphed over Alexander's balance. The Romans only lost around 700 dead, mostly on their left.
Modus operandi. That's a good one, Miss Raven. Modus operandi. Exactly. That's pretty much what they were fighting over. The modus operandi. I love it.
Finally, and most favorite, Crown Philip would become a client in the century. This war proved any violence against that Macedonian rival, but it could not stop trying. After the peace conference in Tempe had been finalized, scientists and Flaminides decided to prove precisely that it was.
Yeah, but it's not mitochondria that we're actually talking about, Daniel, at all. And yeah, that's true, but that's known medical stuff, and we're talking about stuff that nobody's known about for centuries, bro. It doesn't matter what they call it. It's the knowledge that they were passing out. I'm just pointing out the fact that they fought ugly wars over these things in their own writings. So that's why everybody's like, well, why is your channel still up? That's why. Yeah, he was trying to figure out the abbreviation, John. Damn straight. You know exactly what I'm talking about, but they used an odd term to call them. It was a word like formula, almost, but not. I'm telling you, Daniel, you're missing out if you haven't watched every fucking video I got. because you
The Roman intrusion.
yeah, you're going on about stuff we've known about for a long time. We're going on about stuff
Antiochus started creating
we've not known about for a long time.
planning to invade Egypt.
I read all your comments. They were absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about, dude. And that's why I've asked you to be quiet too many times now and to go learn what we're talking about, because it helps with the conversation, bro. You're very intelligent. You're fucking highly intelligent. Most people do not know the knowledge that you have. Dude, what we have found can fucking, if you knew it, you'd be helping us right now. Without question. Without question, bro.
Which meant that he now had a perfect location to cross the Hellespont. The citizens of nearby Lampsacus were worried that they were next, and in a sign of how things had changed in the last
I really want you to know this stuff and come back and be like, this is how it is. And I'll be like, damn, go Daniel. I know you want to help. You should go learn how to read the walls, because I have a feeling you've seen more of them than I have. With the knowledge we got, dude, you'd be dangerous, Daniel. Telling you, man. I've been listening to you talk for the last 4 sessions here. You're a very smart person, and that's the only reason you've lasted 4 sessions.
Demanding that Antiochus leave Europe and return the colonies to their lost territory in Asia Minor. However, by the time it arrived, Antiochus had already...
Go learn how to read them. You'll glance at them and know what they say, and then you can show me the picture and tell me what to say. If you just show me the picture, I'll probably tell you what they say. But I've never seen them. I've never looked for them. I have actively turned my back to it my whole life. And now I'm finding they're actually kind of hard to find. Go figure. I keep finding the same ones. You know what I mean? Now I know there's whole fucking temples of fucking those things all over the place. I see them out here at my place too. I found them out here. The natives were drawing them out here years ago. Same physics, same symbols. Fucking amazing.
Pergamon, ruled by the Attalid dynasty, was the traditional rival of the Seleucids, and he could change that. He attempted to marry...
Actually, you're missing Scientific Lee's videos.
The latter came to the conclusion that an alliance with...
But I think there's a lot more in the information that we've discovered that you need to know. I just get that feeling. You're here for a reason, Daniel.
His diplomats brought rich gifts to Galatia, as Antiochus wanted to have the backing of the thing.
Look, literally thousands of years of information that nobody's had for thousands of years. I don't know. I do. I show you, and then I tell you where to go to read more, to supplement what I shouldn't show you. Because this pieces together a lot of the pine cone and all these questions that you've wanted answers for in a physics program.
between the king and the exile. The diplomats deliberately made
Nothing I do.
understanding that this puts him in danger.
That's one thing I love about my first bunch of videos. All the evidence I brought, none of it's mine. None of it. It's all long established shit. It's been right in front of our face this whole time. And no one's got it right until now. And I read it on a wall. Fucking mind blown. Keep telling people this isn't my information. I swear it's not. John knows it's not. I just happened to fucking read it one day, man. And things got strange. And then we figured out it wasn't all that strange. It was actually just physics. And then things got strange again. Nah, I appreciate your input because, like I said, I'm watching you talk about shit most people have no fucking clue of, Daniel, and I cannot personally wait until your eyes are open, bro. I'm chomping at the bit for you to wake up. I'm not going to push it, though. I found that's not such a good teaching tool. I might shame you, though, and then you'll hate me. Then you hate me and you'll have to watch me every day. Don't make me do that to you. Oh God. I've done that myself. I've caught myself doing human behavior. I've been so mad at Bobby, and then I'd go back every day just to see what he was saying. I really would. And I realized what I was doing. I was like, man, fuck Bobby. And then I forgot about him for the longest time. And then he came at me. I was like, oh, Jesus. Fucking nuts. No. Well, you got to tell me on you. You can tell me anything. You're allowed to talk. Just how long do you want to talk? No. John's over here. He doesn't. Oh, homebrew, don't let him fool you. I'll let you in on a little secret. He's got a wrench. He just doesn't wear it. Fucking out of the blue. Struck by homebrew. We've seen it right here. I'm like, oh, damn. Who was it you tested it on? Wasn't it Glenn or somebody you tested your wrench abilities on? Or are you still here? I don't know. Because I tried to make homebrew a wrench, and it doesn't show up. He's my damn administrator here on my channel, because I can't do this. I don't know how to make videos. John's my teacher. I aspire to make videos like he does. I just can't stop saying it. So this is taking a while. I hope you're not typing this whole time, because I already knew I was an asshole on you.
countless and Greece, and marched south with the remainder of his army. By the time the Roman contingent reached the crossing, it was blocked by his use of movement.
I'm letting Daniel talk. He ain't got tits. Not letting that talk too. Oh God.
But the message reached the office after the skirmish at Ilium. Still hopeful to get the heatinz and the Pergamum to enter into an alliance with them, Antiochus allowed the garrison of Calais to leave.
Well, the Bible and the Quran both come out of the Vatican. All of Christianity and that branched out from there. Yeah, you're going to see similarities.
Antiochus still attempted to negotiate. However, he noticed that the members of started to move.
Absolutely. And a lot of it's obscene and crazy. You start looking at some of their work and it's like, what the fuck is that? I'm the church. I mean, like, it's extremely questionable shit in my books. My book don't allow for a whole lot of fucking. Too much information out there in public. Hanging off your church, dude. Somebody's getting butt raped over there. Yeah, I mean, in stone.
And how much he cared for their fellow Hellenes. The latter considered this gesture a direct insult and declared his allegiance to Rome.
Oh, okay.
Gaining the right of military access. A 2,000 strong legionary detachment under Atticus Clodius.
How'd that go? She's a real good person. She's just been watching a lot of fucking crazy channels. She's getting straightened out though. She's working on it. She is. She's in my older videos and they're working on it. Oh, he gave flu shots. Oy.
In Chalcis, Antiochus decided that another dynastic marriage was in, but this time he tied a knot himself.
Well, that's because we're all owned by the Crown Vatican. I cover that extensively. Show you the contracts. It's Crown Vatican DC Corporation by name, but in reality and practice, we're just basically the enforcement arm. And we're the sacrificial lamb of the Crown Vatican Corporation. That was established in 1872, and what the real reason the Civil War was fought over, because they were trying to establish it prior to the Civil War. Right after the Civil War, I believe it was, 1 year? They signed the contract. Therefore, like I said, in your Constitution, you are guaranteed what every 4 years? Your states, you are guaranteed by the Constitution that the states will form a third party every 4 years to choose your president and vice president. And they actually say they will gather to elect them. Use the word elect. It's a corporate thing. Why do you think your town is incorporated? That never made sense, did it? And it comes basically from their platform on Lamu. Do you know where Lamu is? Hey, Lauren. Yeah, I'm not so sure. What kind of shot? Do you know where Lamu is? Do you know how it got there? Do you know who put it there? Because we do. Everybody in this chat does. Except for maybe Daniel. Lamu is the name of our moon. At least it was in the cuneiform when it belonged to the planet Tiamat that exploded and became the asteroid belt before we got trapped in the void that act actually created and got trapped on this low energy opposing polarity sun that Mother Earth and we were developed on. Ra. That's how we got here. A planet exploded, became the asteroid belt. When we passed through, we got caught in the Lagrange point and were separated from heaven, and heaven was separated from earth because heaven kept going with the other sun. That's how it happened. And that's why we flipped and fucking reversed spin almost instantaneously, and everything went sideways and flew off the planet and created the fucking Cretaceous boundary, where on one side of it, all molecules were huge. And we got little teeny molecules over here now. From the elephant to the molecule to the human. Everything shrunk because we got on a low energy sun. Ta-da! Cretaceous boundary, fossil record, fucking explained in physics. It's the hammered bracelet. They call it the hammered bracelet. Tiamat doesn't exist anymore. Oh, I cover it extensively with contract and Bible canon, not just my cheap ass words. That's why I keep trying to send people over there, because we truly, swear to God, got every fucking answer you ever had a question for that I've heard in a long time. And it's not just the answers, it's the proof. It's the proof. People like me need to see the proof. Or you're fucking insane. You're fucking nuts. If you can't bring me the proof, you're fucking nutball. Period. And I found these things on the wall, and I had to prove it because I didn't want to be a nutball. And I knew I could read that shit. And I actually had people cross-reference what I had translated, and it came out. Oh my God, dude. With people that were expert linguists and decoders and all kinds of different folks. Magnet gurus that weren't compromised. Well, I can tell you haven't actually. Honestly, how many of the older videos have you watched? A couple. You haven't even got started. You haven't even got started with any of the good stuff. I'll send you off to old learn how to read your own hieroglyphs real quick, like. How many? I mean, and that's one of the prerequisites for being here. You got to know your moon, know what time it is, and read me some hieroglyphs. It's our old language. You're going to have to learn it and teach it to your children because that's the only one we're going to speak again. Yeah, the best is yet to come. And the picture just keeps getting crazier and bigger and crazier. In many ways, more beautiful. Especially in the fact that it's more noticeable to more people. I find that beautiful because the mass die-off hasn't begun, and some people are actually starting to wake up that wouldn't otherwise. Although, I mean, at this level of watching the moon do cartwheels for 10 years, and honest to God, man, you go to my Facebook at 2012, 2014, I'm telling people there's going to be multiple 5s per day on this quake map. And you can see, just like today, trying to tell people the moon was fucking doing I was doing that too. Making fun of me, giving me hell. And you'll see me literally over there with 99 fucking entries arguing with people, trying to explain to them why. Wasting my fucking time trying to hold hands, telling them that the fucking moon isn't supposed to do cartwheels. And I'm like, man, I wish I could find somebody to do a fucking video because I don't know how to fucking do a video. But if you go over to my fucking Facebook page and go start looking at that shit, you'd be like, oh my God, here is where he's literally fighting with Dutch cents. And when he blocked Dutch cents on his page, you can see it's timestamped. Dutch was making fun of me over there, talking about the fucking 5s every day. What the fuck's on your quake map? And Dutch over there acting like he still don't know what the fuck, or he ain't gonna tell you nothing. He ain't gonna tell you nothing. I was mad at him. I'm still mad at fuck Dutch. He ain't gonna share nobody's, especially now. For fuck's sake, man. He got himself big, and then got in a tiff with the fucking USGS, didn't he? And he went all like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, bam, quiet, shut the fuck up, and High Production came out onto his fucking show. He started selling t-shirts and fucking hot sauce. Who just got bought off? Because I sure as fuck ain't hearing Dutch Sense talk about the bells ringing. And that wasn't going on back then. That's all I'm saying. If you want to see somebody be more right than you've ever imagined in your life, go to my Facebook page. I never bring any of that out here. But it's all time-stamped over there. I've talked about the Mercury book quite a bit. I have. It's a double overlaid hallback that humans with the planet Earth inside their chest can make to make a nice enough convergence black hole for human beings to walk through in creation, go straight to a planet, arrive in its various mist, and acclimatize to that planet's human frequency, because we have a human frequency. And what happens to everybody that goes to heaven? We hear about it in the cuneiform. Hey, what happened to little John over there? Oh yeah, he got sick and went crazy and died. Well, what happens to the Anunnaki when they come over here? They die early. They don't talk about they're sick, although we read about it. They're obviously fucking crazy. So, every planet has its own unique frequency, Schumann, with their magnet. It only makes sense. They have an ionosphere, which protects their life. They have the magnetosphere, which protects the whole fucking planet, and they have a Schumann, which bounces in between. Now, can you move? Obviously not. But can you do it in a straight heart? Obviously so, because a lot of the native tribes, including the Khoisan Sioux and shit, say that that's how they got here in a green mist or white mist. There's 6 tribes I know say that, and I'm sure there's more. I've only met a few, 350. I understand there's a lot more, which, fuck, not a surprise. When I got started, I thought there might be 6 or 8, because my extensive research in Native Americans had gone to like John Wayne and Bonanza. Because again, much like fucking Giza, they followed false gods and their culture was dead. So why would I want to look at it? What does a little boy need with a Kachina doll? Honestly, I had rejected the fuck out of all this shit we're talking about. You know, I swear to God, I don't know what to tell you. When I started fucking discovering this shit, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I had been to Hopi Land with my fucking adopted parents. They asked me if I wanted Kachina dolls. What the fuck? The fuck do I need a fucking Kachina doll? I don't want a doll. I'm good. I thought they were little fucking sock puppets anyways. I was like, what the fuck is this? No, I understand them now. I understand what they're for. They're actually camouflage. They keep fucking people stupid about what's really going on out there in the desert. Period. Because there's a lot more going on out there in the desert than you could have ever fucking imagined. Oh, I've done an awful lot of work. I have. But it's, like I said, I'm good. I'm not doing it for me. I didn't travel on the fucking Window Rock and talk to the natives down there to fucking have natives over there move there for my health. It was the folks in Oregon were having the entire community having visions of drowning if they stayed where they were. They'd noticed the moon was fucking going cartwheels. And when I got to the Navajo land, it was kind of funny. The Navajo first billionaire chief had never noticed that the fucking moon was doing cartwheels, but he was sure as hell able to count his fucking money that he earned from strip mining Mother Earth. Nice fucking protector of the land and fucking hoopty, all that hypey shit about fucking natives I've heard. I didn't make it up. But I met the reality. And he didn't have a hair on his face, genetically marked. Confronted him on that too. He said, yeah, we got the ark 5 miles down. Yeah, he said that the Hopi, he was real happy. He's real happy to tell me this. He's like, the Hopi can't get down in their deep kivas. They can't get down there. They're bad people because they can't get down in their deep kiva, their deep say. And I looked at him and I says, neither can you. Can you? And he shut the fuck up and looked at me cross-eyed. Like he couldn't believe this fucking boy was telling him this shit. And then what I do, Chief? I said, neither can you, can you? I didn't let the moment pass. You know what he did? He looked down and saw himself as his brother Hopi and said, no. And I said, I know why you can't. He goes, you have to come back. And then I did come back, and I sat there for a fucking week in Gallup calling them, and their borders are locked because of COVID. There's a bunch of chicken shit pieces of shit. Mom told me to go home. She's fixing to send fire tornadoes down there if they don't wise up. I'll walk right on into Havasu Pie. How far back? You know, John says he can only find it till like 2012. There's some in their archives that go deeper, but it's a different model. They changed their satellites just recently too, which I believe are better than what were going on. And we saw that changeover. And I think it was actually brought on because the other ones were fried. Because we sat there and watched them go into emergency override. Fuck. I don't remember if that was before or after Raw. It's been all a fucking blur. Twice. They went into fucking emergency override and then they didn't come back for a little while. And they were having all kinds of fucking launches back then. Like just boom, 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 like 2, 3, 4 a day. NASA was that was the big talk. Oh, NASA's ramped up their fucking space shit and they're doing this. I think one of them, well, a few of them were new ISWA satellites, personally. And now we know because they're switching them over to different ISWA satellites. Or GOES satellites. GOES. Not ISWA. GOES. ISWA reads GOES. You couldn't access 14. See, yeah, I don't know. 14 was when I really started monitoring it. At least once a week on my page over there or so. Because BP Earthwatch was telling everybody the magnetosphere was weakening, and that's not what was going on at all. We were seeing CMEs already from the blue sun because I was monitoring its magnetosphere and correlating flashes out of the fucking 3 different cameras with what was going on in the magnetosphere camera and the magnetosphere. I was like, we're seeing this thing CME. That's what that is. And yeah, it's all on my fucking Facebook page before I was making videos. all of that for years. Time-stamped in my crazy outspoken manner, talking about the 5.0 quakes we was going to see all day, every day. You'd be taking a fucking dart and throwing and hitting a map, and go check out your quakes in fucking 14. It wasn't happening. Wasn't happening. 12, 14. The 5s were not happening every day. They were like every other week sometimes we'd see a 5. That was a big event back in the day, man, when Dutch was just getting started. That was his calling. Boy, he was calling them 5s right out. Now a 5 is almost looked at like a trimmer, isn't it? Or a precursor for a real quake. Things change slowly over the years, and now they're starting to ramp up speed for somebody who's been watching this along with me. But I've been calling every step of this because it's physics. It's known physics because I know what's causing it. Ta-da! That's why I can tell you years ahead and walk you through days and weeks ahead of what's coming. Because once we reach a certain point in physics, it has to happen a certain way or things go bad. We don't want things to go bad. And Mom's a good planet. She's doing good. Well, you're getting into the good stuff. Because after I mean, the first ones, the ones I was holding with the hoopties, and then John gave me a new tool. Things started getting good. And I mean, like, I was losing my mind. I had just started talking to a planet that I thought was a rock. But you need to see this process. You need to see it. You need to walk through it, because in those videos I'm down, you can see, you go to these random videos, you don't expect much, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's like, oh my God. The last 2 minutes of it. It'll blow people's minds. It blew my mind. Yeah, that's why I put it on the video. I didn't know how else to do it. I had to prove everything I found. I'm very pragmatic myself, and I wouldn't believe half of the shit that I proved if I hadn't proved it. Yeah, Glenn, see? Yeah. It is what it is. And I've just been calling it out for what it is. Hi, I'm Captain Obvious. Swear to God. It's that obvious if you know what's going on. Look, Glenn knows. And it's, and I tell people, great. I had a head start in some of these areas, like the physics and the science and shit, because I was trained in them. With a crazy motherfucker banging trash can lids behind me, so he knew I had it. It was different in college. I was trained in the shit. I wasn't schooled in it. I was trained in it. And when I see it, it's hard to forget. So it's easy fucking to take a nuclear engine and apply it to the glowing wall of hydrogen. Yeah, I know. And you know what I do a lot to help you out? I will shoot you a term and I will keep saying it, because I'm hoping at some point you're actually going to put it in your little Google bar and figure out what I'm actually saying. I teach that way because I expect you to think like I do. What the fuck is that motherfucker talking about? I investigate air. I know what color the sky is because I know what color the oxygen molecule is. That kind of stupid shit. I got so much stupid, fucking useless information because I have to investigate everything. If I don't understand what someone's talking about, like a stellar core, although I had a good idea, I had to go look it up. I was like, look. This is fucking nuts. I knew it was nuts. Navigation, yes, I bring in the navigation. I bring in NASA. I think I cover like 6 different routes of this. You shouldn't be seeing this in your sky for people that don't understand Blue's Clues. And the calendar and the dictionary. So I bring in my naval navigation and it says the same thing I've been saying. You're north on the planet, You're south on the planet. When we come out at night, the reason Tycho craters at 3 o'clock instead of 6 is we're way higher north than we should be. The reason it's all the way up at 10 o'clock is because when we come around in the morning, we're at the fucking Arctic South region. We're rolling like this to the ecliptic now. We're no longer rolling like this because we tilted. Simple as that. It's like shadow on a ball. You can't spin beside the ball and make it that shadow move. You cannot fucking do it. You can't move the ball and make the shadow move. You can not fucking do it. But if you bend over in front of the ball and pretend you're doing this number now, oh my God, the table's flipping, the door frame's flipping, and the shadow on this fucking ball flips. Just like Orion, the Big Dipper, and the fucking moon. And that's the best I've got for it. It also explains why the moon isn't rising almost in the exact same spot, minus 23 degrees every month. 1 degree a day it should change. And then back, 1 degree. It should always stay in the southern sky, never be in your northern sky. Why is it bouncing around like this? Because we're laying down and it's still orbiting the same way. We no longer spin the same way it fucking orbits. We spin opposing it. That's why it's flipping. At that point, it becomes a math problem. How far did we tilt? Well, that's easy. We got a 180-degree roll. We oppose that ecliptic by 90, and you can actually take yourself a fucking square out and look at your sky, put that motherfucker with your horizon and be like, damn, we oppose the ecliptic by 90 degrees. We tilted 66.6 degrees, and it began the tribulations on Earth in October 2010. Boom, you missed them. Welcome to the quickening. And that is truly the long and the short of the story. Hi, I'm Captain Obvious. You know, all that blood, fire, and hell, and rocks from space, and war, and fucking rumors of war. Guess what? It's on your doorstep. You're in the middle of it. The reason you're feeling shitty is because your Schumann frequency's dropping off. I just did a video today on that. Amongst other effects that's going on the fucking magnet. But yeah, we're losing our Schumann frequency. We were born under the Schumann frequency. Your brainwave, your alpha brainwave, is the same hertz as the Schumann frequency. I'm sure a lot of people are actually aware of that. Myself, I wasn't. I had ignored the Schumann frequency because a bunch of bunheads were talking about it. And I didn't want to ascend to the 5th dimension just because it was spiking. That made me want to vomit. It made me sick. I was like, fuck you, you don't even know what fucking dimension you're in. I could go on about that all day. That's not what's important. I found out the human is actually our connection to our magnet in physical form. Alpha wave, alpha human, alpha brain wave connected to the human frequency wave. Oh my God, without her alpha wave, you're going to go nuts. What you need to do is make your own human with your own magnet. Mother Earth is literally taking us off of her titty and making us have to fucking protect ourselves. Only those with this knowledge are going to live through this. It's going to get fucking nuts. The zombie apocalypse is this. You get sick, you go mad, and you die. The day the animals lose it and start attacking man would be a real good indicator the human's gone. Because they were born under it too, and they're very sensitive to this shit. Obviously. We've read all these things. They put them down because you can expect it. They want to look right. I'm telling you why it's going to happen, and that they knew before they fucking wrote that script what was going to happen. So if you want to know what time it is, start watching, start reading. If you haven't read Revelations, you might want to go over it tonight. It's a script. It's what to expect. Put this context into it. Understand where you're at. The Vatican wrote it in your face like they do everything else. This is before the fact. During the fact. Don't wait until after the fact. That's what they count on. This whole religion thing, the global religion thing, is the Anunnaki lie. The entire globe has been infiltrated and overrun by the Romans and the UK. We have handed India back to India. We've handed China back to China. We have handed the US back to the US. We have done this and done this and done this from South Africa to fucking Australia, all around the globe. The same people. That's why there's 180 nations in fucking lockdown over the common cold virus. NWO happened a long fucking time ago. And all these fucking truther channels missed it. Just like the moon. Hi, I am fucking Captain Obvious. And I bring the contract to prove it on Angry Catfish channel. From cuneiform to current day. I cover from motherfucking Stone Age up. I do my homework, and I expect you to too. I draw you a map, little circles and X's and O's of interesting points, and send you off, kick your little ass, and then you come back and give me like hermetic stem cells are produced when you get goosebumps frequently. Oh boy. It's your fountain of youth. See, now I want you to come back and give me a little jewel like that. Go. Because you went and did your homework in a different alley that I did. And you found a little nugget to add to the fucking big picture. That's what this channel's about. It's not about that stuff that we've been covering already. It's about finding out, how do you produce stem cells? You get goosebumps, you get excited about life, and then you produce the one thing that can ensure that you're going to have a longer life? Wow. No wonder everyone's so depressed. Down. Hey, that's our short life for you. The lies we've been told from cradle to grave are engineered to keep us down. Keep that in mind. And we've fucking taken the onion and cut the motherfucker in half. There ain't a lie that can hide from us now. We're all lit up. Fuck. Go, people. Learn. To wipe out our independence, to ensure that we never cooperate with each other because we've created how many acts of atrocity against each other globally, back and forth and back and forth. Color division, race division, religion division, etc., 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 etc. We got to stop it. We've all been trampled upon by each other. Now we got to stop. We got to stop. We got to stop. It's got to be. We all got to. We just got to stop. Look, the moon's doing cartwheels. We're all on this little fucking marble. We got to stop fighting now. Period. See, big picture, we're on a little marble, literally on our side, surrounded by huge marbles, and we got to stop fucking fighting. Period. Anything else is unacceptable to me. If you don't want to be part of the fucking let's stop fighting fucking brigade, all I can do for now is block you and hope that one day you'll fucking open your eyes. Well, you making them stem cells, and but this is the information the human race needs. Every fucking little bit of it. They do. And we need to stop it. We need to. And it starts here. It starts here. It starts there. It starts here. It starts here. It starts here. It starts here. You got to know this shit first. You got to know it first. Then you become strong in your knowledge, because your knowledge is your magnet and it's infinite. You just got to learn how to listen again to the creator. Who the fuck doesn't have the answers? Why would we need a leader? We're children of the creator. The creator talks to our hearts. Mother talks to our hearts. It's all magnet. It's scalar physics. It's something we've been trained not to do. And they told us why in the cuneiform. Because our spark of life, that which gives us life, is that which gives us power and cannot be separated. Thus, we must divide them. Here we are. This rabbit hole's got teeth, Daniel. It's all right. You were created for this moment. Because you got a fucking magnet in your chest, and that is the salvation of all life on this planet, dude. Scalar physics, you got to reach the same frequency the Earth is, and you will inherit her entire magnet strength. Then you're shield 2. There's 7 billion of us. We're on this marble. Let's throw up the shields, teach people scalar physics, and let's get the fuck on it. Because it's only hopeless if you believe so. I know it's not. It ain't a belief. I can prove to you on a chalkboard where your fucking heart is more valuable than anybody's ever told you. Don't do that. That's the wrong thing, Daniel. You need to go look at physics so you know. Don't believe me, dog. I could be lying to you like Albers over here. I know what I sound like. You know what I mean? Go look. You need to know it. Because if you know what belief is going to do for you, it's going to get you killed, dude. So is faith. Without the knowledge, you're fucking going to die. It doesn't say without the belief or faith. It says without the knowledge, man. Know it. You know why? You know why? Here's the fucking why. It's just as easy to understand. Because your intent is real. Belief and faith, they're questions. How can you get a real intent if you don't know something, man? You're fucked. Your meek is tweaked because you don't know who to be meek to. You don't know what's going on. You're dead because the knowledge is here. You have to want it. It's physics. I swear to God, it's physics. It ain't opinion. You need to go look where it's physics. It's scalar physics. It's magnet physics specific. Resonant frequencies, electromagnets, stacking your magnets, scalar physics, instantaneous action at a distance. Every atom is a fucking magnet. Therefore, we negated the quantum theory. It's scalar physics, very much right down to the fucking atomic level. No wonder they're seeing action at a distance instantaneously. It truly is that simple. Nature doesn't have a slide rule, to borrow a term from Ken Wheeler. Yeah, you can't fake the intention of your heart. It's pure. That's why our language was so pure and we were cooperative. We couldn't lie to each other. We loved each other. We were global, and that's what scared them. You can read that globally on the walls that they couldn't destroy. That's the next shirt. Yeah, see, that's scalar. Now, I'm not going to teach you scalar physics because that can't come from me because I don't want believers. I don't want, look. As asshole as I am, and the fact that I send people elsewhere to learn physics, people still come to me and say, I've got a cult. I've got a bunch of believers. Fucking John's just a fucking a fuck boy for a cult master. I ain't fucking having it. None of this shit comes from me. You need to go learn it so you know it. I'm just drawing you a fucking map and showing you where to go. That's all I do. It can't come from me. It says I'm the guardian. It doesn't say I'm the teacher. I got to send you somewhere to get it. And it's got to come from someone else. Because honestly, it just can't come from me. It has to come from long established and fucking something you can see that isn't me. My words are cheap. Period. I'm sure it did. We have things like that right now. The military has helmets that you can pilot a craft with your thoughts. It's a lot quicker responding. And in combat, a fraction of a second matters. Yeah, well, they keep us in a bad mood. One, they don't want us to have long lives, so we figure shit out. And those stem cells certainly help when you're excited about life and producing them. Number two, they don't want us to come to a stagnant point where we actually start hanging out with each other and figuring out that we're all human. Any and every way they can possibly keep us, because it's human nature to begin with. All this stuff we've discovered is human nature. That's the sad part about this. They have trained us to not be humans in each and every fucking manner they possibly could. To the point that to be human seems odd. Seems the strange, the esoteric. We're all empaths. We're all fucking psychic. We're all in touch with every magnet in existence, thus being every atom. In the torrid field of 1748 hertz, very fucking specifically drawn thousands of fucking years ago in physics, that I backtracked right down to goosebumps from the human magnet. Your organs are shaped because of a magnet signature. You got a third eye that's the shape of Ra. It's attached to your fucking eye sockets there. And it does what? It sees UV light from the inside of your head. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Actually makes a whole lot of sense, being as how we got all these stories about how we was formed originally on that sun. Of course we're going to have body parts with that magnet signature in it. Holy shit, that's just confirmation of what I've fucking found. And it's a UV sun. Of course we need to have a UV eye. It just doesn't work right now very well. And it's not going to ascend you to the fifth dimension. It might help you see better when we get on the UV sun. But that's why it's there. No, I'm just telling you why I don't, Anya. I'm just telling you why I don't. It'd be easier for me to just sit here and give you all dissertations in fucking scalar physics and have you believe me. That's not the point here. That's all. You can't believe me. Your life depends on it. So, that might give you a little bit of insight on why I am so fucking desperate to shame people or whatever I gotta fucking do to get them to look. Because they can't believe me. They can't believe anybody. They have to know this shit or they're going to fucking die. And I think they should at least have a choice. I ain't saying everybody's going to choose life or choose the right way, but they need to have the fucking choice. And it can't come from me because it's not mine. It's creators. It's got to come from physics, real physics. None of that's mine. I don't make up laws of creation. I just try to add to it with my spark when I'm done with it. Yeah, everybody should have the chance. Everybody should not only have the chance, they should have the information we've discovered to help them make their decision properly. In other words, a well-informed decision instead of just be like left them ass out and then make your decision what you're going to do. Half fucking world go fucking butt shit nuts if you didn't give them their heart and the reality of what the fuck we are and why we're here. A lot of them were made around the original sun, absolutely. And the Anunnaki came and started emulating what we were doing, trying to hide us from ourselves. And I can tell you the difference. And when you go and learn how to do the readings, you'll be able to tell the difference. You know why? Because they never figured out what we were drawing. They just emulated it and added to it and confused it. Well, if you know what you're fucking reading, it's just like a lie cut right down the center. You look at it, you know what it's saying, or you don't. And it's like, and the ones that I've looked at in the later dynasties, it's like, oh, that's gibberish, dude. That's just fucking stupid shit. That easy. The ones that are ancient, oh my God. They were us, and you can read them. I don't care if it's on a wall or if it's in 3-dimensional totem pole in the middle of a fucking jungle in South America. You'll know exactly what they're telling you. I'd like to put the Dingley Cobra up there, but I had no idea how to edit Wiki. Oh my God, the raw sun god fucking page of Wiki. Let me in there. Let me in there one time. Ra, back in the day, originally was viewed as a magnet signature, much like this magnet signature right the fuck behind you currently that your government's not telling you about. Wouldn't that be the best entry to the Ra page of Wikipedia? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? I think it would. I think it'd be the best fucking intro to Ra's page on Wikipedia that we could fucking hope for. So I've thought about that. I just don't know how to do it. And I'd fuck it up if I tried. So I do know they edit that shit though all the time. And I was looking at it. I was like, oh wow. I like the idea though. I mean, hit him with truth right off the bat, right? I mean, originally it was seen as this in Giza, but then some fucking lying fuck turned it into, and then you can leave Wiki just alone. At that point, motherfuckers would be like, Dingly Cobra. Dingly Cobra. Fucking Dingly Cobra, man. It'd be in Starbucks. Dingly Cobra. See, that's how you do it. Yeah, on their little laptops, everybody chanting "Dingly fucking Cobra" in the fucking, because they looking esoteric in their Egyptian laptop there in Starbucks, and they all see the nice Dingly Cobra. One of these days, I'll be a guru at hacking this internet. About the time it fails, I'll have the Dingly Cobra up. Ancient Indians. You mean the descendants of Cain, the ones that are genetically unable to grow hair on their face because they were marked forever to do so? Those cats, yeah, they got physics. They were drawing it too. They were part of it. Absolutely. They were the ones over in Peru. Yep. No, those folks. They're the ones now in the Southwest and down through the Peruvian jungles. Yeah, we were global, and they had tech. They had physics. And what they were carving in them fucking stones down there before the descendants of Cain came around isn't what we were told they were carved. It's the same story I'm reading in Giza about a fucked up earth turned over and overtaken by these fucking violent cocksuckers in stone, and then everything changes again, just like Giza. And we find stone totem poles of Ra with his Dingly Cobra in Peru. His shirt, the long and short end, is not his shirt, it's his shorts. Looks the same. Different item of clothing. We were global before they came around. Oh yeah, Glenn. Look at that. Yeah, look at the Wall of Giza where they're manipulating a 4-pole magnet, and then look at Scientific Lee's fucking ferrocell where he proves all magnets have 4 poles. They lied. Yes. Absolutely they did. They don't want us to know anything about our magnets. Because we certainly had the knowledge where to go. Hey, Dingley Cobra, what's up, Paul? How you doing? You're encouraged to be bold. Yeah, well, guess who's going to have their edit reverted and blocked? Want to bet? I'm going to need John's help with this. That's all there is to it. I'll click the wrong button and fuck it up. I just will. Period. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do that shit. I have bad luck with it. You'll have to be on like video chat walking me through it or something. Yeah, all right, man. Let me see your screen. What are you doing? Kind of thing. You know what I mean? We'll have to do that on his meeting place or whatever we did the last time, so you can see my screen. And me and him will just do that one day. Maybe I got to talk to him about it because I don't know what I'm doing. I will need help to do it. Period. I know what I want to do. But I've got the proof. I've got the fucking proof. It's a fucking magnet signature. Raw is his shirt. It's, God. It's his staff. I mean, all those magnet signatures I could put up there, his staff and all that shit. Dude, they were so brilliant. And I mean, like, I could write a little story up there about how brilliant they were and why they depicted it like that. Because when we saw it again, we'd recognize it. Look, we're seeing it again. I recognize this. You think it'd get published on the wiki? I don't think it'd last 2 seconds, dude. Actually, God, I can't not. Can't not. I can't not. I've been thinking about it hard. That's why I'm talking about it, obviously. But, the raw page. I want to edit that fucking thing because it's a lie and it's eating at me. People got to know. When I'm doing my research, I'm running into these things and I'm all like, mi sangre es hirviendo. It means my blood starts to boil. Because it's all lies. The funerary tale of Egypt with the heart and the fucking feather and shit. No, man, that's fucking talking about your Schumann. You gotta relax that shit, become your own fucking. It ain't no funerary shit, man. They are teaching a lot of fucking life in those fucking tombs. It does. It grinds my gears. Yeah, I know. You'll never know if we're going to don't try. And I've been thinking about it, and I've thought of actually a way I think I could probably do it, but I got to talk to John about it because I know what I want to do. I just don't want to fuck it up and make it look silly in the middle of a paragraph somewhere or something misplaced and shit. I want it to strike like a fucking dangly cobra. Yeah, it's definitely festering. It's a festering wound. Every time I turn on a fucking Egyptology thing, it gets to the point that I'm like, I don't want to even watch this. So I'll turn down the sound and look at the pictures. I don't give a fuck what they're saying, which is a bummer because sometimes, like when they say things about random fucking myths, oh my god, it starts to tell a story, you know. And I've just gotten to the point that I turn off the sound and I miss all that now, and I'm listening to a different documentary while I'm watching pictures fly by, and they're getting repetitive. I've seen the same pictures over and over and over, and none of them are really new. And they'll give you a little snapshot of a part of a wall, but what about the other fucking walls in there and columns and the ceilings? Because they do ceilings, and if you're getting a ceiling shot, oh my god, you're getting not much. Yeah. And I can read some of them. Some of them are progressions where you can actually count how many times these fucking suns have been by. Saying, and what planets they brought with them, which sun they were, etc., etc. Yeah, see, and I do know they police that shit all the time. So I need to produce it in the best form I can, the most comprehensive, easy to understand. So I'm thinking Ra, the Dingley Cobra fake white Egyptian, the staff, and Cat Lady. Be like they were depicting these things because they knew we would recognize them when we seen them. Do you recognize these people? It'd probably last about 3 seconds. I'm already in acceptance of this, but I'm gonna make a video. The moon cult, yeah. See the cult of the flipping moon and shit. I mean, I've made fun of it with John and shit, but I mean, it's something I kind of like. Yeah, it's upsetting to me. I don't want to lead anything. I'm just fucking. I drew a map. I'm a map drawer. I drew a map, and I read a wall, and I drew a map to the shit it showed me, and I gave it to the world because it has treasure in it that I don't know what to do with. How's that? That's all I got. I don't want to be no cult leader. You ain't allowed to believe me. I try my damnedest to make you not like me. I can't shake your asses though some days. Yeah, the numbers, yeah. They start to make sense after you start looking around a little bit. Things kind of get fucked up, doesn't it? Yeah, most won't listen, but that's why I think that we need to make a little bit more effort because at some point, these big channels need to jump in on some reality. They need to be shamed into fucking humanity, into being a human, and share with their fucking audience what has been discovered. They need to. And if they start doing that, things will change fast. I'm over here walking around with a Wikipedia. They've already got hundreds of thousands of viewers that follow their every fucking word. Start giving them something that their viewers can actually look at and verify for themselves, their channel's going to explode. 1. 2, the world will change shortly after. And I think in a good way. But I can't do it myself. I need to shake one of these motherfuckers off his fucking high horse and make them look at themselves and realize what they're doing and stop doing it. That's what my goal is right now. They don't even have to talk to me. I don't give a fuck. I know they watch me. They've got the information. I don't give a fuck what their daddy tells them to do. They need to grow a fucking hair and do what's right. I am here to fuck those numbers right in the old bunghole. We're gonna have an awful lot more than 144 fucking thousand. And 144,000 is an Anunnaki number anyways. It's not creation. Mama would like to bring every one of her babies with her. She knows that's not going to happen. We do have free will. They got to grow brains and hearts. Well, they've already got the hearts. They don't need too many brains, so we're all good. It's not difficult science. It's just scalar physics. Everybody's talking about quantum theory anyways. Just get them the atom. Show them it's a magnet. Tell them scalar physics. Everything they've ever said about quantum theory is scalar physics. Action at a distance, instantaneously, faster than the speed of light. Fucking just going on and on and on about the fucking atomic, amazing fucking unexplainable fucking. It's scalar physics. It's a magnet. It totally explains it to me. Not a mystery anymore. And I don't think it has been for a while. They've known there's toric fields in atoms. Why do you think they went so small to look? I found it. Yeah, it's probably not going to be 7 billion, but I'd be happy with 4 billion. Better odds than 50-50. We'd be doing all right. Shit, we could probably loan a few magnets to planet heaven at that point. I understand her Anunnakis are fucked up over there and she's about to be dust. Why don't y'all just stop? Stop. We got this one covered. Stop. Be the steward you are. Make peace and go home. Well, some of you can't. Some of you are here. Period. You're born here. You're staying here. You got this human frequency in your head. Fucking Anunnakis. And remember they were saying that they were having problems going back and shit, and the kids that were born here can't. That's because of the fucking human frequency. Creator did that. He made sure that we can't go back and forth, and divide each other like this for a prolonged period. Period. See, period. That's laws of physics. I love it. I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. Tell me that's not design. For fuck's sake, tell me that's not design. Prove to me that's not design. I could go on all day about how fucking insanely brilliant design is over little tidbits like that. Fucking amazing. It's like, oh my God. You can't infiltrate a planet and stay there and occupy it forever because you're going to fucking die. Oh. Oh boy. It's physics. Scalar fucking physics. At work. 7.83 hertz. Guess what planet Heaven's Schumann frequency isn't? Very obviously, 7.83 hertz. It might be 7 point. I doubt if it's 7 point, because they have a huge problem being here, and we have a huge problem being there, probably separated by quite a few points. That's how it works. You're a frequency-based fucking being. You got to be in the frequency you were created in. Oh, unless you walk through a Merkaba and fucking arrive on the other side and attune to fucking creation in a straight heart, because that's how it's fucking done. You can interstellar travel all day long, but you got to do it right. You could stay. You say you're welcome. You come here in a mist, boop, boop, solidify like the fucking natives say they did, and boy, howdy, you're allowed to stay. Because your body is attuned to this one. That's the rules. And our hearts are at 1748 hertz because they are the magnet, our spark of life. And all magnets operate at 1748 hertz. So does your body. And that's why your fingerprints are unique, like a magnet signature, because that's your magnet signature coming through your body. It all makes sense if you understand magnet a little bit. But you gotta know this shit. Without it, you're gonna die. And have I said anything that's hard to understand? I hope not. If so, you're on the wrong fucking channel. Yeah. Like I said, hi, I'm Captain Obvious. This shit's fucking obvious if you got the knowledge. It's like, oh my God, I got a magnet here, and then they got a magnet in each atom. Where isn't my creator? Because air's atoms, the table's atoms, the stars are atoms. My creator's in every atom at 1748 hertz. My heart, my creator's in my heart. I'm in touch with every atom at 1748 hertz. There's your esoteric library or whatever they call that. What couldn't you know? I'll wait. Yeah, that's what I came up with too. Ken Wheeler. I've been talking about him all night and how he was compromised, and I've got a lot of his work on my page in Angry Catfish that he doesn't have on his page anymore because he was approached by the U.S. government. He left those videos up talking about that, but he changed his fucking page shortly after. Yeah. That's what I said. I've cross-checked my shit with magnet gurus that weren't compromised at the time. Like Ken Wheeler. Da-da-da! Hi, I'm Captain Obvious. Fuck all y'all motherfuckers. Oh, shit. Not everyone insults hieroglyphics or intuits. Yeah, no, well, I'll tell you, no. Apparently, it seems to be the odd thing to do. Or it was. It was. Now others are doing it. I don't have a unicorn horn on my fucking head anymore. It's not that hard. That's why I could do it. Like I said, if I can do it, you can fucking do it. It's not that hard. Insulting hieroglyphs. But yeah, no, no, apparently that's the thing that most people don't do. But there's a lot of reasons why. I just, I wasn't looking for it. Creator made it happen. That's all I got. Creator made it happen. I was at the right place at the right time. Well, yeah, that's, why it seems like a matrix. It's not. But it seems like a matrix because we are very intricately tied to the spirit world. And that is evident in the electromagnetic field. One, it doesn't exist without the other. You're in the physical realm. It's real. So's the electric realm. But we're in the magnet realm, then you got the electro realm. Simple as that. We're connected. I'm working on the proof. Don't rush me. How do you prove a ghost? Without electric devices and stupid shit. This is physics. I got to figure that out. And it's not as easy as you might think. I know they exist. I feel them, talk to them. I have long before I knew I had a magnet, which is other part of this. They exist. Yeah, right. I'm just saying, how do you do that? Now that we have this knowledge, I should be able to figure it out. Just using conventional, like, I don't want it to be a sound box. You know what I mean? That's fucking stupid shit. That's fucking bullshit. No, this has got to be proof. Well, the science exposed their lies, the Lord. Totally exposed them. They put people out there like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a friendly guy. He couldn't mean you any harm. He probably doesn't even know he's feeding you a line of bullshit because he don't fucking know. He's been fed a line of bullshit himself. He's just happy that he's got his Mercedes. And they tell you these things about quantum theory because they've got these things like CERN going on that they don't want us to know what they're fucking using them for. So they start telling you about this bullshit. And they use him to do it. They also have this channel called the BBC. and or Nova. See, all these they definitely have these authoritarian accents, like the UK accent, where yes, they didn't, and they talk like they're over you because they know something that you don't, and they're telling you what they know. So you sit and listen, suck it up because it came off the fucking educational channel. I watched those shows when I was a kid too. Dazzy used that voice when he was on making videos showing people how field rotation was much like an airplane flying across your face because you see the front and the back of it. And then there I am in the comments, but it didn't flip. If the fucking airplane flipped, it would fucking crash. Number one. Number two, our moon is not an airplane. Our moon is not flying halfway around the fucking world in its orbit every night. You're spinning beside the motherfucker. Park the plane. It's only moving 6.24 degrees in its orbit every night. Plane don't work. Flying by someone. That's like throwing a baseball at somebody, calling it field rotation. It's fucked up. That's linear motion. It's not field rotation. Two different monsters. I rest my case, but I wasn't making videos back the day, so he made 6 more. Fucking, he was a bastard, man. Anyways, it's been a rough road, man. Fuck. It is just getting people to look at the fucking moon. I know what I'm up against. A fucking rock and a hard place. I'll be damned if I'm going to settle for it. I know where that rock and the hard place are centered. Uh-oh. I'm hitting them hard, ain't I? I got the sledgehammer out. I ain't even started hitting hard yet. They don't want me to start investigating and pulling out skeletons because I'm really good at that. I'll embarrass them if I have to. Look at all the shit I found on Derek Bros. Fuck. Wait till you see Ben Davidson. Oh, I made a couple videos just scratching the surface on Ben Davidson. I know. See, I'm the one for the job. This is what I said. I'll tell you. I've read the prophecy, and it scares the fuck out of me because I've come into this new power of being a human being, and it says that I shake the world gently. I shake the world gently. I shake the world gently, and then later I shake the world violently. And I'm like, if we shake the world gently enough, maybe we won't have to shake the motherfucker violently. So I'm trying really, really, really fucking hard to shake this fucking world as gentle as possible and smack him upside the head with a daily cobra in the process. If you actually read the prophecy, read it, just the Hopi prophecy. The Mayan prophecy's worse. That fucking the Egyptian prophecy, I don't even read it. I don't even read it. I've read it. I don't read it. I read the Hopi prophecy and I haven't read it in a while because it just every time I read it, it's like I used to read it just to try and read myself out of it. And then now every time I read it, it's like, fuck. So yeah, I've kind of just stopped, You go to bed, Glenn? Well, the Dingley Cobra doesn't go very well. But if he owns a station, he could place a, hey, why don't y'all look at the moon? Because I've noticed something's going on over there. We'll look at it later and see what it does. I don't know if his station would still be on the air by the time the moon fucking rolled. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's what we need. A bunch of radio stations talking about the moon. I've got a couple of videos on it that show you where to go. I actually read through it also in some of them. And they're named. And you'll be able to see them. They're about halfway down. But or you could just do an extensive search for the Hopi Prophecy long version. I don't know. I thought I was getting the short version too for a little while, and then I started reading on it. Like, oh, wait a minute. This is still the fucking same prophecy. But they're talking about fucking 4 worlds and shit. And yeah, when they start talking about the assistant with the mark of male purity, that's my tattoo. I designed it as a throwing star. And it's got 2 points on every, because the swastika has 4 arms. Well, my throwing star has 4 arms, but it's got 2 points and 1 in the middle. So it's actually a 9-point blue throwing star swastika. It fits every prophecy of the natives that I've ever read. It's more than just the assistant in the fucking all of them. Yeah, I'm only named an assistant in the Hopi prophecy. I can't find anybody else written in the Giza prophecy. And I've looked. So I don't know. They're very specific about what I've done, though. Before I read the languages and shit. And I shook the world gently with CBD, hemp production, legalization, state-sanctioned fucking crop first since the fucking tax stamp in this United States. Didn't mean to. It was an accident. I looked at it as a personal failure for fucking years until I started reading that prophecy and I started understanding just because I didn't get my way doesn't mean that millions of people haven't actually benefited from my fucking failure. So maybe it's not such a big failure after all. So I started talking about it because I never did. But it's something I did. It's Davis's hemp bill. I did that with Angel Stone because I went there to legalize medical marijuana for Angel Stone specifically. And she helped me. And we failed. She's in Florida now. I worry the fuck out of her all the time. Or she worries the fuck out of me. I love the woman. She's been in my life fucking 30 years. And she's down there in Florida with her parents. Scared the fuck. Yeah, well, how many other people do you know that woke up and read the ancient languages like they were their own? And started teaching others how to do it. Nobody I know so far, or the Hopi, or everybody I talked to in the native community was glad I came along. They acted like they expected me to come along, and nobody like me had come along before. I talked to 350 of the tribes already. It was confirmed by several dozen of them by tests and such, reading their language. Yeah, that just doesn't happen to everybody. So nah. And here's the thing. Very specifically, somebody that has shaken the world. Very fucking specifically. This is the one that got me. Do you see the fucking swastika on my arm? That's old. I didn't just put it there. I designed it. I thought it was my design when I was putting it on there, and then I got embarrassed once it was there. Because a friend of mine pointed out it was a divisive sign, and I'm not divisive. I've never regretted getting it because I love the fucking tattoo. It's my chi. It is a beautiful throwing star. It's also a 9-point blue star. It's a 9-point blue star swastika. It fits from there all the way into the Mayan and fucking Hopi in Giza. That. Oh, every time I read it, it's fucking more specific about this symbol being on the person that wakes up and reads these ancient languages. If you can find a point that reads me out of it, let me know. Oh yeah, it's old. Absolutely, it's the 4 winds. Doesn't even mean what the fucking ancients say it meant, because that's been twisted too. It's the 4 winds of Earth. Any planet. And it's polarity driven. Good, bad, like your it's a polarity, it's positive, negative. It stands for fucking planets on their suns. That's your 4 winds. That's your energy you're receiving. Right now, we're receiving the angry energy off of Set. Exactly opposite of this. In physics. See, that's physics. That's not legend. That's physics. And that's what tells me what their legend means. Because that's why they hold their legends so specifically. Because once we see them again, we'll recognize them. Heart bell. Have you heard my 30 seconds on Art Bell with Linda Moulton Howe describing the moon doing a cartwheel? And Linda Moulton Howe cut me off, told me I was fucking crazy. She was an amateur astronomer. That was impossible, and that she would have noticed if it was doing that. I haven't listened to fucking Coast to Coast since. And it was George Norrie, not Art, that night. If you missed it, go on over to the Dazzle the Cameraman, because he made a video of it. He found it because I was telling everybody about it. And he thought he'd make a big deal of it. So I made a video, but it's over there if you want to listen to Linda Moulton Howe diss me about the moon, something she could see with her own fucking eyes. What a great fucking investigator she is. She's never spoken of it. Obviously, the fucking cunt has never noticed. Amateur astronomer. She's a fucking amateur, all right. Or she's a fucking demon with the knowledge that the fucking moon's doing cartwheel and ain't sharing it with nobody. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The footage is there on Dazzler the Cameraman's. He was trying to use it against me. I send people over there to listen to what a fucktard Linda is. Because the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel. Is it not? Is it not? I'll send you over there to Dazzler the Cameraman and go find that, because it's not hard to find. So this is what Linda Moulton Howe thinks a catfish is fucking moon doing cartwheels or some shit right there in the title. Not hard to find. Just saying. It's Dazzler the Cameraman. I'm sending people to my fucking greatest troll. Because when you're working with lies, life's got to be rough. You know the truth. The moon's rolling. It shouldn't be. Go check out Dazzler. See what your tax dollars pay for. Used to. See, we beat that. We beat down Five Eyes. At least that part of Five Eyes. They stopped talking about field rotation. Oh, it's normal field rotation for the fucking moon to do cartwheels. That's normal. He made videos. I ain't shitting you, man. Took me 7 years and then finally making my own fucking videos for 2 to fucking get him to shut the fuck up. Because he proved himself wrong. He was so pissed at me. He started telling us where Tycho Crater should be in the North Hemisphere. And I was like, oh my God. He forgot he was even talking about field rotation. He was all about Tycho Crater and how impossible it should be to be anywhere past here and here on the moon. But it's all the fucking over the place in the Northern Hemisphere. What, Dazzler the Cameraman? You can't find his channel? Hang on a second. Jeez. You know, fucking Five Eyes. Yeah, he's actually a hard channel to find. He's on one of those, if you don't know it, if you don't have the link, you're not going to actually find his channel. Let me find the Linda Moulton Howe one. It's fucking beautiful. Linda Moulton Howe dismisses catfish's claims. Here, let's play it. Let's play it.
The capital of Alicia.
Welcome back to Coast
Caesar followed him to the settlement.
We call it Conversations with Linda. Give you that chance once a month to talk with her about stories that you deem important. And if you're a government whistleblower, check in with us as well. Back with your calls on Coast to Coast Day.
Guess who called in?
And welcome back to Coast. Linda Moulton Howe with us and your calls. Linda, let's take some calls here for you, Linda. They're lining up. We'll pick it up by going to Asheville, North Carolina. Eric, thanks for calling. Go ahead. You're on Coast to Coast.
Oh, wow. What a privilege. Thank you both for accepting my call. Miss Howe, both of you are just troopers for the truth. I've got to give it to you, and you're the reason I work at night while my son sleeps.
Thank you.
I loved listening to George every night.
Something I've personally observed, and I was wondering if you had noticed. Since 2010, our moon's been flipping 180 degrees a night. Optically, you can see the craters actually move across clockwise on the moon face. 2 months ago, the shadow began to follow it. It is no longer a crescent moon. It's almost like somebody turned on a neon light a couple years ago, and now it's starting to flash. The shadow is actually moving 180 degrees across the moon each and every night. When you watch it at 4-hour periods, you can tell 20 to 25 degrees across the face of the moon like a clock. The shadow and the craters are both moving. Now, I looked at why. NASA claims that a brown dwarf G1.9 had moved in close to Pluto. I'm sure you remember this. The thing is, if you look at the Hubble data from where they're discussing binary systems, never does a binary star stop at the outer planet. It always circles the sun. And this is 3 years ago. At Christmas, I watched Orion. I used to drive USS Texas and USS Arkansas, so I'm constantly qualified, and I know my stars. I watched Orion bounce across my horizon 40 degrees and back every week up until recently when I've been watching the sun rise north of east and set almost due north. I can't believe people are missing this stuff. But I have moved from Los Angeles to the top of a mountain near North Carolina in Asheville here, and I can see the sky really good.
What's happening out there, Linda?
I'm listening to you, and I am an amateur astronomer, have been since I was 4 years old and had a little reflector. And I always look at the moon, and I have never seen what you're describing. And that includes looking at the moon with some strong binoculars just recently. And I've never seen anything of what you're describing. And so I am baffled at your description.
Now, let's get back to the sinkholes for just a second.
And then that was it. I'm all like, what do you mean you ain't never seen? It's doing it every night, bitch!
With its mighty pharaohs, multiple gods, and magnificent art.
Alicia was a well-defended city on the hill, and Vercingetorix sent messages to his nearby allies.
Yeah. I've talked to them all about the moon. Dazza figured he'd bring that back and use it against me, and I'm all like, how is that going against me? How is that going against me? Because you can look at the moon and see it's fucking doing cartwheels. I think that goes against Linda Moulton, fucking Howe, and Dazza. Personally. Because I described it pretty fucking good, did I not? Yeah. That's how you beat down Five Eyes trolls. You get yourself a bunch of people that actually look at the shit and fucking start making fun of them. And they shut the fuck up. We're wobbling. Location. Well, that should determine the angle of the moon. That's what you're talking about, Chad. But it doesn't cover the roll of the moon that everybody's seeing. That we shouldn't see. The most roll we should see is at the equator, and I've walked you through that 1,000 times in the fucking in the page that Daza used to try to fool people into believing it was field rotation that was causing the fucking moon. I was like, look, here at the equator, it even tells you this is the most motion ever on the Earth. And fucking what does Orion do? He does about a 30 degree, which is, and then he rolls back. He never continues. He just, and the thing is the Earth comes up, and you can see that the green part that you don't see Orion. What he's doing or anything. It's the Earth, and it's daytime now. It is own little fucking. He'd be sending people to fucking the field rotation, trying to tell them it's 180 degree, and he'd show them the chart of the 180 degree chart. And I'm like, can't people read? It tells your azimuth where to go for your 180 degrees. Gives you the path through the sky, what angle to follow at 180 degrees. That doesn't have anything to do with the fucking moon turning 180 degrees. That's your camera following an object in a 180 degree path. It's all that fucking chart shows. For fuck's sake. And people were actually accepting that as evidence that the moon's supposed to do cartwheels. I was like, man, they will believe anything this fucking documentary voice dude says. He's from New Zealand. He talks like he knows something that you don't, and you're fucking stupid. And he's going to teach you better. And it doesn't say anything that's very polite, very flowery, but you get that feeling like he's over you. It's like, because of the accent. It comes out of the fucking documentaries. It's been drilled in my fucking head since I was a kid. I was like, so I started hating that accent. I'm like, take your fucking documentary and shove it. Yeah, I was working hard when I wasn't even making videos trying to fucking prove to people that this guy's fucking nuts. Yeah, the Earth flipped. Earth flipped. You can't roll a fucking shadow on a ball by rolling the ball, for fuck's sake. You gotta fucking bend over. Stop spinning. Bend over. It's physics. Light, ball, shadow. Blue's Clues. Bing. That's why your moon's bouncing around you now. Because you're no longer rotating the same way it orbits. You're doing this. It's doing this. Shit's fucked. That's why it's bouncing around. And that's also why it's doing cartwheels. Because you're spinning up and down now instead of east to west. You're going north to south in relation to the ecliptic only. Our spin did not change. Our orientation changed. Spin is the same direction. Orientation, people get that confused. It's like, fuck, come on. Jesus Christ, it's fucking Blue's Clues, for fuck's sake. Bend over, bitch. You're on the top of the planet, now you're on the bottom of the planet. That's why the moon flipped. You took a fucking jet from the top to the bottom, just like you used to have to, except the jet is your fucking porch. How's that? You don't go that way. You go this way. Because you look like you on your side. That's why the sunspots are doing that. That's why the fucking shadow and the craters on the moon are doing that. If the sun had a shadow, one, I'd freak out. Two, it would roll with the sunspots. Just like the moons of Jupiter are rolling. Everything on the ecliptic is now rolling by the hour for us because we're rolling by the hour. Simple as that. It's the only thing in 10 years of watching it that ever made sense to me. And that's because I keep breaking out different balls. I started out with tennis ball. Spun that motherfucking fuzz right off that cocksucker. It looked like a funky little bald chihuahua ball. And so I graduated to fucking golf balls. They're hard, tougher skin. And I can bounce them and try and make that shadow. Because I know I can't do it like that. If I just bounce it fast enough, maybe the shadow will fucking stick. And it's not me tilted. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. See, I've tried it all. Do you understand neurotic? Trying to figure out anything other than that because you just brought a little 6-year-old into the world and you can't believe that what you just done. I tried to prove so fucking hard that we didn't turn onto our side. I can't even fucking tell you how fucking hard I fucking tried to make the fucking shadow spin any other way. You're welcome to try. I doubt if you're as neurotic as I am about it. I still try. I hang chickens in the middle of my fucking room. And make videos. Look, Jackie's like, I am fucking this globe up. Fucking hey. Go, girl. Get you a GoPro. Stick it to the fucking globe one time and make a video. See what you come up. That would be fucking tight as fuck. Only one way to get a polar eclipse. That's if the moon's dancing around your pole, huh? It shouldn't be nowhere near our pole. I know. Got the working model out. I can't tell you shit. You felt like making a devil's death. I know the feeling. Yeah. Yeah. Because, with a globe, it's made sitting on a 23-degree angle to the ecliptic, right? Already. Kind of makes a working model real easy if you happen to have a GoPro that would spin underneath that fucking little dingly thing that holds the globe. So you could get the full fucking scope of what happens when you tilt the fucking globe to that ball sitting on the table. Because then you would see what you see on your porch. I just don't have a GoPro or a globe. But yeah, if you're making your own working models, you fucking bet you know what's going on because that's science. That's the way it's done. It's a fucking ball of light and fucking the ecliptic your table. It's woo. God, woo, God. I know it's a stretch, but you can get it. Heck, you got it. Neurotic, obsessive, because you need to know. and you know you need to know. You want to know. And you did exactly what you should if you want to know, and you broke out and you fucking started proving to yourself, why is my moon doing a cartwheel? Should it? Fuck NASA, I'm going to make it working model. Well, I think I know which sun is cold to the touch. I've got a picture of it in a few of my videos. I don't accentuate on it, but there is actually 4 suns in the system. One of them being a dead sun named Osiris. And he serves as a moon to a gas giant that is, I'd say, about 3 times the size the dead sun is. And it's a very shiny black moon. I captured it over Madrid right before sunrise and right at sunrise, just to prove that it was rising, and the sun backlit the pictures, or backlit the fucking their planets in space. They were between us and our sun, and we've seen them one day. We had been following them for about 4 days on my Facebook page. It was a blue dot in the sky. Everybody could see it. And they were like, it's Venus. And I'm like, I've been watching this thing. It looks like it's getting closer. And Venus, at that point in time, was supposed to be getting further away from us in its orbit. And you shouldn't be able to see Venus in the daytime. And the next morning, I said, well, we'll find out tomorrow. The next morning, I got the shot right before fucking sunrise because they were coming. Well, I knew where they'd be, so I captured them. And just so happened that it was on the very fucking horizon. And you know how horizon magnifies shit. Blew my mind. God put those there for just the camera clicked at the exact moment of fucking, oh my God, that's such a fucking amazing shot. And that's definitely not Venus. So, yeah, that happened. And then I had already found red. I don't think I had found blue at that point in time, and it took me a while. I wasn't sure about the big black moon. I had no idea Ra was even in the picture. I was at very best following the blue Kachina at that point in time, because that's about the time I discovered the blue one, because I had found the red one and was following it and counting its planets, and that was one of them. And then Ra showed up. I thought the blue Kachina, I knew it was an ultraviolet sun. I knew what it was, but I was calling it my lady blue Kachina for fucking couple of years. Long flowing blue dress. And then I got smacked in the face with a dingly cobra. I was like, well, that is not a lady. Imagine my embarrassment. I know. I know, right? I was crushed. I really was, in a way. Of course I was fucking shocked. I was like, oh my God. Even I recognized that signature. I didn't even recognize he had a hat on for like the first week. Hey, no, I never looked at Egypt. I didn't recognize the hat. Then I started looking at Egypt and I was like, I recognize that hat. What's that in the front of it? Looks like a fucking dangling cobra. And that's just the way it was. And that's my discovery process. I'm like, what the fuck? It's a hat. It's a hat. That's a hat on the fucking eye. That's a hat on the eye. The hat is everywhere, and it's on the eye. That was more like my discovery. I am a fucktard. Took me a while because I had never looked at Egypt. So I started looking. And I was like, holy fuck. Look what I'm seeing. I had to go crazy. I was like, what the fuck? I hadn't figured out none of this shit yet. I hadn't even seen my first hieroglyph just yet. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure I might have had I knew I had a magnet. I knew I had a magnet at that point, like within days, and I'm pretty sure I'd already had my first experience with Mom by the time that interview came. But I had not seen the fucking hieroglyph yet. All that shit happened, within like 3 days of each other. So I'm not sure which came first. It was one fucked up 3 days. That's all I got to say. I met a rock with a name and a heart and a mind. And she blew mine. I read an ancient language that wasn't mine, like it was mine. And yeah, people started calling me names that I didn't like. The guy on the rock and shit. I was like, I don't see me on that rock. I see a bunch of people on the rock. And then it got real weird. These cats from India and Turkey and Giza started sending me messages and talking about how the prophecies are coming true and shit, and we gotta unite in love and fucking. I mean, I was like, I thought you hated each other. That's good. I mean, that's a good step to peace. Yeah, I agree. But I hadn't read my hieroglyphs yet. Or no, actually, that was right after I read my first hieroglyph. They started coming out of the wall. I hadn't put anything together yet. It was still weird for me, you know what I mean? And it just got weirder because, like, they just came out of nowhere. A friend of mine that had followed me on Facebook for 3 years started telling me about how he's one of the native medicine men that goes from tribe to tribe. They all know him, and he thought I was the guy, and now he knows. He started having me read his language and told me how they came from a different planet in their tribe, and then I started meeting other tribes that came from different planets and telling me how they got here because I had just discovered the Merkaba and everything, and yeah, it got weird. It's still weird. But it's only the programming because we're humans. This is what we're supposed to do. And I wasn't ready for divine intervention either, for God's sake. I hadn't found omnipresence yet. I wasn't ready for God. Yeah, I wasn't ready for any of this shit. Step by step, it came within the last 2 years, all of it. Good for get the message out. Well, it's going to be set right either way. Just the nature of way creator design shit. You can't occupy a planet forever. That's guaranteed in physics. Their planet's going to get wiped out and they die early here because they ain't got the right frequency in their humans. Because they ain't from here. That's why they die early here. That's why their lives are shortened. Ours are shortened because they oppress our production of fucking stem cells with stress. Yeah, it's all physics. And listening to their confusion in their own cuneiform verifies for me they really didn't know what we were drawing. I know more than the average Anunnaki now. You can too. Matter of fact, I know more than the entire fucking race of Anunnaki have known since they forgot this. Because they're the same on their planet. They're stewards too. They just fucking murdered each other out of it. And they spread their division here. And Creator made sure that that can't happen for too long. Just long enough. Long enough for what? Hopefully for them to learn from their mistake and grow and fix what they've done and help grow creation and make a change in their heart. Hopefully. If not, they're going to be forgotten. What that looks like, I've already told you what that looks like. I really don't want to tell you again. It ain't hell like we've been described. I think. I think it would be just as torturous. Separated from all magnets, all other magnets, all material, all electro. It's sensory deprivation tank doesn't even begin to fucking explain this sensory deprivation. Echoes don't exist in this place. Separation from creation. I don't know. I know what it looks like. I was shown that. Is it forever? I get the feeling no. I haven't asked, but I just got hit in the head with no. So no, it's not forever. I'm sure it's on an individual basis with Creator and how whatever you need to not be such a bad kid. I wouldn't want to be put in a corner. It was very it was freaky just being shown. And it happened like that. But I knew, and I was like, oh wow, that's I didn't even understand what I was being shown at first. Of course, I told you I got 300,000 fucking years of fucking download in a second, and I had to prove it. I think I did all right. I still got some things I'm working on. Fuck. No. I didn't know for the longest time, B. I'm A negative. I'm obviously Anunnaki. My eyes change color. Morning, Cat. I've never met my real parents. I was adopted. It'd take an literal act of Congress to allow me to see my birth parents' names on my birth certificate. It's sitting in Sacramento, not in the hospital I was born in. Little oddities like that kind of shake you up a little bit and make you realize maybe they don't want me to know who the fuck my dad is. And I don't care. Emotion, yeah. Emotion, mood. Yep. They do. Well, then you got some Anunnaki in you too. And they said it the best, Daniel. They said they have become us and we've become them. They look just like us. And the ones born here have our same energy. And even if they're not born here, they still have a magnet. They just forgot what they're supposed to do. Yeah, I try to keep mine in the blue to green region. Blue, preferably, but a lot of times they stay hazel, a mix. If they go brown, things are looking down. They go black, I take a step back. Yeah, I've seen mine go a little green too. And people used to remark a lot that would know me on a personal basis, that saw me every day. Not many people do, but a lot of people would remark on my eyes and how they're always changing colors. I actually got out of the mirror and looked once, a few times. God dang, my eyes do change color. Yeah, my eyes go black. Deep black. They look like a pupil. You got a headache, relax your magnet, young lady. You're A positive. Well, we all have Anunnaki blood in us. We all do. Or DNA. Just by the fact that you're not a fucking Neanderthal with a big cranium, a big brain like we used to have. We cut our brain in about a quarter of it out from what we used to have. If anything, they made us knuckle draggers. We had a big brain capacity. How can you tell me Neanderthals and that shit, they got bigger brains than what we got and they're fucking knuckle dragging? Doesn't even make sense. What the fuck they got all that fucking brain capacity for? We got genetically changed into what we are. And they couldn't separate us from that which gives us power. They had to change us as much as they could into them, thinking that they would change us when they are us on their planet. They're fucktards to the extreme. They didn't change shit that matters to creators. I was like, damn, these fucking. And you can read this in their own writings, the writings of the victor, as if they did something cool. And I'm sitting here reading their own demise in their bragging. I'm like, oh my God. These guys are truly fucking too smart for their own good. Seriously. They're smart. That's why I have hope that they'll fucking realize what's going on, because they couldn't read our language, and I'm telling them why we're so powerful, because they are too. The motherfuckers need to get on their fucking planet and heal it. Stop fighting. And that's the end of it, if they can. Same here. Every planet in existence, same fucking deal. You're in a multi-sun system. That's because you got life, you got stewards, and you're being tested. It's the way it goes. You gotta learn. This is life. We learning. Yeah, so smart they're stupid. Lord, exactly. Exactly. Too smart for their own good.
While police casualties were in the hundreds.
They thought I don't even think that they thought that we were primitive. I don't think they understood us at all. And we just pure scared of them. What was left of us. There was only a few left after the fucking planet got ravaged.
And would have put him into territory with no Arab tribes. On top of that, Khalid liked to fight on the edges of deserts, which gave him the opportunity to outmaneuver his opponents when needed. The Caliphate's commander established a new authority in the province, with its inhabitants starting to pay the jizya tax. Simultaneously, scouts from the local tribes.
I think mine are silver still. They're gone white.
As the Persian road and postal system were probably among the best of their time, the Shah learned about another defeat shortly after, and while Khalid was making his preparations, Yazdiga ordered the troops from the northern and eastern parts of the empire to march towards the capital, Dizzy. A direct attack on the region controlled by Khalid was difficult, as the Arabs now controlled the crossings. So when the first army, commanded by Andazigar, arrived, it was sent towards the city of Walaja, the first strategic target on the road between Uballa and Al-Arab. It was expected that the Arabs would attack in this direction, so the remnants of the Sassanid forces, which fought in the Heatinz, joined Andazigar, bringing his numbers to somewhere between 25 and 30,000 troops.
So I gotta figure out.
His army took positions outside of Walaja sometime in May.
What I'm doing on this.
And it was supposed to reinforce Andazigar inside Al-Arab. For now, this force of 20,000.
Well, I know what I'm doing with it. I just
halfway between Bala and
hope it works out. We'll see.
Elite scouts, being from the local tribes, were able to gather information.
I need to figure out the size of the base I need also to make this work. I do have my glasses. Yeah. Need to put a handle on this first. Got to warm it up. Special heating box. first thing I'm going to have to do is encase this a little bit so clear. But you can see the 3 twist swirl in it. Already, I got to depth it up. I'm trying to figure out my length because he wants it about 4.5 inches, and I got to figure a good inch and a half for the fucking mica in the top, and then at least 1/2 inch to 3/4 for the base on this thing. So I'm trying to back engineer how long I need the spine to be. Oh, it's right here. It blended in.
The 2 lines forced to a standstill, losing few warriors. But the Sassanids had the numbers, so their tired front line was replaced by the rear rank, which gave them the edge. Despite Khalid's personal martial skill, his troops were getting tired, so Angazaghar's counterattack started to push the Muslim troops back. Slowly but surely, the Sassanids advanced, while the Arabs were getting dangerously close to the bridge, which would have made any retreat impossible. At this point, Khalid gave a signal that to reach the cause of the battle. The cavalry, as he said during the previous night, appeared on the eastern ridge behind the Sassanid army. This was the big trademark. As his mobile cavalry was able to hide in the desert fields, he advanced the Sassanid army.
There's the king with the base. He wants the 4 winds on the base. And the thing in the top, right below the cross, is mica. So that's what I'm making. The king and queen set, like that.
Only 5,000 survivors managing to retreat.
Here's the pawns, bishop, and knight.
As Khalid's troops were tired after the long march and battle, his army wasn't able to pursue.
And the rook is a pyramidal.
And they managed to find
An actual pyramidal, too.
the messages from his group went to other Christian Arab tribes to the north.
Testing me, huh? I was like, oh, never done one of those.
It is not clear why, as Arab and Persian forces are conflicted, according to the former, Bahman gave command over
I'm thinking of ways. I have a couple. It's geometric. I may have to put 2 together, of course, just to make it fucking perfect. Close to perfect.
Sometime in May, the allied Christian Arab ancestors, Alex. Details of the battle are lost. We know that the Muslims won. Sources are once again split the number of casualties. The Arabs.
Yeah, I don't drink much myself. It's not good for you. For me. Not good for me. In any way, I'll be back in a moment.
In any case, in the last days of May, which was the initial goal of his campaign. Again, these sources are inconclusive. We know that the local Sassanid garrison and their Arab allies mounted resistance for a few days, but eventually the sides decided to negotiate. As Khalid promised to spare the lives of the population in exchange for the payment of jizya tax, the locals decided to surrender. The Arab commander spent the next few months building up a new administration in the region and collecting taxes. At the same time, raiding parties were sent to central Iraq and towards the border of the Eastern Roman Empire, and this raiding brought both loot and information on enemy movement. Some sources claim that the Caliphate gained a degree of control over central Iraq, but it seems that Khalid didn't have enough troops to keep such a wide region under his authority. Still, the Caliphate's raiding parties were not getting much resistance to the north and northeast, while his his scouts informed him that the Sassanid garrisons to the northwest were still intact, with larger concentrations at Anbar and Ain al-Tamr. The first one was further away, and the direct route to it was through Ain al-Tamr, but attacking the fort of Anbar would have been more unexpected. So, in late June of 633, Khalid left half of his troops in Al-Qura and marched west to Anbar with a 10,000-strong army. Anbar would become the first Arab attack across the Euphrates River. The details of the engagement that happened here are unclear, but it seems that Khalid's decision to attack Anbar surprised his opponents, and the leader of the garrison, Shirzad, was forced to surrender after the Arab archers showed their effectiveness. Then the Caliphate's raiding parties approached the town of Ain al-Tamr from the direction of Al-Qura, so when Khalid engaged the Sassanid troops, mostly made up of Christian Arabs from the west, in July, he was able to win with relative ease. The leader of the Christian Arabs was taken prisoner and then executed, and the city surrendered to the Muslims. Events of the next few months, between July and September, are shrouded in mystery, as some sources claim that Khalid was staying in Anbar and Ain al-Tamr, slowly setting up the administration of the newly acquired region, which seems uncharacteristically passive for him. Others claim that the last two remnants of the apostate activity of the Ridda Wars were to the south, so Khalid moved most of his non-garrisoned troops towards Dormat al-Jadal and helped his fellow Caliphate general, Ayat bin Ghanem, defeat the rebels in the region. This inactivity or absence gave some time to the Sassanids, and they started recruiting and concentrating 5 armies in the area between Mosiah and Zayd. Hector bin Amr, who was left to command the garrison at Al-Qura, ordered the raiding
Oh, I had milk.
and
I got new milk. I got apple bar and a blueberry bar and a confetti chip bar. I was hungry. I only ate one of them burritos. I don't like them things.
At the end of September, Khalid returned to Al-Qura alongside the troops he picked up around Dormat al-Jadal and ordered Hector bin Amr and Abu Layla to lead portions of the garrison to the Zayd and Kenafir respectively and take command, while his troops rested in the city.
All right.
Apparently, small Muslim and Sassanid armies fought minor battles in October, and the Sassanids suffered minor defeats, which compelled them to retreat towards Mosiah. These now had an open route to the Sassanid capital, Ctesiphon, but the Sassanid army of Mosiah and the concentrations of the Christian Arabs in the area between Sani and Zumail were still a threat, so the Caliphate commander decided against attacking Ctesiphon. The main Sassanid army at Mosiah probably considered its position to be safe, since it would be difficult to attack them without going through Sani and Zumail. At the same time, Khalid knew that attacking the majority light cavalry Arab Christians could push them to the north to unite with the troops at Mosiah, so Khalid devised a plan. His army was already divided into 3 corps, and they moved directly against the Persians using the desert to avoid Sani and Zumail. This was technically very difficult, as all 3 corps had to not only bypass the enemy armies without being detected, but also arrive at the decided location simultaneously. It was risky, but the possible reward was also high. Everything worked as planned. Khalid's corps converged on the target at the same time, and during one of the nights in the first week of November, his 20,000 attacked the sleeping Sassanid army of comparable size. The latter was not expecting this attack, and the army of the Caliphate scored an easy victory, killing more than 10,000 Sassanid warriors. After that, defeating a smaller Christian Arab force seemed easy, but instead of confronting them head-on, Khalid repeated his 3-pronged maneuver to avoid losses. The Muslims suffered minimal losses, while the Christian Arabs lost more than half of their army. Apparently, a few recent Muslim converts were among the killed, and their families sent an appeal to the Caliph Abu Bakr to punish Khalid. This rejected appeal was sent through the future Caliph Umar, and will become important for our story down the line.
Khalid's mobility and the inability of his opponents to consolidate their forces meant that the region between Rizaya and Al-Hira was now under the control of the Caliphate. We have sparse information on the early administration of these lands. The Muslim sources claim that while the Persians living in the cities were often taken captive and enslaved, the local Arab population was forced to pay the jizya tax, but was otherwise allowed a degree of autonomy and even freedom of worship. More raids were sent across the Euphrates in the next month, while Khalid was contemplating what his next move should be. Attacking Ctesiphon was still dangerous, as that would have stretched the supply lines too much. That made an attack on the only Sassanid target in the area, the city of Firaz, the only option. Firaz was right on the border of the Sassanid and Eastern Roman empires. Khalid and his 20,000 reached the area in December. Once again, the sources are conflicted, but a few details that have reached our times allow us to form a coherent timeline. We know that the local Sassanid and Roman garrisons united their strength on the north side of the Euphrates, while Khalid held the crossing on the other side. Despite the fact that the Muslim sources state that the united Roman Sassanid force was large, it is fair to assume that neither empire could have a large force in the area, since the Sassanids needed those troops in central Iraq, while the Romans were concentrating their own forces on the crucial coastal areas and urban centers already being raided by the smaller Muslim armies. Even with a united force and the inclusion of the local Arab tribes, the allies, led by the Sassanid commander, Hormozd Jadiyy, probably had between 15 and 25,000 troops. For 5 or 6 weeks, the armies remained opposite each other, as neither side had a safe place to cross the river. It seems that sometime in the 3rd week of January, Khalid slightly retreated from the positions he held, perhaps baiting his counterpart into attacking. Indeed, the Allied force crossed the river and formed up against the Muslims. Both sides had a similar disposition, with infantry in the center and cavalry on the wings. The Allied army charged the Muslims, probably hopeful that their heavier equipment would give them an advantage. Slowly but surely, this charge pushed Khalid's lines back. Simultaneously, the Muslim general ordered the cavalry units from the second rank to leave the main body and take position to the far left. The Roman Sassanid army continued to advance, and the Muslims retreated even further. Khalid's detached force was ordered to take the bridge and then attack the allies from the rear. This maneuver was successful, and Hormozd Jadiyy's army immediately started losing cohesion. The allies thought that there was another big Muslim army that took the bridge and would soon surround them. Simultaneously, Khalid's main force started their counterattack, and those units of the Allied army not killed on the spot started routing towards the northeast. A certain number managed to swim across the river, but more than half of the Allied army was killed. Khalid lost a few hundred from his ranks. Khalid was about to attack deeper into Persian territory, but he soon after received a letter from the Caliph, Abu Bakr, at the Rashidun capital of Medina. The letter ordered him to cease his attacks on the Sassanids and to move into Syria to battle the Romans. So Khalid and a small contingent of his army prepared to move west. As with the Mesopotamian invasions, there had probably been no better opportunity for a strike into Roman lands, as the destructive quarter-century-long conflict from 602 to 628 had undermined crucial defenses in both regions. The Roman East, with all its religious, cultural, financial, and strategic significance, was now dangerously vulnerable. During 633, the Muslims sent 4 separate corps to invade Palestine, in addition to the areas around the Sea of Galilee, the River Jordan, and the Dead Sea. Though they achieved success, assaults on the large urban settlements of the region could not be considered until reinforcements were brought up. So, both for the additional troops and for Khalid's expertise in warfare, Abu Bakr sent the order for him to move west.
To save time and to bypass Roman defenses, the Muslim general chose a more dangerous route through an especially desolate, waterless stretch of the Syrian desert, much to the alarm of his sub-commanders. In order to survive, it is reported that Khalid, in his ingenuitive way, ordered 20 camels be forced to drink large amounts of water so that they could be used as makeshift storage tanks. The beasts were then periodically slaughtered along the journey when nourishment was needed, and the water was then harvested from the camels. After 5 grueling days of marching through this desolate landscape, the 9,000-strong Muslim army emerged at Suwa. Then they swiftly inflicted a minor defeat on the Roman Arab clients, the Ghassanids, at Marj al-Rahit, while they were celebrating Easter. Proving his strategy correct, Khalid's improbable desert crossing had also neutralized the Byzantine defenses on the Arabian border. Now he turned south, towards the Syrian town of Bosra, where the arrival of his reinforcements led to his capture by mid-July of 634. Despite this success, the Muslims had little time to celebrate. Roman Emperor Heraclius, who was now in Emesa, sent his brother Theodore and an Armenian general named Wardan south towards Ajnade, 25 miles southeast of Jerusalem, where they began to gather a large army. Spies reported this gathering force to the invaders, and the burgeoning Caliphate's army marched to meet their Byzantine opponents. Very few hard facts are known about this battle, but we can reconstruct a version of the fight using the available sources. Muslim accounts vastly exaggerate the number of Roman troops they faced, and it is likely even that the weakened Byzantine forces in Syria, 10,000 strong and commanded by Wardan and Theodore, were outnumbered by the 15,000 Muslims. Both armies formed up in extended lines, with their camps to the rear, and both sides stood ready with 3 divisions of infantry, right, left, and center, while each wing had a cavalry flank guard. Behind the Muslim center was a small reserve, and in front of their center was a small group of champions.
Putting it deeper in there.
Before the battle began, a Christian bishop rode over to Khalid's army and attempted to negotiate a Muslim withdrawal. However, the Rashidun general simply responded by offering the traditional choice: conversion to Islam, payment of the jizya tax, or death in battle. The fighting at Ajnadain began when the Byzantine auxiliary missile units, stationed ahead of the main line, began to rain arrows and stones on their adversaries. As the superior Byzantine ranged units loosed, the Muslims suffered losses and were unable to respond. However, one Muslim warrior named Dirah, heavily armored and brandishing a heavy shield, stolen from a Roman soldier, marched directly into the arrow fire, shouting his war cry. After the hail of missiles ceased, Dirah and his entourage of fellow champions were met by their Byzantine counterparts, and it is said the Muslims got the better of the fighting, slaying several Roman elite warriors and 2 generals. As the dueling came to an end, the Rashidun army attacked, and the subsequent fighting was a slogging match with little maneuver, and lasted until nightfall. The next day, Byzantine commander Wardan attempted to lure Khalid into a trap by offering a parley, but the plan went wrong, and he was instead killed by the fearsome Dirah. Aiming to exploit the confusion which this loss of leadership caused in the Roman ranks, the Arabs attacked again, with their flanks in front and center behind. After savage hand-to-hand fighting, which exhausted and depleted both armies, Khalid deployed his 4,000-strong reserve in the center and drove deep wedges through the Roman formations in this area. Unable to withstand the pressure any further, their line collapsed. After this defeat, Emperor Heraclius sent his brother Theodore back to Constantinople in disgrace. At the same time, the remnants of his shattered army, in addition to the local Roman population, withdrew to the apparent safety of the walled cities, which subsequently became crowded with refugees. Perhaps an omen of things to come, Heraclius then retreated with his headquarters further north to the city of Antioch, due to the fact that Muslim forces now controlled the countryside and were expected to advance on the most prominent urban center in the area. A week after their victory at Ajnadayn, the Arab forces began to march north in the direction of Damascus. On their way, they had to leave a mounted detachment at the city of Fuuuk, ancient Pella, to keep the Roman garrison there tied down while the main army marched onward. After this was done, the Muslims reached Yakusa on the southern bank of the Yarmouk River. Here they were opposed by a blocking force of Byzantine troops on the northern shore. They were in no real position to offer serious permanent resistance, but they were there to delay the invaders and to allow the great city to further prepare for a coming siege. After a short battle here and another battle against 12,000 Romans at the Yellow Meadow, otherwise known as Marsh of Safar, the road was clear to Damascus. When the invading Arabs neared the city, the Muslim commander realized that his forces were not numerous enough to encircle it entirely. Instead, each of the Muslim sub-commanders stationed their contingents outside of the city's various gates, fully blockading the crucial thoroughfares by August 21st, with a total of around 20,000 soldiers, 16,000 infantry, and 4,000 mobile guard cavalry. Damascus immediately began starving due to the lack of supplies and unpreparedness for a siege, while the Muslims were well supplied due to their domination of the fertile and productive local countryside. As the swift Arab light horsemen were relatively useless in a siege, Khalid ibn al-Walid sent a few hundred of them to the Eagle's Pass to the north in order to act as scouts. Here they watched for any Byzantine relief force aiming to pass through this choke point. The other half stayed near the city as a reserve, ready to help repel any sortie made by the Romans. In Antioch, the Roman emperor learned of the siege and sent a 12,000-strong relief force, along with plentiful supplies, to help Damascus on September 9th. When this force reached the narrow pass where the Muslim scouts were stationed, they pushed the cavalry back. One of these scouts managed to send notice to al-Walid, and he, gambling that repelling the relief attempt was more important than maintaining too tight a blockade, took the remaining cavalry at night to the Eagle Pass, where he managed to rout the Romans. Despite their apparent success, the besieging Arab forces were now stretched thin by Khalid's withdrawal. Historians believe that if the garrison's general Thomas had chosen to launch a sortie at this point, the Byzantines could have broken the siege, but they did not and therefore lost the opportunity. It seems that al-Walid realized he had put the siege in danger with his gamble, and he hurriedly returned to Damascus after he attained victory at the Eagle's Pass. As the garrison and Thomas realized that no relief was coming, morale among the defenders of Damascus became weaker and weaker. It was clear action would be needed. So the emperor's son-in-law decided to launch a counter-offensive of his own. For this first attack, Thomas decided to concentrate on one specific section of the city, drawing men together from all sectors of the city towards the gate of Thomas, where he was faced by around 5,000 soldiers under Shurabil. After the defending soldiers gathered in the area, the Byzantine commander began his sortie by ordering his archers to rain down a constant stream of arrows against their enemy, to which the Arabs responded accordingly. Using the cover granted by the Roman missile units, the infantry rushed through the gate of Thomas and fanned out into battle formation, with Thomas himself leading the assault. During the subsequent skirmish, it is reported that Thomas both broke through a section of the Muslim line and almost killed Shurabil, but he was then shot in the eye by the widow of a slain Arab soldier. Despite some level of success, the sortie had failed to break the siege, and the Byzantine forces retreated into the city. As they did, it is said that the injured Roman leader swore to take 1,000 eyes in return for his own. That night, another plan to break the siege was devised by the defenders.
As a concentrated attack on one of the gates had failed, Thomas would this time launch simultaneous strikes from 4 of the gates. 2 large forces were gathered, at the eastern gate where Khalid was in command, and at the gate of Thomas, where the main attack against exhausted enemy units was to be undertaken. The other forces at the small gate and the Jabir gate were designed to pin their besiegers in place. As Thomas sounded the attack, a grinding battle took place at the Jabir gate, with both sides suffering many losses. After a while of this slaughter, Abu Ubaidah and his forces at this gate managed to doggedly repulse the Byzantine assault, driving them back into the city. The situation was far more serious at the eastern gate, where the Byzantines had a larger force. This larger contingent of defenders managed to break the Arab infantry and drive them back, but Khalid himself then arrived with 400 elite mobile guard cavalry, and with them struck the Roman flank. This weakened the sortie irreversibly, and the defenders were slowly driven back inside the gates. Once again, however, the worst of the fighting occurred at the gate of Thomas. Here, the Byzantine forces were led by the one-eyed Thomas himself, and after intense fighting, there was still no weakness in the Muslim ranks. At this point, the Roman commander seems to have realized there was no point in continuing the grinding melee, and commanded a slow, steady withdrawal. All the while, the Arab archers continually showered his men with arrows. This was the last effort by Thomas to break the Muslim siege, and it had failed with the loss of thousands of men. With this defeat, he could no longer afford any more attempts at a breakout. A Greek in Damascus, known as Jonah the Lover in Arab sources, climbed over the wall and informed Khalid that on the night of the 18th of September there would be a Christian religious ceremony which would leave the wall relatively unguarded. He supposedly betrayed his city because his marriage to his fiancée had been interrupted by the siege, and, frustrated, asked for the Muslims' help in obtaining said bride. This man soon converted to Islam, but the details are incredibly vague. Whatever the case, details of the opportunity led Khalid to borrow ladders from a local monastery and to purchase ropes in order to form an assault party. That night, a 100-strong contingent, led by the Muslim general himself, climbed the walls, dropped into the city, and killed the guards at the eastern gate. Then the attackers flung open the gate and let the remainder of the Muslim forces at the eastern gate inside the city. The other Byzantine detachments stationed elsewhere were unaware of this surprising development, and instead of helping, stayed at their posts. At the same time, Khalid began to fight his way towards the center of the city. Now attempting to save the city for a final time, Thomas sent envoys to Abu Ubaidah at the western Jabir gate, offering surrender and a payment of the jizya in exchange for a capitulation by terms. This was given by the supposedly peace-loving Abu Ubaidah. However, Khalid, who had finished slaughtering his way to the center of the city, was furious that a surrender had been allowed even though the city had technically been taken by storm. Nevertheless, the many Muslim unit commanders agreed that a surrender would be honored. Khalid reluctantly accepted this judgment. The fall of Damascus was a shock for the Byzantines, as they probably thought that the Muslim attack on the region was a massive raid and not a full-on invasion. Syria and Egypt were the most important provinces of the empire, and the fall of the former would mean that the land route to the latter was cut, and it was now also vulnerable to being occupied. Emperor Heraclius couldn't allow that, so he started sending orders to the provinces in order to bring in more reinforcements to the region. Simultaneously, the political situation in the Caliphate had also changed, as Caliph Abu Bakr passed away in late August of that year, and was replaced by Umar. The new Caliph immediately started implementing administrational and military reforms, creating new administrative positions in the provinces, and changing the formation of the army from the one created on the tribal principle to a more centralized one.
Immediately after his ascension, Umar sent a letter to the army, relieving Khalid of his post and appointing Abu Ubaidah in his place. We don't know if this was part of the reforms, or as some sources claim, it happened due to the previous animosity between the new caliph and the general. In any case, it seems that before the messengers could reach Damascus, the 3-day peace the Muslims promised Thomas had passed, and Khalid, alongside 5,000 cavalry, guided by Jonah, started pursuing the Romans. Thomas had around 10,000 people with him, both soldiers and citizens of Damascus. But instead of finding refuge in one of the nearby towns, this group was heading towards Antioch, and that allowed the Arab cavalry to catch up to them to the south of Latakia sometime in late September. The details of the engagement, now known as the Battle of Maraj al-Dabaj, are scarce, but according to the Muslim sources, a cavalry detachment of a few hundred caught up and took position to the south of Thomas. The Romans immediately noticed them, deciding that they would be able to defeat this small group with ease. To the surprise of the Romans, as soon as the Arab cavalry and Roman infantry started fighting, another group of Khalid's horsemen appeared to the east. Although the Romans had thousands of refugees in their midst, they still outnumbered the Muslims, and a portion of their infantry formed up to face the new threat. However, a half hour after the battle was joined here, a third group of Arab cavalry started charging from the north, and the Romans barely got into a defensive formation in time to prevent it from breaking through. Thomas's situation was becoming dangerous, as the route to Damascus was now cut off, but the Romans were still fighting on an equal footing, and the battle raged on 3 sides. An hour later, Khalid himself appeared to the west with the largest part of his army and charged the Romans. Despite the fact that Thomas managed to get a few units to this front, they were swept aside almost immediately, and the Arab cavalry was now deep inside the Roman formation. Thomas was soon killed. The Roman resistance continued for some time, but was broken within an hour. Some soldiers and refugees managed to slip away to the north, but the majority of the Romans were either killed or captured. Khalid lost just a few hundred troops.
Go Khalid.
Immediately afterwards, the Arabs headed to Damascus and reached it in early October. Apparently, Abu Ubaidah already received the messenger from the Caliph and informed Khalid of his demotion. According to sources, the latter accepted it without much protest, but it did change the flow of the Caliphate's expansion in the region. Abu Ubaidah was much slower and more deliberate than Khalid. Umar preferred a more hands-on approach to the armies, often issuing orders after every engagement, which slowed down the campaigns due to the distance to Medina. He even placed informers in the army, which made Abu Ubaidah even more careful in his decisions. At the same time, the Muslims received some reinforcements, bringing the total number of their troops to 30,000. However, that wasn't the only change in command made.
It's not a circle.
Which brings us
just
back
a perfect
to Iraq,
spiral.
where Khalid left Muthanna in charge of a 9,000-strong army in 634. For the next few months, Muthanna,
How y'all
whose
doing over
numbers
here?
weren't enough
So I
to
got my
conquer a
queen
full land,
base.
implemented the tactic of raids in
I
order
don't
to
want
keep the superior Sassanid forces.
I know it took long enough, didn't it? It's going to be an expensive fucking set. There's a lot of work in something like that. This is a sculpted set. This isn't a fucking
The best Sassanid commander,
just make a mushroom set. This is
10-year-old
different.
Yazdegerd, was reluctant to leave the capital, worried that it might incite another revolt. But Muthanna's raids were too dangerous, so the general decided to take command over the forces in Iraq and marched south, supported by the Sassanid generals Bahman, Javan, and Nasir.
Yep,
and
it's triple.
the Armenian noble Gallienus.
Triple spirals.
Even before this
That's how he drew it.
attack began, Muthanna knew that he needed reinforcements and sent a messenger to the capital.
That's how I want to do it.
This messenger was in
The way you drew it.
just in time for the ascension of Umar.
See, I did it with the double spiral, and I was like, oops, he's got 3 in here.
In Iraq and gave him 6,000 or so troops to reinforce.
That was attempt number 1. There's only 2.
The latter was now informed.
I was like, I can use that somewhere else. So it'll sit there until I use it somewhere else. Yep. His has 3 because that's the way he drew it.
Bringing the
I
total
was like,
strength
damn,
of the
don't
force to
fuck.
more than 15,000. A similar number to that commanded by Javan, who crossed the Euphrates and was now at Namaric. The details of the battle at Namaric are not clear, but it seems that Javan suffered a minor defeat and was forced to retreat beyond the river.
That's why I tell people, man, draw the shit.
Decided to fight the approaching
My shit ain't gonna look like your shit. And if my shit don't look like your shit, there's a problem. I need to do it again. I should have paid closer attention the first time. You know what I mean? That's custom work right there. It's a different monster.
Moved his army double time to prevent it from happening. Indeed, the army of the Caliphate reached the city before Jalinus blocked them. The closest Sassanid armies to Al-Hira were those of Jalinus and Bahman. A letter from Rostam ordered them to unite their troops, cross the Euphrates, and attack the city.
Yeah, some of them you want to keep. Depends on where you catch them. So far to date, Seamus and I have, we catch and release.
Were able to halt this crossing. For some time, the armies stood in front of each other, screaming insults, until a Sassanid
But we've cooked a couple.
with Bahman's message. Either you cross over to our side and we shall let you, or we shall cross over to your side and you must let us.
I mean, what am I going to do? Go to the store and buy one?
Abu Ubaid was eager to cross and fight in a pitched
I just caught one.
so he ordered his army to do that.
Might as well eat it.
Allowing the Muslims to move across.
I've gone right from the fucking lake to the fucking grill many a time. Fucking laid that bitch right on there and fucking them scales will come off. Eat that food. Especially if that's all you got. Catch yourself fucking fish, you go up there, you fucking cook them up. Me and his mom did that quite a few times.
And it was Abu Ubaid who gave the order.
I caught a snapping turtle one time. We made turtle soup just to do it. Fucking eating good.
Probably seeing them for the first time, and the charge stopped before it managed to reach the Sassanid lines. In response,
The bishop? No, that's the queen.
them to shoot at the retreating Arabs. The volleys killed and wounded many, and when the leaders of the army
It's over there.
attempted to
You're gonna make
their
me
armies
get up.
forward to start skirmishing,
You're gonna
the
make me
whole
get
Arab
up.
line became chaotic at this juncture.
I gotta get up anyway.
And directed his cavalry and elephants to
You got where my marijuana's be at too. See, I got my marijuana.
everywhere they struck.
Bishop.
The Arab army was slowly but surely forced back. The presence of the elephants was panicking.
No, I'm working on the queen right now.
Stabilize the front. Abu Ubaid commanded his horsemen to dismount.
The bishop is the bird.
Warriors himself, killing a few elephants and their entourages.
Then there's the
However,
knight,
another elephant was sent
the other
towards the
bird,
Arab leader, and soon he was killed.
and there's
by
the pawns.
Many other Muslim leaders were killed, and their army started fleeing in chaos, and the Sassanids started chasing them.
And the rook is the
Zana was one of
Pyramidian.
the last remaining commanders, and he achieved some degree of discipline and organization at the crossing, leading the
And that's basically what the king and queen look like. They got a base of the 4 winds, which I'm going to put together here next.
The Battle of the Bridge
And then the
was
mica
first battle
top.
Persians won this war. More than 10,000
It's going to be
Muslims lay dead, while the
it's still going to be a project, even though it took that long already.
Over the following weeks, Bahman even pursued Zana, who withdrew to Ulays and returned to Pesachon.
But I hope it looks sweet in the end. We'll see. I ain't gonna know till it's done. But I got pictures to go by. I'm gonna make it look like the picture. I think it'll look sweet.
With some chronicles asserting that Muthanna's army deserted and he abandoned all the previous conquests, and others stating that the Sassanids
Understanding what you're seeing? Yeah, you're seeing someone that did their homeworks version of a Ron Horace chess set. And I'm having to pay attention because he did his homework. He don't want a double spiral. He wants a triple spiral. I fucked up my first one, didn't I? I think it's going to be amazing myself. And it's going to take for fucking ever to do. Obviously. Oh shit. Now I might like one of these days just be like, you know, throw all my fuck off and die fucking attitude and be like, here's your music, watch me blow glass, so I'm gonna do some pawns today. And I'll bust out like pawns, 16 of them. That's half the set. With the pawns, once you do one, oh man, he's got the moons flipping in him too, man. The moons are flipping in the pawns, man. Did you notice that? Did you notice he has the moons flipping in the pawns? He ain't letting me off easy. He's got the moon flipping in the pawns. Yeah, it's going to be a pricey piece. Pricey set. Each piece is going to be, we'll see. Like I said, I don't know.
So as soon as the Romans started crossing, the Arab camp was informed of it and started to form up for battle.
I mean, it ain't going to be like an arm and a leg, like thousands of dollars. It's going to be more than 5. I can tell you that. It's definitely going to be more than 5. Altogether, but there's 32 pieces in the set, you know? That's what you got to keep in mind, too. The pawns will be cheap. Cheaper than a fucking sculpted bird. Oh my God. And a guy sitting with a fucking post on his shit and a funky damn conical hat with a dingly ball on top. That's not going to be easy. Any of that. And none of the king and queen stuff is easy either because it's got to be 3 different components the way he wants it. It's got to be that way. And he's got to draw in 3 different components. But look, you got the moon flipping. The fucking moon's flipping on the pawns, man. It ain't like just do one pawn, do another pawn, no. Each one of these fucking pawns is going to be different. I like the set. A lot of thought went into it, obviously.
Simultaneously, an alliance with Yazdegerd was established. Heraclius married his granddaughter, the young Saskia.
Yes, big custom. This is going to be a nice little test of my custom abilities. And I'm not going to work on it straight because it's going to be an expensive set per piece. And I don't have the color to do it. It's going to be expensive for me to make. That's what I'm saying. I got to make my money, then I've got to make the color, then I got to make the fucking piece. Because I just don't have enough Cobalt 6 to make the fucking blue Kachina pieces yet. And it's going to be expensive on Glenn's end too, so it's like, take your time. It's going to be expensive. We'll do it one piece at a time. I'm like, good. Let's do that. Because I honestly, at this point in time, I couldn't afford to make that chess set all at once. There's no way. Not right now.
And it was becoming clear that the Arab army was planning to starve the Messrs.
No, I've already got a lot of the. Well, I'm working on the first 2 pieces that'll pay for the next few. What can I say? It's all good. No, we got this.
Initially, this sortie was very successful. The Muslims were caught unprepared and were outnumbered 2 to 1, which led to hundreds of casualties and forced them to retreat under Harvey's pressure.
Yeah, I ain't charging them for the time I'm sitting here.
The area of battle shortly after. Numbers were now on the Arab side.
Yeah, this is just. I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm making a chess set. He doesn't want it in a hurry. I can't hurry it. So this is what it looks like. I ain't in no hurry. I ain't going nowhere. I'm on unemployment.
He caught up with the retreating Muslims a few miles to the south, but as soon as his mounted troops started,
So I'm not too concerned about it.
Units turned back and attacked. A few minutes later,
Myself,
the Romans
ain't
were
nobody
surrounded
buying
on all
glass.
sides. Harvey's was killed, and only a few hundred of his soldiers.
I just had another corporate changeover at my local store, so even though they need it, they're not buying it either.
Meanwhile, to the north,
That's been the story since this fucking COVID thing, man. So
various sources provide numbers of this army.
I'm getting used to it.
Very modest 30,000 to the fantastic 400,000. It should be noted that the chroniclers who wrote on this war lived at least 1 or 2 generations after the event, so their depictions weren't based on first or even second-hand accounts. We know that at the peak,
You're in a meeting?
War of 602-628, Heraclius was able to raise an army.
So I'm gonna have to work
70,000
on cleaning out this pipe.
Empire, but that army had a considerable military element. At the same time, Byzantines had to keep some forces
Cause it's
in
getting clogged.
the Balkans and Caucasus in order to check the encroaching Lombards, Slavs, Avars, and Khazars. In our opinion,
That only took a couple months, huh?
opponents at least 2 to 1, but considering the logistical situation, area of operation, their numbers were below 1.
But no, I'm glad. Fucking, I have glass at least. I can work, and
suffered from edema, so he wasn't going to lead the army, predominantly made of Greeks, Armenians, and Christian Arabs.
I don't know. Every time we get a stimulus check, I'll get some kind of business call, like, "Hey, I need some glass over here." So I'm kind of hoping for that. Because they just sent out, what, another 1,500 a person, right? So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It just seems like every time they send out a stimulus check, I get a little bit of business coming my way. So, we'll just hope they keep them stimulus checks coming, and I'll put my fucking glass in my case and hold it until someone wants the fucking shit. I know the call will come. I've been calling people, but like I said, my local lady, she quit. She moved to New York. So she was in New York with her son, and something else come up, and she's like, "Well, I'm here now." So there she is, and I'm fucked because I got to work my way back into the corporations. And it's all about the owner and what they want to spend their money on now, because it's the buyers are changing and everything's changing again. And it's been 2.5 fucking months since I sold them glass. I'm sitting here holding fucking 6 bubblers they ordered.
The Arab commanders initially liked their position, now understood that they might be attacked from the southwest.
What do you do?
Via the narrow passage between Tiberias and
Tell you what I did. I tried to get on unemployment for the last 2.5 fucking months, and the unemployment was fucking closed down, and now they opened up and they finally fucking. My bills are getting paid. I'm good. My landlord's happy. He trying to buy me cars again. I'm like, not right now. Let my car die. I swear to God, my car died, and he sent me a link to a new car. He's like, "Here, man, I'll go pick it up today." That's how cool my landlord is. He's a friend, man. He's a fucking friend. He ain't, I mean, call him, he's a landlord, but he's a nice guy, dude. I am so lucky. I would have been out on my ear
the army started
if it had
preparing for
been
battle
some
by
other
stealth
landlord I
in
had.
positions. The sources mention extensive negotiations.
But I mean, all the time I've been here, I ain't really been late.
The talks are
Even now, I've never been
failure and the
over a month late.
According to some sources,
And never reached the first of the month. Actually, I've never reached this. I've gone as late as the 17th once before I paid rent. So I've never actually been a month late on the guy. But
the battlefield was enclosed on its western and southern
I've
side.
had landlords that, man, you're 5 days late, motherfucker. You're getting fucking eviction notices and shit. He ain't playing that with me, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. He's a fucking nice guy, man. He understands what we're going through. It shouldn't be happening. And here we are. We got to pull it together.
South of the battlefield ran the canyon of the Yarmouth River, while
I'm lucky. I'm very fucking lucky.
The plain was mostly flat, save for a small hill called the Summit. On the 14th of August,
He straight told me, you know, the reason I don't raise the rent up there is because I like you in there. I really like my landlord. I know I say that every fucking time I come on here. You guys are probably tired of hearing it.
Across the plain as the vanguard, with the objective of screening the army and skirmishing.
Is what it is. I like my landlord.
Kennedy commanded the left flank, while Grigori was on the right flank, and two central corps were led by air javelins. The Romans had spear and sword infantry in the first rank, archers in the second, and cavalry behind them.
Okay, good. As long as you love hearing it. Because I'm just going to say it.
Sources claim that he allowed Phillies to be the one giving the orders. The Muslim force matched the width of the Roman army, but as it was smaller, its formation was...
Well, look, man, most people look at me like I'm fucking crazy. I've told my landlord everything I tell you guys. He doesn't think I'm crazy.
Made up of 9 units each.
That in itself is fucking amazing.
There were 3 cavalry units behind each flank and center.
You know what I mean? He's awake. He sees what's... His wife is awake and sees what's going on. You know? We just talked the other day. She helped me get on my fucking unemployment. She helped me.
The Battle of Yarmouth started on August 15th, 636, with the Roman light cavalry vanguard moving behind.
We do, Rebel. We're on a little marble that's on its side right now, surrounded by big marbles, and we need to get it together as people, all people.
It wasn't started by a clash of light skirmishes, but the sources didn't mention this happening, instead insisting that the champions of both sides dueled for a few hours. In any case, after the screening forces pulled back, a third of the Roman infantry advanced across the front at midday. Soon the Roman footmen...
Yeah, he's had enough time to see my energy is all about. I love his house. I love him. I wish his house and the fucking neighborhood was a little closer to civilization, though, sometimes.
After a few hours of fighting,
especially when I'm sitting there with the alternator I could have fixed fucking 3 days ago.
The first day of battle was over, and
if I was anywhere other than this little one-horse town.
At night, a few Roman light cavalry moved forward, but they were caught by their Arab counterparts and forced back.
But just like with everything else, you got to take the good with the bad.
And lacked an objective, as they were not conducted by nearly enough troops.
And the good outweighs the bad.
However, they allowed Romans to form
for the most part
without alerting the enemy.
My landlord himself moved out of this town into a trailer park because he doesn't like this town.
Indeed, the whole Roman army attacked before dawn.
He doesn't like the municipality electric company, the same things I complain about. He didn't like to the point that he actually left his house to live in a trailer park in the Springs. I'm not kidding. Freaked me out when I picked up the key in a trailer park in the Springs. I'm all like,
contact with these forward units.
Did I just
the
get
Arabs
ripped off?
retreated to their main force and informed them of the
I drove out here with the key. It turned.
the Romans
Here we are.
prepare for the attack. However, they had their orders.
But yeah, it took us a couple years to get to know each other.
The Roman plan was to tie up the Muslim army.
I wasn't sure he owned the house for the first couple of years.
That
I'm not kidding either. I had the cops come in and say I was fucking twice come to my house, fucking knocking on the door, fucking checking, making sure no indigent motherfucker was living there. And I was like, someone was reporting me as an indigent squatting in the house.
And some joined.
I'm not kidding. So I was paranoid for a while.
Its charge wasn't strong enough.
And he was paranoid for a while too, because I was paranoid, I think. I don't know.
Soon the cavalry was unable to withstand the pressure and also retreated. Later, Muslim sources mention that the wives of the retreating warriors shamed them into returning to the battle.
But nah, he owns the house. He was born here. I've talked to all the neighbors and everything now. It's been years. We've lived here for years. I know he owns the house, but I didn't. No, it was suspect.
Some sources mention formation, but that is probably inaccurate. In any case, the first or the second attack by this group.
Friday the 13th. Is it the 13th? Yeah, it is, isn't it? No, it's the 12th.
The other side of the battlefield, the Muslim cavalry
Isn't it? Friday the 12th.
A counterattack failed, and the horsemen
Yeah,
joined
Friday the 12th.
on the camp. The sources once again claim that their
In my
wives
book.
urged them to return to the battle and even threw stones at their husbands. As the Roman right was slower due to its heavier armor, the Arabs had more time to rearrange their line and move.
Yeah, it's Saturday the 13th. It's after midnight.
An attentive viewer might ask, why did
I'm still at 11 o'clock.
by pouring
So I'm like, it ain't the 13th, dude. Not yet.
or by outflanking the enemy right by widening the front? In truth, we don't have answers. to
That's
these
all right.
questions, but it can be assumed that the fresh Muslim cavalry in the center and in the reserve probably discouraged the former, while the latter was dangerous due to the fact that the Arabs had already used desert terrain numerous times in the past to outflank the Byzantines.
Speaking of which, remember Mike?
It was new, and Khalid had just
He's
been
over there
watching
looking.
the battle until that moment, but seeing the return of the wings spurred him into action, taking command of the cavalry in the center. First, his united cavalry force charged to the right, and moments after joining up with the right wing, attacked the enemy left. The Romans didn't expect an attack from the flank and were forced to retreat to their original positions.
He seemed to be doing okay. He was sucking some shit up like a
The
sponge.
left of the Caliphate's army
He was like, what the fuck, dude?
Initially, the Arabs were getting the worst of the fight and were about to break and flee again. However, Khalid was on his way.
He was talking on one of my older ones, and he started talking on my newer one. And I think he was, Annette had this,
This was the best Roman infantry. So
Annette had the same issue. Was thinking that I was getting emotionally stressed out
The cavalry unit sent to
about
attack the Roman center right.
or letting them get to me over there. I was like, no. I know she was over here when we had this conversation. I'm going to be a dick this week. Watch.
The center also broke off.
I'm going to shame people into fucking talking truth. I'm going to try as hard as I fucking can, and it's going to get ugly. Remember that conversation? Well, this is what it looks like. It ain't even really got ugly, has it? I'm just over there fucking shaming fools, and I got people real concerned about my health. And I told her, I said, you were over there when we had that conversation. What you need to do is stay in the older videos and forget what I'm doing this week. Because I'm just fine.
The main attack targeted the right and center right of the Muslim army, and although initially the Roman onslaught was slow, their numbers started to their role.
It's the people that don't look ain't gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm truly concerned, of course. What the fuck, man? Who wouldn't be? But that doesn't go with the whole shame narrative, being nice and. And the lady told me not to say fuck, so I mean that had to come up. Fucking people.
Seeing that the Roman right was being passive,
you stretch then until you rest. Well, you're just asleep.
And charge the Roman flank.
You can't process too much in one day. Don't try it. You just handle it as it comes. Man.
However, the Romans now lacked their previous depth, and with this advantage negated, the Arabs in the other parts.
That's what I said. Talking over here could make your head spin, Daniel. If you don't know what's going on, bro. You should go look at the physics of it.
It is clear that the Romans were getting frustrated, as they expected their numbers to prevail at this point in the engagement.
Hey, I know. Yeah, I'm using it pretty good, ain't I? I just get in the fuck mood and get over there. I'm like, all right, we're gonna have. All right, I'm talking to fucktards. I'm trying to get fucktards to fucking realize that their gurus are fucking lying to them. And that's my goal this week. It's not hard. I'm getting some people upset though, yeah.
Was shown back yet again, but not as far as in previous days.
Good.
Made up mostly of the Armenians. The Roman center left was
you know the people that hate you usually watch you closer.
This time, the Roman troops were able to turn this portion of the Arab line.
I'm working on making a bunch of friends over there.
Which was stationed in reserve behind the center was Muslims were suffering heavy casualties.
Oh god!
Needed to move to the area to stop the Romans.
Oh.
Before he did that, he sent word to the left and center left, ordering them to advance and tie up the forces in front of them.
You're multitasking, huh?
With that, the Arab commander divided his cavalry into two halves. One of them moved to the left and attacked.
It's weird not to hear it.
Side and rear,
hey.
While Khalid himself moved against the Christian Arabs.
I'll bet you didn't hang out in fucking church every day either.
And they counterattacked. The fight here continued for a few hours.
They speak a different language in that group.
Engaged from three sides. The more heavily armored and disciplined Armenians.
No, I did though, man. That's what my parents were nuts. They were nuts. They had money and they didn't know what to do with it. And they had to figure out something to do to make themselves feel better about the fucking money they had, I guess. They was looking for the right religion at one point. A lot of points. Oh my God. I have been in every fucking church you can imagine down there. I could have, yeah, been there, been in them. Even the ones you ain't never heard of.
A small number of Arab archers proved to be their
we was in one, it was like a Mennonite thing, but they weren't Mennonites, they weren't Amish, they were like New World Christian, but you couldn't watch your TV, you couldn't wear jewelry, no makeups, that kind of thing. They'd meet in your house for church, and then a different house the next week and shit like that. And go through your Bible studies. Then I was in the Southern Baptist shit for a while with my aunt. They was fucking talking tongue motherfuckers at my aunt's church. All freaked me out, dude. Anyway, I've been to them. I've been to the Methodists. My friend's a Methodist preacher. Me and him have spoken about this at length. He's been to seminary. Like, how can you get? He's like, well, you got to give somebody something you fucking believe in. I'm like, getting themselves to fucking believe in David. His name. And yeah, he agreed to disagree.
Khalid made
So,
just one change to the formation.
yeah, that's the whole priesthood right there in a nutshell. I haven't talked to him since. So he used to be a friend of mine that I grew up with. I played chess with him almost every day for years.
Both sides charged and engaged in a melee across the line. After the melee began, Khalid sent a portion of his cavalry forward with an order to attack the side of the Roman left. But upon their approach, Roman cavalry wheeled around their footmen and blocked their advance. That was the moment the Arab commander was waiting for, as the rest of his horsemen moved forward, attacking the Roman cavalry from the side and rear. Soon, the Roman horsemen were crushed, and the Arabs attacked the infantry, which broke under the attack from three sides and started falling back to the center. Muslim right now attacked the Roman center left from the flank and rear. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Roman army noticed that their left-wing cavalry was being routed from the field by the consolidated Arab cavalry, and they attempted to counter that by bringing their mounted troops together. Unfortunately,
see, the four winds has me stumped a little bit, so I'm sitting here thinking about it. It's kind of why I sat down. I was like, how do I do this?
Wasn't able to resist them long, and promptly
I think I know
the field of battle.
how to do it. We're going to see.
Back east, the Armenians were defending against attacks from two sides, and for now were able to hold off the assailants.
Or at least I know how I'm going to try to do it the first time. We'll see if it works.
His horsemen charged into the rear of the Armenian formation.
Oh, all the churches? Yeah, well, it helped me understand religion really well. The Bible, and Quran, because I got fed up with the Bible and decided I'd be a Muslim once. And then I read the book. I was like, well, it's damn near the same book. It doesn't. It's more confusing than the fucking Bible, even though it's less violent. It really is. Preaches love a lot more. Doesn't have so many murders by God in the beginning books. Murderous acts of God, fucking laying waste to people. Anyways, I decided that I had already read the Bible at that time about 6 or 7 times, and I knew it better. So I wanted to find canon, because I thought it was just Bible canon for the longest time. Because I hadn't heard a Muslim speak of Muslim canon, the Quran canon. And I found out they're both derived out of the same books. So, of course, no wonder they fucking, and they're produced by the same people. So that's why the Pope calls the imams angels of mercy, and then goes around to Mexico talking about procreate.
Prompted the Caliph to appoint a trusted paragon to supreme command, who was absolutely.
They want us at each other's throats.
After being talked out of leading the army himself, Umar's commander would be saddled with heavy weapons. The 7th person to embrace.
Well, they tell one to mutilate their females at birth, and they tell the other ones to mutilate their boys at birth. And then they make it a fucking thing, and we fight about it. How many times have you seen somebody point fingers at some imam that ordered, and they'll make a big story out of it. They ordered 22 girls to be fucking, same thing they do to the boys. They cut their fucking clit off. And that's what they do to every boy in this nation at birth. That's the male clit they cut off. And they do it to keep them from fucking masturbating. And that's Period. Doesn't have anything to do with cleanliness. You've actually got to clean your cock if you leave the fucking thing on. It keeps fucking all kinds of shit away out of the fucking picture. You just got to take care of it. But the fucking it's the reality that we're in. They pit us against each other every fucking way they can. Because it's a hideous thing what they're doing to those little girls over there. But cut my boy's cock off. Go ahead, Doc.
The bulk of both armies remained on their own side of the waterway for several months.
It makes so much sense, right? That's why we should hate each other, because they're monsters. See, we demonize them while we do the same fucking thing to our boys. And it's not 22 of them. It's fucking thousands every day.
The Mesopotamian army passing for the time being was prudent.
I'm snipped too, my boy ain't. I saw that whole fucking thing. I was like, are you? No. You give a fuck? Give it a stroke for me, boy!
In the hope of keeping Rostam occupied, the Muslim leaders embassies to treat.
Like it ever stopped me. Because I had my fucking shit clipped. You know what I mean? For fuck's sake. Didn't work. Let him keep it.
Arraying their forces in formation and allowing the Sassanids
Jesus Christ.
withdrawing a mile to the rear. With the Al-Atiq Canal Bridge occupied by Muslim guards, Rostam's imperial army spent the night out standing.
What's the truth? What the fuck? I don't lie.
Seated on his throne,
I choked my best buddy.
advanced in battle formation against the arrayed Muslim forces.
You know? What the fuck? That shit didn't work. I read it. I even show you why in a video. Look at this. I do that in a video. One of them. I covered that subject.
Of the Empire's power probably would not have been able to muster such massive numbers. And it is even more unlikely that
they didn't ask me either. I told them. Because they were just going to fucking do it. It's a procedure. It's a common procedure.
Rostam's bulwark was also.
I was like, no, what? No.
Come together from regions all across the vast expanse.
They're like, but. I was like, but nothing. He's keeping his shit. Thank you very much.
It included among its ranks Kurds, Armenians, Turks, Arabic allies, and units from many.
They were more worried about its appearance. Well, you got to think about when he's an adult. Girls might not want to be with somebody that has that thing. I said, you know what? Then that's the wrong fucking bitch, ain't it? The fucking nurse didn't know what to say. So you ever look at your shit? You see all those extra folds down there? You're going to reject an extra fold over here just because it's natural? Here's your mirror, bitch. Fuck, man. Talk about extra fold being untidy. I'll give you untidy. Are you alive? Breathe on that. Ooh. You hadn't looked at it that way, had you? Shit. The fuck are you kidding me? Leave it on. Yeah, nobody likes me. They didn't like me at the fucking hospital. They don't like me in the fucking videos. And I don't give a fuck. My son's got his cock on it between his legs. Yeah, he walked out there like a little pimp. Not with a woman, because they didn't snip his shit. You know what I mean? Fuck the dumb shit. Are you kidding me? Yeah, mutilate my baby. Please. Do them. Oh, God. Trying to tell me it's going to hurt more as an adult. I'm like, you know what? See how hard this fucking hurts. Come over the counter and talk about it. Fuck. Yeah, they didn't want to give me a choice. They were just going to go do it. They weren't going to ask. And I put my foot out. I was like, oh, no. I guess it's a popular thing now. Some parents are waking up to the fact. I mean,
various units
no.
were commanded by chiefs and included men such as Shurabil bin Sims, a veteran of the Ridda Wars and Syrian campaign, who led the Muslim left wing. As Rostam,
Oh God, just glad he wasn't a rabbi. Yeah, that was some nurse wanted to do it. I suppose the doctor would have done the procedure. It was a female. Well, it had changed to a male doctor because, oh my God, the female doctor that birthed my son.
Smashed both flanks of the enemy army and then smashed into
I deserve more credit for my son's birth than that fucking bitch. She almost killed him. And I was in the room, called it. Fucking, she was being the fucking typical doctor, the head nurse. And she's like, call it. All of a sudden, every fucking piece of fucking equipment goes throwing up on top of his mom, and they wheel her out the fucking door. Because he was wrapped up in his cord. She had asked for an ultrasound, said that she felt like something was wrong all day. They had us sitting around all fucking day, sitting right next to an ultrasound. And his head kept coming out. I was watching it. She wasn't. She was totally up in her top half, not paying attention to what was going down here at the business end. And his head kept crowning and going back in. Now, I had seen birth before, and it didn't look like that. So I started looking at the monitors, and they were going nuts. I began being vocal. And the doc didn't like it. The nurse, I finally got vocal enough. The nurse actually looked, and fucking the doctor listened to the nurse. Dude, I literally went over her counter the next day. She said she didn't want to talk to me. I said, watch, you're going to talk to me. And I came across the fucking counter at the bitch. She had some security guards there because I think they already knew I was coming. I was going to talk to her nice. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I was going to beat the fuck out of that fucking cunt. I was going to beat the fuck out of her. And the security guards jumped all the fuck over me.
Darting in and amongst the massive elephants with considerable skill and daring, the agile warriors touched the cable which kept the elephant's mountain back to top the animals.
One of them was as big as my fucking water heater, dude.
A vast number of isolated elephant riders were killed, while the rest.
It didn't take much. I'm old, beat up. But I was coming over the counter to fight with that bitch. I couldn't take them all on. I tried though. I was gonna beat her fucking ass. I had a pure intent in my heart to lay fucking hands on that woman. I really did. I'm glad I didn't. She'd probably sue the fuck out of me. I'm glad that she had security there. I was out of my mind over my kid. At that point, I wasn't sure if he had brain damage or not. There was all kinds of questions going on, and I was fucking pissed. I wanted her off the case. She didn't want to release to a different doctor, and I went to make sure she was going to release to a different fucking doctor because she wasn't going to be able to practice. That's what I went to her office to fucking do. Yeah, she wasn't cooperating, so I decided that I would just go over the counter and make sure she couldn't fucking practice. There would be no problem then, would it? my child wouldn't be in her care anymore. Then I found out there were different options. Took him to a different hospital.
The enemy ranks remained coherent and unbroken, mainly due to the force of their heavily armored cavalry. Casualties increased as the fighting grew more and more.
Gonna get a refill. Oh Lord, yeah. It's getting late.
Both sides pulled back. Muslims were trading well. 4 dead Persians for each.
I want to make a 4 wins and see if that works.
Superior numbers was content to grind sand forth into the dust. On the Muslim side, Hacker, displaying his energetic and restless nature, used the break in fighting.
Ain't much gets a motherfucker riled up other than a kid. I ain't never felt like that before in my life.
Like unfamiliar, terrifying beasts.
I still don't.
When fighting
Anything come up with Seamus, man, I freak out, dude. I'm just that guy. Don't fuck with my kid, would you please?
Zealous Muslim warriors signed into the Persian units, viciously rousing many of them towards the war.
He turned out great. He turned out great. I'm blessed. And
however, Rostam's personal intervention,
I can't say it enough.
allowed his shattered contingent to expand.
Can't believe he made it to 16. Look who raised him. I mean, the problem is I've saved his life literally from taking him out of hospitals twice. And taking him to fucking St. Jude's over in fucking Fresno instead of where he was. The first time in the county, Fresno County Hospital, and the second time in fucking Children's Hospital.
Saad's troops were met with an unwelcome surprise. The enemy ranks parted briefly, and through them marched the mighty elephants.
I took him over there to the fucking Catholic hospital, and I was, God, man, they gave him good treatment. I had no fucking complaints. Children's Hospital? I would do anything in my power to take him anywhere else. I wouldn't take my child to Children's Hospital. They almost killed him.
Suddenly, as they approached Saad's line, the infantry shielding each elephant's front shifted aside.
They almost killed Seamus.
Enabling the giant war beast.
And I almost got in a fucking fight with the doctor right in the PR room too. The lady fucking backed me, but they still escorted us out of the hospital because I wanted him in St. Jude.
Hundreds of men who were gored by tusks, crushed by the elephant's feet, or put to the sword by Persian arms. Rostam caught the smell of blood in the water. In order to end the battle,
he comes in and steals hugs all the time. Yeah, well, I've tried to be so fair with him, even when I punish him. It ain't.
Taking advice from a defective Persian soldier at the last possible moment,
I treat him like I treat you. He needs to know why he's being punished. And he needs to know it's his fault. And what he needs to do to correct the behavior. And I've never wanted my son to be confused or hurt like I was as a kid. And I think that is a huge part of why he's the way he is. My parents showed me exactly what not to do to kids. And I don't do that. It's the only explanation I got for it, because I tried something different, man.
Both armies seemed to be at a breaking point, but it still wasn't clear who the victor would be. As both armies rested, Kaka decided to make a decisive move. Under the cover of a brief sandstorm, he and 700 troops launched an attack on the blinded Persian center, breaking through the line and approaching Rostam.
My boy knows what's going on.
The Sassanids general was found by a Rashid soldier and
That's for sure.
fighting continued until rumors of their commander's fate spread
He
around
pointed
the
out
army.
2 sons to me before I realized what I was even looking at on the opposite parts of the sky up in North Carolina on a mountain one day. And then we're driving home out here another day and we're seeing this double rainbow. And I've been telling people, if you look at the rainbow, you shouldn't be seeing 2 rainbows out of the fucking one prism. And this boy comes off with the, and I'm like, man, it's not even inverted, it's different.
Will take us to Egypt,
fucking spectrum. And I'm like,
to make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have friends.
fucking too smart for me, kid. It is a different spectrum, isn't it? Look at your double rainbows. They're not red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. The one is. The one is. That's a light spectrum. That's, again, IR spectrum. That is court admissible, and that is how we read atmospheres on distant planets. The color spectrum.
Desperate sieges,
You can't get 2 fucking color spectrums out of one sun. Don't happen. Impossible. That is point fucking proof. We are literally seeing 2 sunlights in the daytime.
Shout out to Rise of Kingdoms for sponsoring this video.
Period.
Sponsorships like this are essential for our work, and you can support Kings and Generals and play as Saladin by downloading the game via the link in the description. ROK is a historical strategy game, and this epic
the one with turquoise that shows up like this, that's raw. That's a raw bow. The turquoise and the greens and the pastel looking colors, that's a third one. That's a different spectrum. That's a different, there are 3 rainbows in our skies.
Exquisite city designs, a refreshing cartoon.
The one, the raw bow, very rare. I've only seen it once. And it was fucking one of the most beautiful fucking rainbows I've ever seen in my life.
You can experience this Middle Ages
I was like, oh my God. And it was kind of light. It was kind of a light rainbow, but it was very pastel-y.
/ROK and Generals or the link in the description. Use the code and get 200 gems, 2 silver keys, 2 sets of 50,000 food, and...
Well, all these truther channels are showing 2 rainbows. My 16-year-old pointed out that that's actually 2 light spectrums. That's IR proof. That is proof positive. We've got 2 suns in the daytime. There ain't no getting around that. It's a different light spectrum. If it was inverted red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, I could see a confusing fucking argument there. But it's not. Look at it. Look at the second rainbow. It's not our same spectrum.
An army of knights has been humbled by the
it's got way wide bands and very little yellow and green in it. That top one does. It's mostly red and deep purples.
Many of whom were men at arms.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's compounding evidence and standalone evidence also. That's the beautiful thing about that. It's and raw standalone evidence. That's IR spectrum, empirical evidence. That's standalone.
The Army's infantry contingent was made up of 50,000
That's all standalone evidence. You can convict on that shit.
Professional crossbowmen hired in Italy, all the way to the inexperienced local troops.
It's not crazy. It's science. It's physics, and people are hiding it with bullshit.
About 20 kilometers his opponent.
You see them. You see the stories they tell about. Oh, it's a double rainbow. They don't tell you why. Shit, it's not. Slide rule technical.
Or the cities of Tiberias and Sepphoris. Saladin's army made up of about 23,000 infantry.
And the inside and outside are different colors. Yep.
Organized and it's Christian.
Yeah, and it is also a new phenomenon, and it's getting more and more noticeable because that sun is a lot closer now. This is 10 years later. And that's why you're seeing them more often and more prevalent and a lot brighter in the sky. A lot more noticeable.
And perhaps draw the enemy out of the process. Saladin personally rode close to Zethari with a unit of cavalry. Although any attempt at lure failed, the Muslims managed to scout both the Christian position and a potential northern
and the roll clouds and all these new phenomena. Yeah, absolutely. If like I said, once you fucking get it, then you start backtracking, and it's like, oh, I see. You see. Yeah. All this weather modification really went out the window a few years ago. They lost control, and they're just doing anything they can, like making truther channels, claiming that that's what's going on, and it's not.
They retreated with the remaining soldiers into the citadel, while a messenger, probably permitted to leave by Saladin, went to inform the main Christian army.
And that's been, can you tell it's been a big old pain in my ass and a fucking thorn in my side? And I've been trying my damnedest, and it didn't work, to beat the fucking, the forest fires. I've been telling people before I'm making a timestamp, we're going to lose a third of the fucking trees, and here's why. Your trees are hollow right now, and they smell like smoke. They're going to burn. Your house is going to burn. And I've been saying that, and I'm still saying it. And the fucking dude people came out and shooting Bambi. I was like, oh my God. Fucking dudes came out. This is years. This is 2 years to 4 years, because there was 2 different incidents. One on the East Coast, big one. Georgia, North Carolina, fucking South Carolina, all those states burned. Remember that? I was before that happened, telling people. And when Seamus and I left North Carolina and went into Texas, the tornadoes and fires followed us all the way through, right through the fucking town and hotel that we were staying in the night before. Not kidding you. It was weird. And then we got into Texas and everything calmed down. And then the East Coast caught on fire. It was weird the way it happened, but I had been telling people. That was the first time that I was like a big time right, and people were like, "Oh my God!" And they started going into their own woods and looking at their own trees and reporting back to me. Holy fuck, dude! My forest smells like fire, and there hasn't been one here for 150 fucking years. I'm like, get ready for one. And I've been telling people in California the same fucking thing. And look at what's happening. And then people want to blame Duke. And they say the government's shooting Bambi and melting your car and shit. And I'm like, your car's aluminum, you stupid fuck. And plastic. They're showing aluminum and plastic cars melting and aluminum bridge structures and shit. I'm like, and you can melt aluminum in a fucking a campfire. Have you never thrown a fucking aluminum can in a campfire and watch it disintegrate? Steel is a different story, and they're not fucking melting steel. The steel frames and the steel frames and the steel frames are still there on everything. And that bridge in Northern California, have you ever driven over it? I have. It looked like that to begin with. God.
But harassment of Valiant's rear guard.
The fucking blacktop burns from in between the metal lattice, and it makes it look ugly. But it's because the fucking asphalt burned. Duh. You know what I mean? It fell in between the lattice and the fucking metal. People don't even know how bridges are made. That's the thing. It's like fucking, they're not melting bridges, people.
The unarmored forces.
Yeah, one up in the Mendo up there when they're going into Humble.
Saladin and his army were more than adequately supplied. Hamels were a key factor in this logistical preparation. To keep up the Arrow bombardment, 70 of the beasts.
Downtown Sac? No, that's not downtown Sac. That's
at the same time,
northwest
train
of Sacramento.
Yeah. Water from Lake Tiberias to the Muslim camp.
That's well to the northwest
of Sacramento,
or San Francisco, and Sacramento.
Having been ordered not to disrupt the enemy in their preparations during the pre-dawn hours, Saladin now ordered prepared piles of parched brushwood to be set alight, blowing arid.
Yeah, I got friends and family that live up in that region. Yeah, I've been all up in there in my RV.
Some nights, Saladin.
There's no
at this moment of maximum opportunity.
No big surprise. The fucking place burned on fire. They wouldn't let anybody clear the fucking woods for decades. You wasn't allowed to take no dead wood out of there.
Responded with a mounted countercharge that crashed into the units led by Gilferi and
The trees got bark.
The initial Muslim assault.
You know why trees got bark? Because they can't run from forest fires. And it just happens to be fire retardant.
These exhausted infantry, however,
your house don't have bark.
Had reached the end of their tether.
It's gonna burn.
The small gap which had materialized between the division of Saladin and they took advantage of the opportunity and
that's too simple to even call physics. That's just fucking a given. It's too simple to call physics. I don't even want to insult physics with that simple of a fucking fact. Trees got bark, your house don't.
In these divisions, the constant attack by Saladin's mounted troops was called to a halt slightly southwest of the Horns in a useless attempt to fortify the area. Hence, slightly to the east, Raymond took the remainder of his vanguard division and threw them at Taqi al-Din's troops opposite him in a headlong charge.
Oh, you're going up there. Nice.
His enemy's agile unit swung aside
to Sacramento or further.
March deeper into the gorge behind them before
Sacramento sucks.
With his vanguard effectively shut out of the battlefield by Taqi's 11
I'm a SoCal boy.
Raymond continued north and withdrew from Hattin entirely.
I love my LAs and San Diego's.
And then all the way back to Tyre. It was an act of perceived treachery and cowardice.
I don't like Temecula. Nobody likes Temecula.
As more and more
oh shit. Temecula is where the Marine base is. It's the border crossing between San Diego and LA. I've been out in the middle of the 5 fighting with them motherfuckers over a gram of weed before. I'm not going to rehash that story. Just needless to say, I love my LA and San Diego. Nobody likes fucking Temecula.
Christian forces on each horn from each other. When the Sultan
it's not Sacramento. See, Nick's like, yeah, that place is creepy. It is, isn't it? There ain't no other way around that motherfucker either, is there? Like, fuck, man. Are the lights on? Ah, Christ. They got machine guns and dogs.
The knightly flower of Pizan had even been wounded, but vast numbers of infantry and horses lay dead on the field.
going into Arizona.
The escape of Balion de Belan and a few Christian units. Saladin's victory.
There's one.
Almost every warrior of the Christian army was either killed or became a prisoner, while King Guy was simply taken.
Are the lights on? You're gonna have a good day if the lights ain't on. You gonna just go right on there. Oh fuck.
Saladin started marching towards Jerusalem and besieged it on the 20th of September.
Yeah.
While the city's defenses had been strengthened,
I felt my asshole tighten up. I knew I was fucking gonna get fingered. Look at me. And I was a young me with long hair. Of course they were gonna finger me. They were feds. And I was ready. I had my fucking recommendation and everything. And I was out until fucking 5. I've told it. I don't need to rehash it. I was acting a fool. Doing good. How are you doing, Michael? Talking about younger days.
And on the 9th of October 1187, Saladin peacefully marched into the Holy City. After that siege, Saladin had captured most of the Crusader cities.
Steel with stucco tile roof.
Including the economic center of Acre. Meanwhile, the ancient city of Tyre resisted the Muslims when an Italian noble, Conrad of
Mud walls. You should be fine in a fire. You don't want T111. That's fucking particle board.
Sent the Archbishop of
Like a fucking match.
to the west. He bore tales of Christendom's catastrophic defeat.
Nice. Well, that's what we're doing. Chilling. Welcome to the corner.
From the shock of the revelation that Jerusalem had been lost. Shortly after his death, Gregory VIII succeeded him, and by the end of the month, the proclamation for the Third Crusade was made. It is at this point we must take a moment to look at the situation in Western Europe and the reaction to the fall of Jerusalem. Deepening rivalries between and within the Western powers.
It just came off the spindle, like the hub came off. Your race and bearing fucking came off then.
Frederick I Barbarossa had assumed power in the Holy Roman Empire, and in 1155 he formally ascended the imperial throne. His realm was powerful on paper.
Yeah, I hate areas like that. There's a few of them around. There's one in Florida. There's one in Louisiana I run into like that. It just fucking, oh my God, there's something here. I know there's someone watching me. It's like that fucking, oh my God, the phobia. Seamus was reading phobias the other day. He said there's a phobia, I don't remember the name of it, that your fear is there's a duck somewhere, somehow, watching you. You know, it's like what? He's like, you know what's fucked up? It's not even the rarest fucking phobia. I said 2 people had that. And then I looked at Chico. And I was like, oh. Chico. A duck could swallow him like a pill. I'd be terrified of a duck watching me. So I found Chico. So it started making sense. That a fucked up phobia? What?
However, the participation of kings was crucial to Crusader success.
That's fucked up. In the duck somewhere, somehow.
The prince who would later become known as this young prince who was warring against his father, supported by
you ain't afraid of no duck watching you? I think it might creep me out if I thought that a duck was watching me. I wonder why.
Richard's decision sent shockwaves.
Oh shit. He says no. Well, in the middle of nowhere, dude. Broke down. Hearing banjos playing. Oh, God. You might be getting watched. Fucking Deliverance style. It's beautiful. Oh, God.
They were among England and France were still embroiled in conflict, and neither was this unless the other did the same.
There's something that happens on the movie. You'd be a passing scene in a fucking Pulp Fiction movie. That'd suck. Oh my God. I know, right? Your wheel falls off and you get out of the car and you're like, the fuck? Cue the banjos. That's fucked up.
Richard was confirmed as his successor.
Oh God. Nick goes white. Pale like a fucking sheet. He's like, oh God.
Upon taking the throne,
just in case something happens, huh? I would do that. That's a good move. He's like, honey, you ain't gonna believe this.
Then, in two identical ceremonies, one after the other, the kings took up their
keep me out here alive if you hear me squealing like a pig. Cause I'm on. Oh God. Oh God, that'll teach you. Oh God.
And also reached advantageous agreements.
Oh, I gotta stop letting you in here, Nick. You're hurting my belly.
Martial resources and international prestige, Barbarossa's power easily outstripped.
You're making me cry, motherfucker.
After biding his time,
oh God. Now we got the whole picture going on. This is good. Oh shit. He's fixing to get delivered. With his wife on the phone.
In order to ease this passage, diplomatic contacts were made. Hungary,
oh my God.
And even the Celtic ruler of
oh, better be careful. What happens? She get turned on by that. She be hearing you squeal like a pig. She be like, "Oh, baby." Nick's in trouble. Fucking wheel came right off, huh? Yeah. I think it was lined up. Just stop for gas down the road, did you? I've seen that movie. Was that you? That's great. You got out of traveling for it? Yeah, I've been doing that for a long time.
Instead, Saladin turned to politics. Believing he was a spent Saladin released the monarch of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, who had been a Muslim prisoner since he was captured.
Where are you getting delivered to, Dana? Your car break down in the wrong spot. Fucking banjo's Breaking Bad with you.
And then marched to Tyre, which was a city of his own realm. When he arrived, He demanded to be admitted to the city as its king.
Well, good. See, you're in good company. I don't like the spell.
Keep the city until the Crusaders came, and so he returned to Tripoli. When the first Pisan and Sicilian ships arrived to assist in early 1189, he took a high-risk decision to besiege the coastal trading center.
Yeah, it'd put you in damn near every city in fucking California, then, wouldn't
it? He set off down the coastal Scandinavian pass, but was discovered by the Muslims a few days later. Messengers relayed his position to the Sultan, but he hesitated and did not.
So I kind of like driving. It comes with its hazards, but you're alone in the car. You can listen to your music, burn a fucking J every now and again, fucking kill the time. I like looking at the sky and the scenery and getting that good panorama going on. It's better than the four walls. To me, that's why I like the RV so much, though, because fuck, man, I was towing my workshop behind me. If I broke down, I was already at home. I didn't give a fuck where I was. I had my gun.
Afraid of being caught out in the open, these attacking forces retreated back to town.
Really do miss my RV life.
Saladin himself arrived,
but I was traveling the country.
It is likely that if at this
that's what I love to do.
Garrison, he could have crushed the Christians, but again he wavered, instead holding a
driving night
on the hillside of El Kariba, about 6 miles to the southeast. Under the veil of
you know what I found? There's a medical condition when the lights go down, like the sun. But it's, I can't remember the name of it, but it makes you tired. And I sometimes have that myself. I'll be wide awake and the sun goes down and it hits that right hue, man, and I'll be like, it's an actual medical condition. They have a name for it, but I found that it's good if you get tired like that. Pull over before you get tired. Hang out while that point is going on, then get back in your car and drive.
Supposedly bringing 1,000 knights and many thousands of infantry with them. With their increased numerical strength,
night I've got real good vision, so I can still see. But it just makes you tired, that light conversion to dark.
So on October 4th,
I think it has everything to do with the energy that's coming in, direct from the sun. I don't know. They blame your eyes. They say it's something in your eyes that causes your brain to want to fucking go to sleep. I'm like, I don't know about that. Maybe.
The Crusaders advanced at a walking pace towards Saladin's Muslim army, aiming to cohesively engage the enemy all at once. At mid-morning, the Christian left finally made contact with the enemy, where Taqi al-Din was the commander. Hoping to lure the Franks into the trap, he sent in mounted skirmishers and then feigned a retreat. This maneuver was so convincing that Saladin really believed his nephew had been defeated and dispatched troops from the center to aid him, weakening that part of his line. Observing the shift, the Crusaders sent in reserves and routed the weakened Muslim center, opening the way to the Muslim camp. For a moment, it seemed Saladin would be defeated. Flooding through the gap in his line, some Crusaders even reached the Sultan's personal tent, where one of Saladin's attendants.
What are you talking about, Daniel?
However, the lure of victory and its spoils were too much to resist. The Latin formation, coherent until this point, disintegrated when the undisciplined footmen turned to looting and plunder, halting their momentum completely. Greed was certainly a motivation, but intense hunger also played a part. Meanwhile, the veteran Temple Knights doggedly pursued fleeing Muslims, but were now unsupported.
Yeah, I'm sure in 20 years I probably wouldn't want to drive in the dark. Why the hell would I want to leave the house? I'm already beat up enough. I don't know if I'd want to drive in the day.
Many brothers of the Crown Order were killed, along with its
I just imagine 20 years on me. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go anywhere unless we need milk. Need milk? I got to the store and get some milk. You mean I got to put pants on? Fuck you. My wrinkles cover everything just fine.
Those in the Christian soldiers were still looting was intense were caught.
Oh shit.
While others were cut down while attempting to run. Though he attempted to do so, Saladin was unable to press this advantage.
I just imagine me at 70. I ain't wanting to go nowhere. Fuck off.
Fiercely resisted Muslim attempts to run their positions.
I don't want to go nowhere in 50. Let's stay at home. There's weird people out there.
Dead or dying, which Muslims threw to the river Bells. However, Saladin had also suffered during the battle. In terms of dead and injured, losses had been relatively small, but those who had fled during the rout to the camp did not return and proved hard to replace. After the large battle on October 4th, Saladin, who had been taken ill and was bound to his tent, discussed what action to take next with his council. Some of the Sultan's advisors advocated an aggressive approach, arguing that they should strike while the Crusaders...
Oh, you can drive at night. You said you're right, you can drive at night. Or you get tired at night.
More exhausted as time went on.
But I get tired. I gotta pull over. But once it gets dark, then I'm fine. It can't be like twilight. Fucks with me. Both in the morning too.
The sickly Sultan chose the latter option, and the army remained in its defensive position, prolonging the siege by not seeking decisive victory.
You hurt now? See, I hurt now. That's why I'm imagining my 20 years. I've got a broken back and fucking nerve damage. 20 years from now, have somebody want to go down to the store for me and get my milk. I'll stay at home and blow a pipe. Fuck.
Taking action in response to this news, the Sultan sent one of his subordinates, Ibn Shaddad, on a recruiting mission across his realm to raise more soldiers. The last we saw of Barbarossa...
Yeah, it is a beautiful light, but it makes me tired. I can't drive in that light. I have to pull over and actually enjoy the light.
The German army moved southward through Greek territories before crossing into Turkish lands in 1880, where they encountered the first sparks of Muslim resistance. As supplying an army was incredibly difficult in this hostile land, Barbarossa had to divide his forces and march them in various columns. On April 30th, soldiers attacked the Emperor's camp, employing hit-and-run tactics with their light cavalry, but a counterattack managed to drive them back, killing a few hundred. 2 days later, Turks tried their luck with an attack on the Crusader vanguard, led by Barbarossa's son, Frederick of Swabia. Initially, this attack stopped the Germans in their tracks, but their heavier armor allowed them to withstand.
Yeah, Alpine, whoa, that's
Frederick's soldiers had to dig in and had almost no way to respond.
That's a dark phenomenon.
Barbarossa was keeping iron discipline in his army, and messengers were riding back and forth between the divisions.
Put you to sleep. Look, I'm getting tired now. It's fucking almost midnight.
Soldiers were attacked.
I want to try a fucking 4 Winds to see how this looks.
It seems that the Celtics just didn't have enough to stop Barbarossa's march. and their attacks only provoked him into changing his course and to go for Iconium, or as the Seljuks called their capital, Konya, hoping that this would end Seljuk resistance. A few undefended Seljuk villages were massacred along the way. The Seljuks continued using hit-and-run tactics, slowing down the Crusader march and killing many. The main Turkish attack came on May 7th. The forces of the Sultanate, led by Prince Petersburg, attacked the enemy at multiple locations and times, with forced Barbarossa's division to defend themselves. The vanguard wasn't attacked at first, and the distance between it and the rest of the division was ever increasing. As soon as Petersburg decided that there was enough distance between the Christian columns, his entire army moved to the east in order to attack the Crusader vanguard at Philomelia. Frederick of Swabia was not only overwhelmed and surrounded, but his troops were also tired on their march, and that attack surprised them. But they created a circle to defend themselves. The Seljuk force archers were shooting arrows from all sides, and although their armor protected the defenders, many horses were killed, and the arrows managed to inflict wounds. Despite the fact that Barbarossa's troops elsewhere were equally tight, the discipline he instilled helped him to gather the fastest warriors and move towards Philomelia. This new group outnumbered the Seljuks and attacked them from both sides. German sources claim that Petersburg had a 10,000-strong army in battle, and that he lost half of it. Apparently, some of the Seljuk supplies were captured by Barbarossa, including his logistical situation. After resting for a few days, the Crusaders restarted their march towards Iconium, where Barbarossa hoped to replenish his rations and replace the horses lost in the Seljuk attack. On the 17th, the German army was in the vicinity of the city, and the plan was to attack from the front. The Seljuks, led by their Sultan, Arslan, and his son, Kutubaldir, were all showing signs that they were planning to defend the city, as they now had a comparable number of troops. However, when Barbarossa sent his son to assault the city, Frederick of Swabia discovered that it was actually defended by a small garrison, which promptly initiated a retreat towards the citadel after first contact. The attackers either chased the garrison to the citadel to besiege it, or began looting the city, massacring its denizens. At that point, the rest of the Seljuk army was finishing its flanking maneuver, ending it behind the troops held back by Barbarossa. Arslan was able to gain a numerical advantage here, and his troops surrounded the enemy, pushing the Germans to the walls. Barbarossa's situation was extremely dangerous, and his troops were taking heavy casualties on the wings. Unfortunately, we lack the details of what happened next. Apparently, Barbarossa moved forward with his own contingent and led his center in a charge which broke the Seljuk center. With that, the wings of the Sultanate's army started to retreat, and the battle was over. Afterwards, Barbarossa entered the city. Afterwards, the German force marched south towards the coast, advancing into the Christian lands of Cilician Armenia. Casualties had been significant, but it appeared as though the worst tribulations were over. However, an unforeseen catastrophe would occur on the 10th of June, 1190. Becoming impatient at the army's slow marching progress, Barbarossa attempted to ford the river Salif ahead of his large force. This proved to be a bad idea, as his horse lost its footing midstream and threw Frederick into the river. The shock of the freezing water and the fact that the armored emperor was unable to swim contributed to the emperor's famous drowning. The mightiest ruler who ever faced the cross was dead. His son, Frederick of Swabia, attempted to hold the German crusade together, but desertion, illness, and constant Ivy harassment reduced the imperial army dramatically as it carried on towards Acre.
Pulling off a mistake.
Back at the city itself, the double siege continued, with 100 of the inhabitants dying every day. Their tormentors, the besieging Crusader army, used these cause in major actions,
caused by the bad weather making nearby terrain unusable, to properly fortify their positions. Protective ditches were dug on each side of the camp and filled with sharp pieces of wood and metal. In front of these fences were placed earthen ramparts and even wooden palisades, the former of which slowed down and hindered Muslim cavalry, while the latter allowed Latin missile units to retaliate. The ditch between the Crusader camp and Akka also had the effect of encircling the coastal city, meaning that the garrison had no way of supplying the city when the naval blockade was also tight.
That's what's bad that time.
In a further effort to impact the siege, the Crusaders diverted the river Bellis's course away from Akka, depriving the city of a reliable water source. As the camp's defences were now strengthened, the besiegers of Akka could safely bring artillery to bear behind the perimeter, where it could lob projectiles towards Akka whenever the Crusaders wanted. Saladin had dithered too long, and now there was no easy way of dislodging the Christians from their position. The onset of winter in Akka and the consequent adverse conditions at sea meant that the Crusader ships blockading the city could not remain in position, leading them and Conrad of Montferrat to disperse.
I know you don't care, or you listen to me.
However, the problems with winter travel across the Mediterranean also harmed Muslim prospects as well, since resupply vessels could not reliably arrive. The fact that the Akka garrison was now critically short of food gave the Crusaders an opportunity. Starving to death and desperate, the defenders actually began negotiations with the Crusaders to surrender the city in exchange for their own lives. Remarkably, this was rejected by the Crusader leaders, who wished to gloriously take the city. The Christians would not get another chance like this, because Alba's reinforcements arrived by the end of 1189. An Egyptian land army commanded by Saladin's brother came, bringing supplies, weapons, and food. Soon after, a Christian galley by fleet from Alexandria approached the harbour and swept away the remaining Christian ships. For the first time in months, the city was supplied. As 1190 dawned, fighting on land continued only as light skirmishes. However, the naval front was about to present a massive problem for Saladin's garrison in the city. On the 25th of March, 1190, when the weather had improved, Conrad of Montferrat once again sailed south with a crack fleet of 50 vessels from Tyre, where he had wintered. Guy of Lusignan and Conrad had previously been rivals, but in exchange for sovereignty over Tyre, Beirut, and Sidon, he became Guy's right-hand man and came to the aid of the Crusaders that Easter. As Conrad's fleet approached the Akka harbour, the roughly equally sized Muslim fleet sorted out to meet it in open battle. Both sides at first maneuvered into horizontal lines, but the Crusader navy then bent its own formation into a V-shaped wedge with the flanks in front. The battle began with the sounding of trumpets from the decks of the ships, and as the navies closed into missile range, the Muslim forces shot arrows and bolts at their enemies. The Christian forces responded in kind, and both sides suffered losses. As the opposing forces sailed into close quarters, the Crusader galleys turned inward, exploding their V-formation and flying spurs of their ships. They charged against the sides of the Muslim vessels, and a fierce conflict began. Men from both sides threw grappling hooks and boarded their enemies, while the Muslim vessels catapulted jars of Greek fire at the Christians, incinerating many. The sea battle was a tight affair which lasted for almost a day, but at its conclusion, more Muslims had perished, and the Ayyubid fleet was blockaded in the port. Akka was once again cut off from supplies, and by late spring, the strangled city's supplies were exhausted, and they had to resort to eating their own feasts. On land, the campaigning season began in late April, when the weather improved enough for the terrain to be usable. Despite the continuous stream of Crusader reinforcements arriving by sea, Saladin still at this point had the manpower to overwhelm his enemy. However, his anxiety about the approach of the German army under Barbarossa prevented him from concentrating his full force onto the siege at Akka. He was unaware that the Emperor and the majority of his crusading efforts with him had perished in Asia Minor. Nevertheless, even in its non-presence, the looming threat of the Holy Roman Empire's large armies contributed to the Christian cause. When Saladin's reinforcements began to arrive early in the campaigning season, he immediately sent them north to bolster the defensive interior in an ultimately useless venture. Restarting the regular engagement on land, the Crusader army slowly and arduously attempted to fill in the dry moat which surrounded active land walls to its rubble, whilst under the cover of artillery fire. The garrison did its best to hamper these efforts with missile and artillery fire of its own, but the Crusaders were determined. It is said that one Frankish woman was mortally wounded whilst carrying stones to the moat, and requested that her body be thrown into the moat to fill it even more. Gradually the moat filled and allowed the Christian attackers a route to the walls, a path which siege weapons could use. In the final days of the winter-induced halt in operation, the Crusaders manufactured vast amounts of siege weapons. In addition to catapults, mangonels, covered huts, and battering rams, the largest engines of war were 3 massive siege towers. They were 30 meters and 5 stories tall, mounted on wheels and covered in fireproofing material, while a rope net designed to protect the structure from active artillery stretched in front of each tower. Seeing the formidable engines of destruction, the garrison was disheartened and again entered into negotiations to surrender the city. However, the Crusaders once again refused, believing their new weapons would allow them to win a complete victory. On May 3rd, in the name of a merciful God, the towers with soldiers. Women and archers took positions on the top, while pikemen piled in below. The towers
We surrendered. No, you don't. We're going to kill you all.
Terrifying the Muslim defenders and breaking their spirit to resist. From the city, a messenger snuck through the Crusader blockade and informed the Sultan that collapse was imminent. Responding swiftly to this revelation, Saladin formed up his army into left, centre, and right contingents before attacking the enemy defences from the outside, trying to draw their attention from their siege. The towers slowly moved towards the walls, but as they entered artillery range, they were pelted by jars of Greek fire. This proved ineffective and did not halt their advance on account of the fireproof material with which they were made. It seemed as though the city was lost, but a young metalworker and specialist in combustibles from Damascus named Ali approached Saladin, claiming that he had concocted a very discreet fire which would succeed. He was smuggled into the city, and his recipe proved successful. After the naphtha was repeatedly pelted at the 3 towers, they all burned to the ground. Only a few souls escaped the inferno. Shortly after the destruction of the Crusader siege towers, likely around the 13th of May, Saladin attacked to put more pressure on the Crusaders. The garrison also occasionally sallied forth, but lack of coordination between the forces inside and outside Akka made any successful assault impossible. Despite these Muslim failures, the Christians had suffered a devastating defeat, and due to the blockade of their own forces by Saladin, were increasingly frustrated and desperate themselves. Fortunately for the garrison, an Irish fleet managed to run the Christian blockade and resupply the garrison. Simmering resentment and anger in Crusader camp eventually prompted a 10,000-strong contingent of Christians to attack Saladin on the 25th of July. Initially, the Crusader assault took the Muslims by surprise, but the lack of cavalry support was to prove crucial. The Irish cavalry on their right formed same-day retreat after being pushed back, which led to the Crusaders again reaching the Muslim camp. Once again, they were counterattacked and routed. The Christian infantry fled, thousands were cut down, and their corpses were thrown into the river. In November 1190, Saladin disbanded his army for the winter, remaining with a small force to watch over Akka as the sea once again became rough and the rain became heavy.
As winter progressed, the garrison in Akka, their Christian defeaters, and Saladin's army were all short of supplies, food, and weapons. They resorted to eating anything they could, and cannibalism was even reported, in addition to outbreaks of diseases such as scurvy and trench mouth. Thousands died during this famine, but the Crusaders doggedly and tenaciously held on. The Muslim situation also deteriorated further when ships sent from Egypt to use the Akka were dashed upon the rocks and sunk by the impetuous winter heat. Food, weapons, and money that could have sustained the city for months were lost. By April of 1191, Saladin's prospects and those of the city being to relieve seemed almost hopeless. With the gateway to the Holy Land still open, Islam would soon have to face the full strength of Latin Christendom crusading Iran. This was first shown when French King Philippe Augustus arrived on April 20th with 6 ships filled with his nobles. He began the construction of 7 immense stoneboats, which on the 30th of May were ready, and began a blistering bombardment campaign against the city with war. Meanwhile, Richard the Lionheart had captured Byzantine Frankfurt by the 1st of June, thus securing money and resources. Here he received an emissary from Guy of Lusignan, who was his vassal by his French holdings. He was asking for his new Lord's assistance against Conrad of Montferrat and the Muslims at that time. Richard quickly sailed to Levant, first going to Tyre, where the garrison used an entry, then south to Acre with his 25 ships strong from Sky. Upon reaching the city, he was greeted by Philippe Augustus and then set up his camp to the north of the city, but was almost immediately struck by illness and was confined to his tent. Nevertheless, he quickly leapt into action and secretly initiated negotiations with Saladin, having learned the benefits of Mary's warfare and diplomacy in Europe. After having been refused a personal meeting, Richard sent a North African prisoner to the Sultan at the time of Brazil, then requested fruit and ice in return, testing the hospitality of his Muslim adversaries. However, Philippe Augustus also engaged in separate negotiations with the Acre garrison, showing the division which existed within the Acre civil ranks. He of Lusignan was a partner of Richard the Lionheart and supported him, while Philippe Augustus aided his relative, Conrad of Montferrat. This culminated in the activation of treason leveled against Conrad by Joshua of Lusignan, after which Conrad fled back to Tyre, with sidelines detention without.
I gotta make the other end.
Were now deployed
And that one.
implementing a unified strategy of assault-based siege. Teams of sappers and increasingly massive use of advanced new stone-throwing catapults brought by the French and English kings were used to hammer Acre's walls continuously with giant, accurately loosed stones. By late June, this assault was beginning to critically undermine the walls, which were apparently tottering. Meanwhile, in the city,
it's cold out there, and my
diaphragm
shrinks in the cold,
and
I'll be leaking
away from the front line. Throughout spring and early summer, Saladin did what he could by attacking the Latin trenches, but they were now far too heavily fortified to be displaced. By the beginning of July, it was clear to all that Acre was finished and on the verge of collapse. At this sight, Saladin apparently burst into tears in dejection and grief. On July 2nd, the Crusaders changed their strategy from battering the Acre fortifications to exploiting the breaches. After only the first day of these all-out attacks to seize the city by assault, Saladin's governor sent a message stating he would surrender unless he was relieved. Both French sappers and English catapults managed to make significant breaches in the walls, while the Crusaders increasingly swarmed through. First in the breach in the French section was Aubrey Clement, Marshal of France and a prominent knight, who proclaimed that he would either die or enter Acre triumphantly that day. After the attack was repelled, he was killed. To the north, Richard, still unable to walk due to illness, was carried on a regal stretcher near the front lines, from where he picked off Muslim troops on the walls using his crossbow. Finally, on July 12, 1191, after an almost 2-year-long siege, a deal was reached to secure the surrender of Acre. The city and all its contents would be surrendered, but the lives of Muslims who emerged would be spared. The true cross would be returned, payment of 200,000 gold dinars would be made, and 1,500 prisoners would be returned. After such a long siege, a sudden peace ended the violence, rather than a feral, blood-soaked sacking. Eventually, a calm descended, and the city gates were thrown open.
It's chilly out there, but it's still like snowing, yeah.
At this, the Crusaders were stunned at the admirable and courageous manner of their surrendering opponents, unaltered by adversity. As the siege ended, the Crusaders too had shown enormous resilience and tenacity, facing bitter cold, blistering heat, hunger, disease, and constant battle. Tens of thousands had perished, including 6 archbishops, 12 bishops, 40 counts, and 500 nobles. It had all been worth it. The Crusaders now had a beachhead in the Holy Land, and, more importantly, had seized Saladin's prized scepter from Egypt.
After I get the queen done, I don't want to get the. I want to let it cool so I can size the king with it after I'm done with it. So we'll match the king with the queen. And then we'll go on from there. Do the red set. Match both of those. Because they'll be just the same thing in red. Half the problem is figuring out how to make the steps work, though. Figuring out how to make that design work. But now I know, so the other 3 pieces are going to go that much faster. You know, I'll just go at it now and be like, all right, I got to do this, I got to do that. And fucking, I already know I don't have to have the thinking process, because I sat down here for like an hour and fucking gave a blank stare. How am I going to do the 4 winds? Got it. I imploded them halfway, inverted the damn thing, and popped the fucking pretty side on the outside so you can see only the pretty side. And I phased them. I put fuming in between them. So, because the spirals are blue, you wouldn't be able to see the 4 winds if you look that way. The spirals would fuck it up for you. Haven't looked in on Mom in a couple of hours. She's still double induced heating. Hot, mama. Hottie. Hottie hot. It's interesting. What's the quake map doing? I can only imagine much of the same. She's double inducing still. And she just hitting 5s though. She's hitting 5s. Double inducing. Huh. That's kind of new, isn't it? I mean, it's right at 5. And it's to be expected, but man, I'm trying to get a handle on what's going on back here. It's like a tide frayed fucking knot back there. Right now, I need to bring some more frames into this. What you doing, Mama? I mean, yeah. Okay. Wow. How many times have we changed fucking polarities here just in the last few hours today? Anybody been watching this while? Let's count this. We're fucking full pump blue. This used to never happen. This is just fucking rapid fire. Bam, bam, and bam, and bam. Oh, look how dark, full dark blue that is. The IMF lines are even showing up fucking weird looking. Wow. Are we about to have another pop of fucking high? It looks like maybe within the next hour we're gonna have at least another 5. That's crazy. And she's double inducing. I'm calling 5s. The crunch is definitely there. Look at the IMF line in the front. It's bowed on in. Look how fucking close it is to the fucking ghost track, too. You see that shit in the bow shock? On the crunch map, on the magnetosphere fucking model on page 8. My crunch map. That's weird. So I'm pulling up the other maps again. What in the fuck is that? Where's my breed? Where's my breed? What the fuck is this? It's new. I've never seen this. Who's seen this? Who's got ISWAL going? You got ISWAL? Who got ISWAL going? That's fucking nuts. Are you looking at the Y cut or not the Y cut, but the fucking magnetosphere cut? Anybody? Right in the front. Have you seen that before? I ain't never seen that before. I don't know how to describe it. It's I don't have to describe it. Hang on. Why am I? That's weird. I'm gonna post it so you can see it on my Facebook. And it's continual. I'm putting on a couple shots of it. Oh, what the fuck it is, man? It almost looks like I don't even want to say what it looks like. Here, go to my. You can go to my page and see my last post. That's what I'm talking about. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? That's weird. That's what that is. That's weird. Tell me that ain't weird. I don't know what the fuck that is. I ain't never seen that. I mean, I got a real good fucking idea. I mean, it's fucking, it's a real close fucking planet. But what in the fuck is that? Because that's like, it's weird. I ain't never seen that. And it's sustained. It's right there. Has it been there all day? I don't think so. I would have noticed that, wouldn't I? There's one up there. No, it's not been there all day. I didn't think so. That's just weird looking. That just showed up. That just showed up. That just showed up. An hour and 45 minutes ago. And the crunch got big. That's a planet. Oh my God. Are people seeing that?
Seeing this,
Let's see. Oh my God. They're not gonna let me see it. They shut this wall down about 2 hours ago when this showed up. When this showed up, they shut down this wall. That's the last picture I'm getting. You fucking cocksuckers. Oh my God. I got to looking and I'm like, I need to know. And then I was like, yep, they shut it down. They shut it down. That was almost 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's a magnetosphere bumping into us. It's the only thing that could be that I could imagine. It's got to be a magnetosphere bumping into us right in the front. And they cut the feed, dude. They cut the. I ain't never seen that. No wonder I ain't never seen that. Fucking assholes. Oh shit, you got. I got a lot of pictures in there, Daniel. When I tell people that I've got all my research there, and I did the research there, and I brought it here, kind of like almost a finished product, and then we really got started. I thought we were getting somewhere when I translated that fucking hieroglyph come out. It took me a year to start making my own fucking real videos about it because I needed I extensive research on that page. Fucking insane, the depth of research. Nobody researches like that. I researched like that because I had a little baby that depended on it. I didn't even find any satisfactory answers, really. Everything I found there was terrifying. Fucking shit and white, terrifying. And then Ross showed up. Found I had a magnet. Shit stopped being so fucking scary. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. That's all you really need to know. Just fucking look at it. It's fucking terrifying. Everything I found for years was fucking just teeth shattering, fucking terrifying to me. Staring planets, fucking, and then finding fucking just more and more and more and more. I was studying hieroglyphs and I didn't even know it. It was hieroglyphs in space. And you can also see where I'm telling people about your politics, and I bring a lot of the contracts in. I show people where they're fucking dumbing down the police. I show people where they're dumbing down the kids. And I mean, fuck, man. I was going fucking balls out on Facebook. Then I get blocked on Facebook. I had to create another. There is another page with my research on it in there. And if you search the Eric Briggs and you see the dude with the flame, I'm blowing glass. Yeah, that's me. Go figure. That's my other thumbnail. And there's research on there that isn't on my main page. There's research on mines that isn't on any of them, and yet both pages have fucking documentation on mines. And on Twitter, everything's on there because I've got that hooked up to where any post I make goes right to it. I don't even know how to log into my Twitter, but every time I get over there on the NASA link, because it takes me right there. Fucking I sign in and I look, and all my Facebook posts are there, all my mine posts, everything's there, everything's still linked. And I don't even know how to really get there. I gotta get there through, like, I'll see a Twitter link and I'll click it every now and again. I'll go sign in. I know my password. I don't have any like bookmarks to Twitter. I've never bookmarked it. I don't tweet. It happens automatically. That's pretty cool about this high tech shit. It's actually, if you learn a little bit of it, it's pretty easy to use. Is convenient. Some of it is. I'm tired. I have to go to bed. Still waiting to turn out my kiln though. I don't want to shock cool this queen. A lot of fucking work with her. I want her being kneeled like a pipe. The way she'll bounce as she hits the ground. I don't want to put all that work into it and then drop it and fucking break it the first pop. Yeah. Yep. It is that time. It's early for us, but I got started early. So we've been here a good 9 hours. Tomorrow I will probably finish the queen and get the king going. And the next day I'll make the king the queen and finish the king. Because I need, like I said, I need time to size this or cool this fucking queen down tomorrow. Probably come down in the morning and make the top for her. Maybe another pipe or so, fucking anneal it. And then in the afternoon, maybe I'll make all three of the others, and then I'll have the king and queen set done. Maybe. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, y'all have yourselves a good evening and a good morning, wherever you are around the world. Get your coffee down there, Miss Cat. It's been 9 hours. Well, we still, you know, we were here when you went to bed. We're here when you get to sleep. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm pussying out. I'm tired. It's looking good. It's looking good. I like the queen. It took me a little while to figure out how to do it, but got her done. Got her done. Got the hard part done. Now all I got to do is make the mica, that's another hard part. But we'll breeze through that, won't we? Good night, y'all.